In this video, we're ranking every single Brandon Sanderson
Radiant.
Stormfather.
Yes, it is I, Stormfather with beanie and glasses. Now listen here. This is the spoiler video. We are spoiling literally every single Brandon Sanderson book. If you don't want spoilers, go watch the spoiler-free version of this video instead. It's also a lot shorter. Now, if that applies to you, leave this video, go watch one of my other videos, like and subscribe, and I'll give you as long as it takes for little Ellecaller here to say the words. He's over there.
Huh. Well, okay then. Ready, Ellecaller?
Yep, you know me.
Alright, you can start.
Life before death.
Okay.
Strength before weakness.
Alright, go on.
Journey before...
Number 83 is Starsight, and no crashing out, we will talk about this calmly, but Braid is in fact my least favorite Sanderson character ever, because every time she showed up, I had to actually put the book down and go live my life. It truly was that bad. If it wasn't for this video, I would not have finished the series. It would be dropped on the spot. And you know what? Sometimes you just have to hate. Now, I am not entitled to give anyone an explanation, and I think Braid's presence alone deserves this placement on the list. That being said, I will walk you through it. So, the premise of Starsight, right, is that Spencer goes into enemy territory. She infiltrates the enemy base, okay? She understands that everybody in this place does not like her, wants her dead, despises all humans. Like, she is fully aware that the goal of these people is to either kill or enslave all humans. That is their entire purpose for their, organization. And so it's okay. It's like, okay, Spencer gets sorted into these military recruits. She's in her stormtrooper disguise, and she is disguised as a military recruit. And then an enemy commander's like, all right, Spencer, you go with these couple aliens, and you are just happened to be paired with the one other human here, who is Braid, right? So she meets another human in this alien place. And so immediately Braid is like, hey, Spencer, not actually, she doesn't know it's Spencer, but because, she has her alien disguise on, but she's like, hey, I'm just letting you know that I am a human, right? But I was raised here, this is my home. I truly hate all humans. I am a human, but I really want to kill or enslave all humans just like everybody else here. All right, we good. So from the start, Braid is introduced as a person, as a character who hates humans. And even more than that, she's introduced as a character who is untrustworthy, is a bad person. How does she act, right? So they're all in this squadron together. She is shown light lancing her own allies just to make her turns cleaner, like some evil Lando Norris. And that's what makes me so mad, because the entire book, Spencer just tries to become friends with Braid. But why? It doesn't make any sense. Oh, just because they're both humans, they should be friends. No. There's a lot of humans who don't like each other, who despise each other, and whose interests don't align. It doesn't make any sense that, Spencer and Braid, who are just two completely separate individuals, all right, just because, oh, they're both humans, they should be the best of friends. No, that belief just doesn't make any sense. And look how that reflects on Spencer too, right? Because look, what does that say about her character? Okay, it means that you're just really selfish because you're imposing your beliefs on this person, right? This person has frankly just straight up told you that she doesn't like humans, she wants them enslaved, that's her goal, that's the organization's goal, they align, right? That's what she's all about, and that's what she believes in. And you're trying to just change all that for literally no reason. I don't get it. And then B, you're putting your entire species, all your friends, all your loved ones at risk for a stranger. You haven't even known this person that long. There's been a whole book before this where there's Cobb, there's Jorgen, there's even Ironsides. These people you already have connections with, and you just meet this random human on the street and you're like, that's my bestie, I'm gonna sacrifice all humanity for them. It doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. She's both a stranger and a murderer. I don't get it. Spencer has to just go back to detritus and watch Blue Lock episode 17. What did Isagi say? No matter how much you knock on the door to somebody's heart, you can never change them, or something like that. Spencer has to learn that lesson eventually, and she does. It's just that she does at the end of Defiant, book 4, right? At the end of the book, when she initiates a secret meeting with Braid, and she's like, yo, psst, Braid, yo, come over here, man. Yo, come over here. And Braid walks up yo, Spencer, tomorrow's a big day. We just developed this new weapon. It's pretty cool. It'll wipe out all humans. I just want to be well rested tomorrow, but what's up? And then Spencer's like, yeah, Braid, I have something to tell you. I know you dislike all humans, but I'm a human, and we should be friends, and we should go back to detritus. And she turns off her hologram disguise. She's like, yo, Braid, this is the real me. I'm about to go back to detritus, tell all the humans about your secrets and the organization's secrets and all the information I gathered here. I'm really a spy. And Braid's just looking at her like, what are you talking? And then she pulls out her phone. She's like, 911, there's a human here. And as she's like trying to detain her and call for help, Spencer's like, what? Braid? What are you doing? Why are you doing this to me? I thought we were friends. And Braid just like looks at her like, Spencer, what are you talking about? This entire book, like, have you not been listening? Like, I'm a human and you're a human, but that doesn't mean we're friends. Like, my beliefs just go against yours. That's what I've been saying from the beginning. And the end of the book comes around, right? And Braid summons the Delver, you know, the interdimensional apocalyptic monster to destroy all humans, you know, cool. And she summons it, and then Spencer's like, no! And then she redirects it back at Braid's people, and it's supposed to be this, like, you know, crazy moment. I'm like, okay, we're finally getting somewhere. And so I was thinking, right, like, okay, maybe the ending of the book is pretty good, you know? Braid tries to kill all the humans with the monster. Spencer redirects the monster back at Braid's people, and it's like, okay, Winzik is cooked, Braid is cooked. Like, the monster is gonna destroy all the aliens, you know, humans are gonna be the only ones to survive. Like, we win, right? The good guys win. At this point, only Spencer can talk to the monster, right? The only person that can make this monster stop is Spencer. So, like, the series is basically done at this point. Spencer has won. But then, fourth quarter, from the rafters, Spencer says, no. Everybody, these innocent lives. Braid, poor Braid, who has never done anything towards me or my people. I must be the one to save them all from this problem that I've unleashed upon them. Now listen, maybe this is just me, okay? But I think that putting your friends, family, and species in danger for some people you've never even met before is just selfish and terrible behavior. Like, let's be real, okay? These people have placed their trust in you. You are the most powerful human, and you're just abusing both your power and their trust. Acting like this is morally just and the right thing to do when, well, I was gonna say that's clearly not the case, but at the very least, it's more ambiguous than that, right? Because from my understanding, these aliens want to brutally, you know, murder every member of your species, have done so for centuries, and they take great pleasure in it, you know, from my understanding of the book, of course. So she saves the aliens, the monster teleports her, I don't remember if it was the Delver, actually, but, you know, she ends up in the nowhere, far away from being able to save any of her people, just putting her entire species at risk again. And that's the end of the book, right? So what was the point of that? Like, we're back to where we started, but like even worse, we're worse off. You know what? Look, maturing is realizing that Spencer is half the problem, but maturing is also realizing that I can hate equally. I can hate both Spencer and Braid, right? I think that's so valid. Like, I can hate both Spencer and Braid, and, you know, I can even hate the book too and the series. Number 82 is Cytonic. I have a question. Feel free to respond in the comments, okay? Have you ever met someone whose favorite Sanderson book is Cytonic? And bonus points if their favorite book ever is Cytonic. Exactly. There's no way. If you put that in the comments, you are a liar, okay? Because look, like between this book and the collab he did with the author of Amulet, one of those books is the most boring book ever. And the other is a collab with the author of Amulet. Like, come on, bro, there's no way. I swear the Skyward series can just be like a duology of Skyward and Defiant. I don't know why these two books in the middle, like Starsight and Cytonic, exist. I don't get it. Even more than that, why are there 4 books, 3 novellas, and a prequel? Like, this book is the biggest filler arc I've ever seen. Like, it actually might as well just be a standalone because it's just Spencer exploring the nowhere by herself. And like, yeah, okay, she meets the dude on the Anteater who eventually is like the Delver from Starsight, and she meets all the factions and whatever, but that is genuinely some of the lamest, most uninteresting information on a page that I've ever come across, okay? Nothing here even matters. Like what? Okay, Spencer spends the book exploring the nowhere, and then book 4, she goes back to deal with Winzik and Braid. Why couldn't she do that in this book? It doesn't make any sense. Like, what's the point of this book? To introduce Chet? The dude who pulled up on an Anteater with the Steve Irwin cosplay, and then he's like, the big reveal is that he's a Delver? It's like, okay, that reveal is cool in theory, but, you know, this is a line of reasoning that I'm going to be using a lot in this video, I think. Function does not equal enjoyment, right? Like, I understand how that can be made cool that Chet is a Delver, but it wasn't cool here. I was reading this like, this is just so unnecessary. Like, yes, it is a Sanderson book, so all of these characters do have a function, right? Like the furries exist so Spencer can have a co-pilot. The Delvers or Chet exists so Spencer can have Delver-like powers, or just straight up Delver powers. I forget if the Cytonic powers are the same. And like characters like D-Liz exist so people can laugh at his name, right? These characters have a function. The thing is though that these things are cool in theory, but the bigger question for readers is this interesting to read about? And the answer is just no. The reasoning behind that would probably be that the more important stuff is happening back in the other dimension, right? Like she's not even in the same dimension. Like we care about Jorgen, well, we don't really care, but like I think the major interest is in what's happening with Jorgen, what's happening with Braid and Winzik, and that is just so far removed. This book is so far removed from all that, right? That's where we go into Defiant, and it deals with that. I am of the opinion that we do not need Chet, Hesho, or the Broadsiders. Like, Spencer does not need this whole F1 team to fly M-Bot. I thought that was like the big point of Skyward, is that Spencer is the greatest fighter pilot, but she becomes even better because she has M-Bot. She has better technology than everybody else, and he is an AI, like he should be able to fly himself. I'm sitting here reading about how Spencer's exploring untouched land, learning about, different groups and civilizations, but really the more important thing is, how's Jorgen doing? How's Winzik doing? Like, what exactly is going on there? Like, humans are about to be killed over there. I'm never gonna get over the introduction of Chet. Like, I saw a video where Sanderson said that Chet went over so badly with his alpha and beta readers, and they were like, I despise this character. But I felt that way, like, off the polished version, off the fixed version, after he heard those criticisms. Like, I just don't get it. I truly, like, despise Skyward so much, to the point where I'm actually starting to kind of like it, Stockholm Syndrome. Like, I'm thinking of buying that Doomslug sweater for Christmas. Number 81 is Defiant. M-Bot became a shard of Adolnacium? The three standout ideas for me in this book are the death of comfort, the explanation of what the Delvers are, and, of course, Braid being the mastermind of the series. The best thing easily in this book is the death of comfort. Like, when that happened, I was like, ooh, Winzik is evil. He has to pay. He is an evil, evil man. Like, he's really stepping up to be, like, the big villain. And then Braid kills him, and she's like, haha, I'm the mastermind. And that's when I knew that this was bottom 3 Sanderson books. That's when I knew. The reveal that the Delvers are actually AI just makes sense. Like, I don't know what else it could be. It just is logical. Like, M-Bot, the theory that he is a relic of old humanity, of old technology, and he is just by happenstance the last one remaining, it doesn't hold up, right? Like, there has to be more of him somewhere. More importantly though, when M-Bot died the same explosive fate as Wayne from Mistborn Era 2, I did not care at all. But when he came back, I was like, oh, he kind of got jokes. He came back and he was like, Spencer, I am now God. I am now God. Boo, I am a ghost. I am a ghost. I was like, wait, M-Bot, hold on, wait. The whole process of AI becoming Delvers is so similar to how people take up shards in the Cosmere. Like, when M-Bot called it an ascension, I was like, wait, is there a well involved, Mr. M-Bot, by any chance? So the good part of the book, I think, is the death of comfort. I think the okay part is the whole Delvers AI thing. And the bad part of the book is that this is just such a cheap retcon of the whole series. Like, I'm sorry, but you cannot convince me that Braid was the one pulling the strings all along. Like, it makes sense by how much the book focused on her character, but I don't think it makes sense, like, contextually, in the story, like, canonically, narratively, plot-wise. Like, as a character, it just doesn't make sense to me. You can't convince me of that. Don't get me wrong, she's capable for sure. Like she's a woman in STEM, right? But at the same time, she's just a girl. I get that Braid has been a more antagonistic figure to Spence at this point. She's shown to be smarter than Winzik for sure, but that just doesn't justify her being the shadow mastermind who all this time has secretly taken over the entire galaxy. Like, no. Like, her being smart and being a better foil to the protagonist just doesn't equate to being the big villain of the series this late in the game in this specific case. Just in general, her existence, I felt, has been so heavy-handed and so undeserved. Like the pseudo-intellectual stuff that she's been able to get away with is incredulous. It's actually nefarious, malfeasant work. She does not get punished at all. I'm still upset by the end of Starsight, where, she tries genocide. Yeah, like she got a free sample at Costco. She tried out genocide for a bit. It didn't work out, and she just faced no repercussions. Like, Spencer outsmarted her, outmaneuvered her at that, well, not, I was going to say at every step of the way, that's not true. At that specific instance, she did. And she faced no consequences for that at all. At all. In fact, she got the better of her because Spencer got sent to the middle of the literal nowhere, and she got to just mess around with Spencer's friends, family. So she clearly lost, okay? Fair game, but she was not punished at all. In fact, it was Spencer who was punished for being sent to the literal nowhere for another book, and it was, in fact, me who was also punished because I had to read another book about it. Oh my, yo, I just remembered, I felt so similarly, like in this book, when Braid just teleports and kidnaps Spencer for half the book. I forgot that even happened, yo. And of course, you know, the ending of the book. And by ending, I do mean like the very last line, not including the epilogue. When, you know, Spencer does the Israel Adesanya. You know, she shoots Braid just so nonchalantly. Just, you know, just like a casual, like, gust of wind. Like, I'm just gonna shoot Braid. No! What? That is, like, so unsatisfying. Yo, you're telling me this entire book, no, this entire series, Spencer has been mocked, tormented, captured, just degraded by Braid. And what made the difference was her mindset? I feel like letting Braid live to the literal last line of the book and to have her death be by Spencer killing her very nonchalantly, very happily, like without a second thought. And that's supposed to just imply that she's only a problem, and she's been a problem for many books, only because Spencer allowed her to, right? Like, we know Spencer is very capable, but Braid beats her every time except for that one time in Starsight. But then she did kind of actually win because she wasn't punished at all, right? I just talked about that. But every time, Braid has won against Spencer, right? She always gets the best of her till the very last line of the book. Even though Spencer is the best fighter pilot in the galaxy, she is so capable, we know that, but she always loses against Braid. And so to have her death be very easy and quick while Spencer's flying with her friends, I think is supposed to imply that you should be the better person. And you shouldn't give losers like Braid any headspace because they aren't worth it. And I think that is so dumb. That is genuinely so dumb, bro. I think Spencer should have cared more about Braid, and in the future, she should be even more wary of people like Braid, because then all these problems like Braid engaging in harassment, trafficking, genocide, animal cruelty, like, these would have never happened in the first place. I think Braid got away with way too much over this series. It was a very unsatisfying conclusion, and I do need that M-Bot figure with the origami ships. Number 80 is Long Chills in case, though. And as I said in my spoiler-free version of this video, yeah, my mind, my eyes, and my soul just completely, you know, Krispy Kreme just glazed over this thing. On Harmony's life. That is the honest truth of why this is ranked so low, okay? Like, I've read about this book. I have listened to Sanderson talk about it. And I still don't get it, okay? I really don't. I said for the Skyward books that, like, I don't get it, but no, like, I genuinely do not understand this one, and that is on me, okay? Like, I understood that Jack is a detective. He's trying to prove the innocence of this 30-year-old woman, or not, just a woman with 30 guns. 30 guns. But she's a nice woman, though. She just has 30 guns. And by the end of the book, he's like, haha, women, am I right, boys? Which I guess is not a wrong interpretation of the book. Like, that all does happen. It's just that middle section with Alici, Fran, Harold Sushi Bar, that is all Stormlight levels of complexity for me to this day. Like, all I really got was that Camila, the woman in question with like 30 guns, is actually the murderer. So she offers Jack some of the money she got, and, you know, Jack is being like jokingly sexist at the end of the book. But at the same time, he's like kind of serious. He's like, no, this person is a straight up lying murderer. So she does cause him a lot of trouble. Does that justify him, you know, shaking his finger at her being like, all women? No, but it is on theme with the book. Even though my low comprehension of this book comes from just the overflow of that detective noir nomenclature that Jack always uses, he does have some banger lines. Like, what did he say? He said, "Mango Ibiza, the sauce of all Kansas." But then that is cherry picking of the numerous horrendous lines. Like, what did Camila say at the end? Like, when he still wouldn't give you the meat, you offed him. Like, I was like, whoa. Number 79 is I Hate Dragons. And I get it, okay? I get that this is meant to be bad. So then the question is, if this is meant to be bad, do I give it a pass? Like, the whole presence of this book on the list is questionable because this is just Sanderson's writing practice that he put out for funsies. I guess the one thing to talk about are the knacks, which is the magic system here. It's It feels like a first iteration of the Smedry talents, like even more scuffed than that whole thing, where the main character's ability is the ability to misspell, like misspell words. Like he can hear the words being misspelled. So if someone says "it's," he can say, "Oh, you said that without the apostrophe." It's so odd. I don't even know what to say. Like Skip will be like, "Master Johnson, there's a dragon," and Master Johnson will be like, "What? Over there?" And Skip will be like, "Master Johnson, it's actually there, not THEIR, but THERE." And Master Johnson will be like, "Bro, what are you even talking about?" And then Skip will say something like, "Master Johnson, you said that with a exclamation point and not a question mark." And I don't even know why this saw the light of day, I'll be honest. But I guess maybe that is the value of this book. Like it's Brandon being very open, more open than any author really should be, because you get to see a work by your favorite author that never should have seen the light of day, but it sees the light of day anyway, right? Like this should just not even count as a book or a story or literature or anything like that. And that, I think, is the biggest spoiler I could give to you. Number 78 is Stephen Leeds' Death and Faxes. This is so misleading. It's not actually in this, but these are the other Legion stories. It's just that this one is the audio exclusive, right? If you have read up to this point in the Legion series, I think that all readers collectively understand that the great Stephen Leeds is a certified bop, right? Like they introduce Evelyn in this book, Stephen's new episodic love interest, and I did not care at all because we all know after a week she'll be gone, right? Because Mr. Stephen Leeds is a victim of the men's first love theory, right? Like he only cares about I won't say Cassandra. What's her name? Sandra. So no matter how many women Stephen talks to, he will never get past Sandra until book 3, Lies of the Beholder, right? That's the climax of the whole series. That's like his whole character arc right there. But we gotta talk about the ending of the book, because like what? This guy Enoch outsmarts the great Stephen Leeds, kills the prophet, has this grand plan, but it is just such a fundamentally flawed plan that he gets cancer. Like the plan literally gives him cancer. Oh, and by the way, he was talking crazy to Stephen. He was talking like he was Light Yagami, like, "You, Stephen, you really thought I wanted this device. No, I wanted the brain which created this device. 2 steps ahead. I am 2 steps." And then he activates it, and then starts panicking or whatever. Like people start panicking, and then Stephen hits him with the anime protagonist, like, "Enoch, you really thought you got me, but if you understood that you took the prophet's brain, then the brain has cancer, so you also get the cancer with the brain." I could not believe what I was witnessing. It was like a really scuffed version of Endgame where Thanos snaps and he realizes the Infinity Stones were gone. But if that moment was just super undeserved and a bit lame, I gotta know who approved this. Like there are 4 authors listed here, and I am, selfishly as a Sanderson fan, giving Sanderson the benefit of the doubt that it was not him who was responsible for this. And I think it's because the tone of the book doesn't match the substance in a very particular way, which makes it come off as really dumb. Like in The Reckoners, right? That does a way better job of being silly. Like the ratio from serious to silly leans a lot more towards silliness, but it just in the correct sliver at one point. Where Steelheart is the most serious of the books, but once you kind of accept that the series is just even more sillier than you initially thought, it becomes a lot more enjoyable. I don't know if I'm assuming you've read Steelheart, but Legion has always leaned more into being a serious book with a serious tone. There are goofy elements to it, like the technology aspect is always goofy. Like the pilot episode already kind of introduces you to the idea of a time traveling camera, and so this one's about a fax machine that can kill people, but the time traveling camera is actually pretty cool, not gonna lie. But Skin Deep and Death and Faxes just have the dumbest premises. Like Death and Faxes in particular probably has the dumbest premise in any Sanderson book. Because it's called Death and Faxes because Stephen is trying to figure out how people are using a fax machine to take tax money from the IRS, right? The whole book is a tax fraud joke, and that is just so lame. Especially because of how serious they handle it. Because you have this slog of seriousness, and then the payoff is like, oh, actually, I'm gonna go through the ending, and you tell me if my interpretation of this is wrong, okay? So the prophet of Manichaeism made an amulet that allows people to share consciousness, right? But you can share consciousness with the risk of cancer. Like, for sure, it gives you cancer, right? But Steven is exposed to a fax machine, not the amulet, a fax machine, and this fax machine is the prototype of the amulet. Now, this prototype is specifically for cyber hacking purposes, not consciousness sharing, cyber hacking, which is why it's allowed to take funds from one and give it to the other, because that's its primary job, right? Not the consciousness thing. But how this works is that the machine is able to use sound and light to permeate through objects, living beings, and immaterial forces, right? Like it can permeate through feelings, which is how it's able to take funds and from one and put it into the other, right? Because that's an immaterial thing. And Steven gets negative side effects like his aspects lagging, but that's actually pretty good because it's not the amulet, right? If it was the amulet, then he'd just get cancer. But since it's the prototype, he just gets, a bit slow, like he's getting a bit turned up, and he gets prophetic visions from it. Does that make sense to anybody? If that makes sense to you, and if I did an accurate retelling of the story, please tell me if I didn't. And you enjoyed that ending, I don't know what else to tell you. Like, speak your truth, but I thought that was horrible. Maybe that's mean, but to have like a serious book where you touch on things like religion and terrorism and to just make it super goofy and stuff, I just didn't like it, to be honest. Number 77 is Heuristic Algorithm and Reasoning Response Engine. There's really nothing to spoil. Like, these are just 9,000 long words. This is like what people think Gundam is. Like, when I tell people to watch Iron-Blooded Orphans or Gundam Build Fighters or stuff like that, and they're just like, what? That's just like robot stuff, right? It's like, well, I mean, yeah, there's robots, but it's about, crazy character motivations and political strife and drama. Like, does it matter if Kareth dies or not if there's no substance to the story? This is such a short standalone, and the main focus is killing alien bugs, which is just doesn't make for a good standalone. We need more than that, right? Like, the motivations of the characters and the backgrounds of the characters are just so far in the background compared to killing bugs. It actually reminds me of when I used to play Warframe in high school, like just infinite waves of these aliens rushing at you and you just beat them up in this action game. And there is a very hefty story that everybody skips because that's not the fun part of the game. But here, it's just different because you're not actually fighting anything yourself. You're reading about aliens dying. Reading about people killing aliens, just that with no other motivations, is super boring in isolation. Oh, and I didn't even realize that Harry is spelled Harre. Not the weirdest spelling of Harry I've seen. That's a deep cut. Was an acronym for the title. I didn't. That completely went over my head. Number 76 is A Fire Within the Ways, and it could not make more sense to me why he left this one out. I did see online a lot of love on some forums about this, but 10 chapters. Like, sure, we get a better Bornhall death, and we get to see more about the Ways. We can see the Black Wind being, removed from the Ways if you're into that janitorial stuff. But 10 chapters of the final Wheel of Light, but no, 10 chapters of A Memory of Light for this. The last book of the Wheel of Time for this. Is that what you want? You want these 10 chapters in there? Do you really want that, Lewis Theron? Like, I don't know if Ileana died for this. Number 75 is Snapshot. Weirdly enough, I can understand why this is the one that is being made into a TV show because there's something distinctly American about it that is very reminiscent of things like Severance or Inception. And since it's just a novella, there's more room for directors and media personnel to be more creative in that transition process. I swear this is one of the few books without a happy ending. Like, when AD left the Pelicans, he put the photographer in prison and Chaz in the dirt, but like, it really wasn't satisfying because he lived a really bad life. Like, he was exploited by people, died, and then his soul was exploited even more. But man, when AD put down the basketball and he picked up the classic and aimed it at Chaz, I was pretty happy. I was like, okay, wait, hold on. I can get behind it so easily because it's Chaz. Like, when they started explaining it, that every time he would go into the virtual world, that Chaz would like sneak off and do things with his wife, I was like, yo, Chaz is like Diddy levels of evil, like people should be saying no Diddy, no Philly, no Chaz. Number 74 is Perfect State. I said this in the last video, but I feel so strongly that if this story was just boy from one world meets girl from another world and they go on a date, it would be one of the best Sanderson stories. And I think that because he made that story, it's Yumi and the Nightmare Painter. Kai and Sophie's interactions make the story. So like, this acceptable level of fat is that you have Kai, who's playing Metaphor ReFantasio New Game Plus in the fantasy world, and then you have Sophie, who's playing, cyberpunk in the sci-fi world, and then they start e-dating over Discord. But then when the big plot twist comes around and you realize that they're just two brains in a vat, that just takes away so much of the story because, well, A, humanity's finished, so everybody's doomed, and then B, even though that's not technically true, I know there's people who are alive and then they're watching over them and whatever, but we only care about those two, right? So if those two are two brains in two vats, then they're doomed. And then the bigger issue is that they can't date anymore. Like, they have to be on Discord forever. And that sucks, because, like, the whole hook, the whole interest is that them eventually getting together, but they can't get together if they don't have bodies. And then on top of that, you have the villain Melly, right? YNW Melly, who's just messing with Kai for no reason, basically, right? The entire backstory of their beef is that Woad sets up a League of Legends game, and then Kai and Melly get queued up together, right? But then Kai's like, oh, this is a sad life, he leaves, and then Melly crashes out. So when the climax of the story comes around, and then it's revealed that Melly is the one who created Sophie as an AI for Kai to fall in love with, just so he could terminate her and make him feel lost, the way he made him feel lost in the League of Legends game, I was like, wow. Normally, I would be all for this hatred. I'll be like, yo, that you a generational hater, you're like, good on you, Melly. But here I was like, man, this just feels really trashy. I get that villains create tension and stuff, but I feel like to implement that here, it should have been to challenge their relationship rather than to sever the relationship completely and turn the book into like a slop revenge book. Oh, and also, how in the Threnodite system did this manage to be nominated for a Hugo? Like, Emperor's Soul, which actually won the Hugo Award, if you compare that to this, it actually feels a bit disrespectful. And I'm not even a big Emperor's Soul fan. I just think that the quality of this one is just so far below. Number 73 is Hyperthief. Are you 1? Are you 2? Are you 3? Are you 4? Are you 5? Stop! I actually have no clue how old FM is, but everybody in Skyward acts like they're 5, so I think that's a good place to stop. Number 72 is Mitosis. I actually came across a physical copy of this when I was in Singapore, and I kind of wish I got it for this video because I know a physical copy only released in Europe, and that was a European copy that I saw at the bookstore, but apparently this is going to be in the Non-Cosmere Short Stories collection coming out this December, Tailored Realities. So it's actually impressive how important this book can seem to the Reckoner series when it just isn't. Like, when Sanderson releases these short stories, I don't know whether to call them short stories or novellas or what the proper name for it is. I just interchange those two. But when he releases things like 11th Metal or Allomancer Jack, where the point is he writes them so you can take away one thing for it, right? Like in 11th Metal, the takeaways, you get to see Kelsier's kind of backstory and how he obtains the 11th Metal. In Mitosis, the big takeaway is that David finds out that epic weaknesses aren't random, a revelation that is just reiterated in Firefight, making this obsolete. Like, he learns by fighting Mitosis that epic weaknesses come from their greatest fear. Like, it's not just some random weakness they have. There is some sort of logic to how they get this weakness. But it's revealed in Firefight too, so there's two reveals of the same content, which makes it redundant. Although it is nice that this ties into Lux, where in Lux, Jax takes Mitosis' DNA, he reverse engineers it, so he creates a device where instead of multiplying, it has the power to make things cease to exist. This just isn't a good book. Like, at the end of the book, where David kills Mitizzy with the Not Like Us diss track, that's when I knew it wasn't that good. But I will admit that was super funny, and that's why it's not in the bottom 10, because there are a lot of funny things, like the beginning with the hot dog. Like, that's just so dumb, but it did kind of make me laugh. So number 71 is Shadows of Self. I do still have the paperback version of this somewhere. I do have to donate that. But I saw a comment once on Wind and Truth, which is now out. When I released the last video, it wasn't out. How time flies. But I saw a comment talking about how Sanderson really rushes his work nowadays. It was a hate comment, obviously. But they were saying how Sanderson really rushes his work these days, and he's pulled in too many different directions, and he doesn't have enough time to make his stories good anymore. The thing is that I actually don't have full trust in Sanderson. Like, I would like to think that I have a better grasp and understanding of his books than most fans, because I have read all of them and have made 2 videos on them. And he is my favorite author, okay? Even though it may not seem like it at this point in the video, because we're still in the lower ones. But if you actually watch this video, or the non-spoiler one, it's really the top 10 books that I think I fully glaze without any qualms. More like top 5, really, because stuff like Calamity and Memory of Light, I do have problems with, even though I do like those 2 books a lot. So if we do the math and be really generous with it, I think, 1 in 8 books I think are great, which I'm totally happy with. I think that's awesome. But on the other hand, you have 7 out of 8 books, which are like this. This is a mainline Mistborn book. If you're watching this, you understand the weight of that, and I think this is the worst Mistborn book, and also just a bad book in general, which makes me really sad to say. We had the Hero of Ages, which was this grand finale. You have the sacrifices and the feats of Vin, Elend, Sazed, the cast built up on 3 beautiful, wonderful books. And to go from that grand finale to a reset of the world, and then to have this new trio of Wax, Wayne, and Marasi, and then this book is just them going on their first mission. It's like, it feels really lame. I do think that scaling back is the correct move, but it just doesn't feel like it was done correctly. It's like after Endgame, going into Quantumania, Brave New World, Black Widow, instead of going from Endgame into, you know, Shang-Chi, No Way Home, and Thunderbolts. You know, there's better pathways. I don't know. The plot of the entire book being 3 new characters chasing a Khandra is just not good enough for me. The big reveal being that the Khandra was actually Wax's dead wife, and she dies twice, and then Wax is there crying. I felt nothing. In fact, I don't think I felt anything during my entire Mistborn era 2 read through, minus Bands of Mourning. That one's a banger. But yeah, it really saddens me to say that, but you know, comparison is the thief of joy, and we know from Mistborn that the thieves always win, so. Number 70 is Warbreaker. I was so surprised from the reception of my last video that out of that whole 2-hour video, the thing that people were most surprised about, besides Shallan, of course, I mean, the fact that people were shocked that I didn't like Light Song, like jaw on the floor, like that was what people were concerned about. I was like, wow. Because some of the comments were like, I can't believe there were Light Song haters in the world all this time, and I didn't know. Like, that was like me finding out about anti-investiture. I did not reread Warbreaker ever. Like, I read Warbreaker, 2-3 years ago maybe, and have since made that video, and I probably should have reread it for this video, but I didn't. And so I have thought very deeply about Warbreaker, and it's come to the point where I feel like I've exhausted all my breaths with the topic, you know? Like, if I'm not rereading it and having everything fresh and ready to talk about, I feel like this is the one I don't really want to talk about it. If anything, though, I am leaning towards when we get a Warbreaker sequel to make a dedicated Warbreaker video. But in summary, my position is that I really liked Vivenna in Warbreaker, but not anyone else. The Vivenna parts are why this book is so high up on the list, and it's not like with the Skywards. The Denth and Tonkfa moment, where it's the good old Sadius bait and switch. Those two are so outwardly evil, but then Vivenna's like, oh wait, these two aren't that bad. They're kind of cool. And then when it's revealed that they are evil, it's like, whoa, they really were evil, you know? When Vivenna is contemplating on the streets and she's like this close to madness, I was like, wow, that is like a super emotional moment, a standout moment of this book, probably what defines the book for me. And since that did make me feel emotion, I can't put this bottom 10. The other things that people point to in this book, like the restoration of Susebron's tongue, the reveal of Blue Fingers, and just the character of Lightsong, who I still don't get, I don't really care for that. Whenever we get a Warbreaker sequel, I will reread this because I feel like I just have such a better understanding of the Cosmere now. When I read this, I actually did read this pretty late though, so I did have a good amount of Cosmere books under my belt at that point. But now I swear, like, it's like night and day. Like Taldane, that was Vasher, Vivenna, and Nightblood, all very active in the Cosmere. And Lightsong, I refuse to talk about Lightsong until we get that sequel, and I will make a dedicated video for the love of the game. Number 69 is The Chasmfriends Get A Pet! ! This is an entry that I didn't get to talk about in the spoiler-free version of this video because it didn't exist yet. It released 2 months after. I'm sure if you're watching this, you know what this is. But just because I didn't explain it in the other one, I will explain it in this video. This is one of 3 stories released as part of Story Deck, which is this. These trading cards were released as the main convention game of Sanderson's last convention, Dragonsteel 2024. I wonder if there's going to be one for 2025. I don't know, because I know this was a big hit. How it works is you get these booster packs of a couple random cards, or even a whole booster of like 30 packs, which is what I got. There are 162 main cards to collect, divided into 3 stories, so 54 cards per story with, you know, other special cards in there, like nonsense cards and herald cards, which have nothing to do with the story, but they're just, you know, it's a trading card game. They're just bonus cards with like different rarities and stuff. And if you're watching this, I have I have 8 heralds out of the 9. I'm missing Herald 9. See, there are these special herald cards. There's no text on them or anything. There's pictures, but I have 8 out of the 9. I'm missing Herald 9, which is Ishtar, I think. And I actually wasn't at the convention or anything. I just bought this booster box online, and I just happened to get 8 out of the 9 heralds. And then I traded with other people on forums and stuff to complete every single story. And just because I'm talking about this, I will say that there was unintentional rarity with this, which was fixed because I got some of the cards I traded randomly in the mail by Sanderson, who just sent it out to anybody who bought online, I'm guessing, or who attended the convention. But anywho, this is Stormlight Lost Tales. It's Stormlight themed, 3 short stories from specifically Stormlight, all Cosmere related, of course, because Stormlight is in Cosmere. I'm sure the next batch will probably be Mistborn themed because that is the second popular Sanderson series. I am quite sure that this will be run again at some point. Not this specific one, but again, like a Mistborn version or an Elantris version or a Warbreaker version, some other version, because these things are just cool. Like, it's such a cool convention game. Like, look at these little Chasmfriends here. So this batch of 3 stories is called Stormlight Lost Tales. This is my least favorite story out of the 3, called The Chasmfriends Get A Pet! ! And I guess the first thing to say is that this specific story was co-written with Brandon and Dan Wells, which should be obvious to anybody who is familiar with Dan Wells at all, because he is known as like a true crime / horror guy, and this specific entry is like a morbid kids show. Think like Adult Swim or that one Bo Burnham skit with the sock. Like, if there was a Backyardigans or Blue's Clues episode about torture and suffering, it would be like this. Oh, and I think I should probably show you the card. So like, one side of the card has just like part of a picture on it, and then the other side of the card has the story on it, or like part of story. So you could assemble both the picture and the story. It's still odd to me that this didn't land for me, because normally I think this is something that I would like from a Sanderson, or I guess in this case a Sanderson adjacent work, where it is also a Stormlight work. And so with Stormlight, I am a Stormlight fan. I guess I'm not a big fan. I've actually never been that big of a Stormlight fan. We'll talk about that later. But I do like Stormlight because I am a big Sanderson fan. And with Stormlight, the thing is that, like I like Stormlight to be serious and feel classic. Like, I know now we have Stormlight powered Teslas and like Voidlight powered PlayStations and stuff, but you know, back in the day, back in the good old days, we just had a suit of armor and a sword, and you know, that part of Stormlight I really enjoyed. So although I'm sure Retribution will start implementing those Teslas and PlayStations soon, I think a big sentiment shared among fans is that we don't like how modernized Wind and Truth is. I don't know if I should be speaking for like a collective here, but at least let's tone it back. I don't really like how modernized Wind and Truth is, okay? I'm not speaking for anybody. So while this is cool conceptually, right? Like taking the Chasm Fiends, who are such monstrous killing machines in the Stormlight books, minus book 5, right? Where in book 5, actually, I feel like it makes this more believable, because we find out that their true nature is not as violence oriented as the books make them out to be. Like, they're actually just kind of chill, but they felt the need to attack humans in those specific circumstances. But taking these monsters and giving them cute names like Clever Claws and Burp Slurper, and showing them to be playful and fun, while knowing like, yeah, they just took this poor dude, tortured him. Where's the dude actually? Let me find him. Well, here you can see him running away. This is the last one of the book. Like, they took this dude, they tortured him, they gave him to the Parshendi to be hunted down like a little mouse or something. Like, it's cool, but I would like to selfishly preserve the era of Stormlight that is just very serious. I was gonna go on a rant, but no, this is cool. It's just that the serious moments of Stormlight are what I love the most. I like this less. Number 68 is Skyward. Y'all ever see that one clip where Brandon gets told that Spence is the most relatable female protagonist, and he's just like in shock? As much as I don't want to give this book any compliments, it is the best of the mainline Skyward books in my opinion. It's the only one where Spencer doesn't really go off on an expedition. I mean, she kind of goes on like these, little expeditions into the woods for Mbot and stuff like that. But it's not a full book about that. It is that time-honored formula of a classroom setting, but it leans more towards Danganronpa than Harry Potter, where you have this group of talented kids, and as the book goes on, more and more of them die, and the group gets smaller and smaller and more tight-knit. See, the bar is quite low, though, because in the other books, Spencer just goes off on these expeditions. This one is more grounded, quite literally, because they can't take to the sky, or at least they try to take to the sky. And the biggest plus for me is that there's no Braid here. Braid gets introduced in book 2, so that's always a plus. But it's just, like, fair to say that the vibes are bad here. Like, I was really excited to get into Skyward. I thought it was going to be like Star Wars, and it wasn't. I guess that's not wrong, because it is about spaceships and spaceship fighting, which is Star Wars, but it's just very aggravating, very juvenile, and very uncool. I think it is because of that Cartoon Network YTV type of kids humor, where it's like, when I was a kid, I watched this show called Kid vs. Cat. It was like this cartoon about this family who adopted this cat, or they got this cat somehow. I don't know, but this cat is like super evil. And it is this cat and mouse show, but the mouse is a kid. Where it's like the bad evolution of Tom and Jerry, where every episode, this cat gets away with the most heinous, egregious stuff. And this kid just gets like, I don't even know what a good word. Basically, this kid's life is ruined like every episode, and that made me really angry. But at the same time, it was my problem for watching it. I was hate watching it. The point being that I think there's this weird trope for kids media where to create tension, a lot of good people just get treated unfairly for no reason. I said it before and I'll say it again. I don't understand at all why they treat Spencer so poorly. She is the best fighter pilot with an overpowered ship. It makes no sense. She is such a great ally to have, and such a big force for humanity. Because if you have your main character and you treat them that unfairly, like you deny Spencer education, you deny her the chance to fly, you deny her like a career path, you deny her the chance to figure out what happened to her father. Like, by the end of the book, when the Life Buster drops, right, and there's that big reveal that her dad was being mind-controlled by the aliens, by that point, I don't care. Like, I'm exhausted by that point, right? Also, just content-wise, I don't understand why that conclusion would be satisfying, because the reveal is that Spencer's dad was a good guy all along, right? It wasn't his fault, but I was under the assumption that he was a good guy from the first chapter. So the fact that Spencer has to go out and prove his innocence by uncovering the secrets of the universe, I understand why that has to happen for the plot, but as a reader, it just annoyed me a lot. I do think this is the best mainline book. I think it's because the scale is so small, and because there is so much mystery surrounding the aliens and outer space and all the different planets and stuff that isn't revealed yet. We just focus on, classroom setting, just the humans, just on Detritus, right? This is definitely disrespectful to say, but I do feel like I am just too mature for this. Like, I understand that Spencer is the protagonist of a YA, coming of age novel. She is a kid. She is bound to make mistakes. But as a reader, I just don't feel like it's enjoyable to read her make those mistakes, Nor do I think she's even grown from those mistakes. Like, the Spencer at the end of Defiant, I, in my mind, imagine as the exact same Spencer who started Skyward. It's just that she has more knowledge because she's gone through experiences, right? So I am a bit conflicted, because on one hand, the series is defined by Spencer making mistakes and people taking advantage of Spencer, whether it be Ironsides, Braid, or Winzik. But then on the other hand, like, that is a part of the story. There actually wouldn't be a story without that. So I don't know, if you're a big Skyward fan, whether it's this book or the series, let me know why it's actually good and why I'm wrong, Number 67 is Alcatraz versus the Knights of Crystallia. I'm actually going to donate these to my local library after this video, because I saw that they only have books 1 and 3. And so, yeah, I bought the box set. Well, it is quite weird to see these books like in print, because I listen to all of these like through the free audiobook from my local library. Look at that. It's just a... Oh wow, there's like actual... Look at this, there's actual like illustrations in this. I feel like I missed out. I also don't know who this guy is. He looks like the villain of Daredevil. But this is the She Who Shall Not Be Named, right? I didn't actually think that there would be an Alcatraz and Bastille romance. Like, I know a lot of kids' books, like 39 Clues, Spirit Animals, Percy Jackson, there is romance in them. But I thought that this would just be a wholesome friendship. When she hugged him, that was scandalous. These kids need to do their homework. There are a lot of cool ideas here, like the old woman being the head of one of the Librarian factions, getting to know Bastille and her home more. But in practice, most of these ideas were misses for me, besides a couple, like Shasta teleporting the library under guard's watch to steal a book. That was pretty cool. The big highlight was Himalaya marrying the Smedry guy and then thus taking his power for himself. Well, it's not like it's stolen from him, but she gets a power by marrying into the Smedry family. That power-up was super anime-esque and was the highlight of the book for me. Oh, wait. This is She Who Shall Not Be Named, right? This is the... Wait, then who's this on the front? But the stuff that the book actually focuses on, though, I feel like I didn't really care for. Like, it is called The Knights of Crystallia, so it is about Bastille and the Knights of Crystallia. You know, the big fight where she kind of proves herself against the Knight Captain. All that stuff is cool, but personally, Bastille hugging Alcatraz was more intriguing to me than that whole last sequence of events. Number 66 is the 11th Metal. This is found in the Arcanum Unbounded collection, which I do own, but I'm currently lending it to a friend right now who's going through the Cosmere. But the real spoiler is that you should just skip this, to be honest. Kelsier finding out from some unknown source that there is an 11th Metal is, I think, something that readers should just accept and move on with. It's cool that we have a backstory for it. It's a light read. Kelsier's teacher being some crazy old man, like he's a Manhwa young master is cool. But nobody needs to read this. Like, what even happened to Gemmel after this? Did he just like despawn? Number 65 is Sunreach. I realize that I don't have the Skyward Flight collection either, but it's okay. FM is like Skyward's Navani, and you know, this is a lot like Rhythm of War for kids. And by that, I mean a big portion of Rhythm of War is science and research. Navani actually sitting down in a lab and running experiments trying to figure out how the magic system actually works. That was really boring to me, and the exact same thing happens here with FM. This book, I think, brings two things to the table. One is that you get the switch of POV from Spensa to FM, and then the other thing is FM and Rig falling in love, which, you know, both of those things are okay, but in terms of FM as the POV character, her story as a scientist just doesn't resonate with me because I'm notoriously a science hater. I would like to think I understand the thought process behind it, right? Like, these slugs have always been around, they are very mysterious, and now it's been revealed that they are responsible for lightspeed travel. There's a different species, they have different abilities, and it is a mascot character, right? So it makes sense to have a short story delving into all that and understanding the why of why that all is. But diving into why things are the way they are, just in isolation, isn't interesting to me. Like, in Sixth of the Dusk, right? You have the same thing with the AVRs, but it's packaged a bit differently. Just like in Skyward, where there is a bunch of different slugs with different abilities, in Sixth of the Dusk, you have AVRs, just a bunch of magical birds, all with different abilities and species, right? But how that is presented is a lot more interesting because instead of a girl sitting in a lab running experiments, you're out in the wild. Even though AVRs are interesting, it always felt secondary to the plot in a very nice way, where it is a survival story about these aliens coming to the planet and just surviving on this deadly island. Like, that is also cool. And that's the thing where this novella by Jancy here is really just a Tanix biology textbook in disguise. I do enjoy her writing for Skyward more than Sanderson's, actually. I am very happy that she is continuing the series, but the whole book is FM in the lab experimenting, being like, okay, so this slug explodes, so it's a boom slug. This slug is like a telephone, it's a comm slug. Like, I'm just bored by all of that. There wasn't any additional narrative aspects that could get me on board with such invigorating slug study. Number 64 is Dreamer. I have a decent bias for the story because of how short and easy it was to read. It's just an action sequence of cops trying to capture a criminal, but it's really just this morbid capture the flag game between a friendly group of ghosts. And that's just so sweet. It's like Jetlag the game, but for immortal phantasms. I actually have a lifetime's worth of experience with ghost detective entertainment. But although Dreamer is really fun, I just think that it's too short and too unsubstantive to warrant a higher placement. But look, it's 20 pages, cannot hate that at all, and apparently there's this cool dual version with Snapshot. Right now it's not confirmed, but I think it's pretty guaranteed that this will be in the Tailored Realities collection when that drops this December. Number 63 is Legion. Skin deep. To this day, what throws me off about this one is that it is the most fleshed out Legion story. It is pretty long compared to the original novella, but it just sucks, I'm gonna be real. It was a decent, entertaining read, I guess, but it was for the wrong reasons. The whole premise is so lame. It's like, what? This guy Panos made artificial cancer, and then he took that information and he stored it in his own body as like some sort of USB stick, right? So theoretically, if criminals got his body, they could decode his life's work and then spread artificial cancer to everybody, right? And as Steven is the hero of the book, it's a race between Steven and the criminals of who's gonna get this guy's body first. And that is so lame, man. This book is like dead on arrival for me because, like, it's so lame to where I'm a bit embarrassed to be reading it, to be honest. The ending where Panos' mom, throughout the entire book, she was just peacefully gardening, but it's revealed that she is the one who has Panos' body because she masqueraded as the cleaning lady to steal the body, and then she has his body underneath the garden, which she has been tending to the entire book. I was like, whoa. I mean, it is surprising, but I don't even know what to think about that. Like, she has the USB to unlock his body, which is another USB. But then at the same time, none of this would have ever happened if there would just be no problem if she cremated his body. But then she's Orthodox, so she's against cremation. So it's weird, right? There are some good things, like conceptually the White Room is just very cool, like this pure White Room where Steven can remove all external stimuli and focus solely on his aspects. The biggest thing that saved this book for me, though, is that scene with Zen Rigby, who, if Steven is Batman and Wilson is Alfred, she's like Catwoman. She's just this hot female assassin who helps him and then just immediately leaves. And so the scene is that he kind of understands that she's tailing him and he doesn't know who she is yet. So they're at a restaurant, then they leave, and he calls the restaurant that they were at, and he like masquerades as like her boyfriend, and he gets the last 4 digits of her credit card number, and then he calls the credit card company, and it's just this whole like really long string of events that is, it sounds a bit trashy when I speak of it now, but no, it is actually pretty cool, where it's a long string of events where eventually he finds out who she is, and then he gets in contact with her. Like, the book isn't even that bad in totality. It's just that I just feel like such a loser reading it because it's so dumb at points. But yeah, we as a collective might need to petition to stop Sanderson from writing these stories about like cancer-making devices. Number 62 is Bastille versus the Evil Librarians. I actually like this cover a lot. Like, they have like the shark in the air. I don't even remember the scene at all. That is so cool. I'm gonna be so honest. Out of all the Alcatraz books, I remember this one the least. It's just bizarre because I think that this book has a lot of good going for it. It is the 6th and final Alcatraz book. It has Bastille as the new POV character, and it's coming right off of the despair ending of book 5. So in theory, I would think that this book would be a lot better than what I actually got and thought about it. This is the grand finale, and I think nowadays I've seen some discussions online of how Brandon finally messed up the ending with the release of Wind and Truth. He's like, oh, even gods are fallible. He finally messed up an ending to one of his series, even though he's known as being a guy who always sticks the landing on his series. But I don't think that of him, and I think that this book is one where he didn't stick the landing. You know what's bad, though, is that I don't remember Bibliodon dying. He is the big villain of the series, and I don't remember him dying at all. I don't even remember this shark, and I think that the two are related, but yeah. You know what I remember? Lots of fighting. Maybe not as much as the 4th book in the series. I think that's the one where it's just fighting front to back, just a whole warfare sequence, which we'll get to. But you know what? Alcatraz is actually a good protagonist for the series. I think by this point I really enjoyed, or maybe enjoyed, but I was just very used to Alcatraz being the voice, the narrative voice of the series, right? And so by this point in the series, I was more invested in, see, I can't say the word invested in a Sanderson book without thinking of a joke, but no, by this point in the series, I was very invested in Alcatraz, more so than I thought. And when the switch to Bastille happened as the POV character, it's such a risky, bold move that I would normally applaud, but I just really didn't like it here. I guess there is a reason why authors don't just switch out their POV character in the last book of a series, because, like, why would you do that? Like, I'm so intrigued by how Alcatraz is doing. Okay, he finally lost. How is he gonna, like, bounce back? Like, I'm so interested in what he's doing now. But because I was like weirdly invested in Alcatraz, I feel like I was let down a lot by his conclusions, like where he has to apologize to the Smedry Talents. I didn't get that at all. Low key, the book is kind of like Wheel of Time book 12 Gathering Storm, where at the end of that book, Rand climbs to the top of Dragon Mount, right? The climax of the book is that he breaks the Chodenkal, the most powerful item in his possession. Here it's very similar, where Alcatraz loses himself in failure and in duty, right? And so it's not even about the Dark One or Bibliodon. It's about himself and his mindset, right? Where he lost himself in that failure. Being a human means making mistakes. You're not perfect. And that's like a reflection of the magic system, the Smedry Talents. I think a big thing here is where being human means that nothing is static, right? So people make mistakes, and you're not always a hero, but you're not always a coward either. Like, the Smedry Talents are a reflection of imperfection, and kind of the Smedry family is kind of saying that Alcatraz needs to rely on people, right? You can't just do it all by yourself. And he's kind of thinking about all of this when he goes to the Spire, right? That's his dragon mount. He's thinking about all those different topics and how endings aren't always perfect, right? And so he takes the Blood-Forged lens, his Chodenkal, and he breaks all humans with his talent. The details of this I'm still not really sure about. Like, he puts the Smedry talent in everybody, I'm not really sure. But as he kind of collapses there, you get the sense that he did the right thing. This actually does kind of suck, though. And I am putting I'm only putting it this high because the voice actor for Alcatraz was really good. And you know what? I was looking forward to that Alcatraz and Bastille wedding, and it wasn't as good as I thought. Number 61 is River of Souls. This cutscene from the Wheel of Time series only exists to introduce Mr. 504, right? Mr. Bao himself. Although I think this is nice, its existence is on a faulty premise. Like, Mr. 504 and Mr. Demandred, Mr. Bao, he should not be introduced this late in the game. It's like 4th quarter, or should I say 14th quarter. It's incredibly obvious why this was cut, because we do not need to see this man unite the Sharon people, get the powerful 2-piece Saw Angreal, because it's the 14th book, because it's the finale. It's too late. Like, this could be thrown in anywhere between like Crown of Swords or Crossroads, and nobody would bat an eye, but not in Amol, okay? If that happened, then in book 14, when Demandred shows up, it would be like, oh, finally, like, I remember him, he's that bow guy. But that didn't happen, right? But it's just too late. It is what it is. For the first time, Demandred shows up in the series in book 14, and you just gotta roll with it at that point. So props to Brandon for cutting this and releasing it as bonus content, because this is the exact type of backstory that I do not want to be ending the Wheel of Time. Number 60 is Children of the Nameless. This would probably be higher if I knew anything about Magic the Gathering, but I don't. My only experience with the series is my friend opened one of the Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering collab packs the other day. And weirdly enough, Brandon made a video about that. I think he made multiple videos actually, because the guy's a big Magic fan. But you know, even if I'm not familiar with the card game, I am too familiar with this man's game at this point, where I know Willie is not dead. You can't get me like that. I knew after Jasna, Paige, Megan, Sanderson does not kill off women like that when like there's so much focus on them. Nah, he's not about it. When there's this premise of twin girls, one's awake during the day, one's awake during the night, and then one of them is just like off-screen killed, no, they will be back 1,000%. 1,000% they will be back. And look, they were, right? Even though the story focuses around Tasenda, I think the character of Davriel is supposed to be the favorite character, right? Like, he is on the cover, and then he does a lot of, like, failed aura farming. I think it's only failed because I don't really understand it, but originally he's just sipping tea in his hood and mask. He's originally just showcasing his spell-stealing powers, right? But then there's other stuff too, like why is there a voice in his head? Every time I hear someone's voice in their head, I always think about Lewis there, and why do people live in a perpetual autumn? Even the concept of just planeswalkers, I feel like I don't really understand. I just think of them as world hoppers. But yeah, the ending did not hit either. Like, the whole small-scale story going into divine escalation as the ending, I just feel like I've seen it so many times from Evangelion, where the ending is really like that one scene in Eva where the angel is chained up because the angel is literally locked up. And maybe I am getting a bit desensitized to that whole thing because it is such a big part of Brandon Sanderson's books, like the whole, you know, I take a shard and then now I'm part of God and then now I'm like a divine being. From what I got, the ending was that Tasenda becomes a planeswalker, this world hopper type of being, where, you know, she does a little musical performance and then she ascends, kind of like Kaladin from Wind and Truth. Number 59 is Elsecaller, or as my friend likes to call it, Elsecaller.
Elsecaller. No.
Elsecaller? Elsecaller. Yo, this is the spoiler video, so someone spoil this for me. Who are Lorietta and Huintivneri? Like, who are they? I've read everything from Sanderson. I swear these characters don't exist yet. Like, that's my camera. See this one right here. Oh, but so you have this family photo here, right? Where you have Jasna, her Inkspren, and then Huintivneri and Lorietta, the little girl who can see the future, right? This is kind of giving My Hero Academia vibes. If you know, you know, that one season with the what a nice Shadesmar family photo. But for context, obviously this is one of the 3 Stormlight Lost Tales short stories that takes place in Words of Radiance, where it's in between when Jasna has that fake death and where she comes back. So this is her journey in Shadesmar and where she meets Huintivneri and Lorietta there. And it is through these two that she learns about the greater Cosmere and that they're not alone in the universe. Like, the world is bigger than Roshar. And even though it's Lorietta who has the visions, I feel like I'm way more interested in this old man, like Huintivneri. His skin looks really green. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. He says that he's from a planet called Rellam, Rellam. I've never heard of that before, and apparently it has corrupted investiture. No shards though, so I'm immediately thinking like Threnody or Kamashi or something like that, because these are like the places where there's no gods, but there's evil investiture where it's hard for the inhabitants to live, so they kind of want to flee. Lorietta was talking about Emberdark somewhere here, so I thought she would be in Secret Project 5, but now that we know that the definition of Emberdark is just Shadesmar but unexplored, I'm not sure. They could be from anywhere at this point. And then they encounter these monsters in Shadesmar here. Like, this is them fighting them off in their little boat. Are these the same monsters from here? Let me try and get closer. I can't do it. I think it's just better like this. But no, are these the same monsters from Isles of the Emberdark, where they are the anti-investiture monsters? A lot of cool art here and a lot of questions. The biggest one being if Wit is canonically Winnie the Pooh, because the book ends and he's canonically Winnie the Pooh. Number 58 is the most boring book ever. I decided to actually rank it in this video because I actually spoiled this entire book in the non-spoiler version of this video. Sorry, but look at this, right? If you remove the cover, there's a dragon. Look, and it wraps around the entire thing. Isn't that sick? Number 57 is Centrifugal. This is a silly sci-fi story, but unlike the Cytoverse, I think that this is an acceptable level of silly. It is bad in some ways, like it's short and it doesn't really make sense, but it's within the level of reality set out by the premise and what the story is, you know? But more than anything, I just found it to be fun and enjoyable. Because the whole premise of the story is that Emil is about to see the culmination of his and his ancestors' work, the harnessing of the power of a supernova for humanity. For generations, this man's ancestors have been working on this Dyson Sphere project, and he will be that one lucky guy in the lineage to witness this Dyson Sphere project come to fruition. So for some guy to just run out there through all levels of security, make this planetary device explode and kill everyone, it's very laughable, but it's in a genuinely funny way. Like the Galaxy Silicon Valley being ruined by what is essentially a pitch invader is just so funny to me. And it makes sense too, like with his ancestor being the guy who was kicked off that generational project. And so he's not just a generational hater, he's a multi-generational hater. So yeah, if I was a judge in 1994 and Sanderson submitted this to me in my little contest, I would give this one my vote too. Number 56 is White Sand 1, the graphic novel of the Cosmere. Man, you guys know how many manga and manhwa like I've read in my life? Stuff like this, comics are just in my blood, maybe specifically Japanese and Korean comics, but in my blood nonetheless. And this, I think, is just so convoluted for no reason. I always mix up whether his name is Renton or Kenton, but I'm like pretty sure it's Kenton. But Kenton is essentially Aang. This man is the last sandbender in a world where people think sandbending is useless, which I still don't understand because it seems like such a cool and utilitarian thing in my opinion. I think this is the exact same panel I showed in the last video, but the book starts off showing how cool sand mastery is, right? Look at him here. Better dead than a coward. But no, this tribe of people who train and have a society built upon mastering the art of manipulating sand, they are the like strongest warriors that this planet has. So you would think, right, Kenton, son of the leader, is going to train and he's going to be the next Lisan al-Gaib, right? No, because a third of the way through the book, these guys just get massacred. Like, Kenton's there just like, what do I even do now, right? He's like fading to black. And finding out that was what the real White Sand is about was a sad day for the unemployed because, like, look, right? Kenton finally goes to the government. They're like, oh, Kenton, welcome. This is the Minister of Finance. This is the Minister of Transportation. And your dad was the Minister of the Sand Wizards, right? But he's no longer here, so get a job. And Kenton's like, what? They're like, yeah, no, so his position goes to you, but we're also dissolving the position in a bit. So sand mastery has been proven to be useful for military usage, for national defense, for transportation, just for overall utility, right? But Kenton, right? Look how angry he is here. He's like, what? He's a kid, and he goes to the government after his entire people have been decimated, and he's like, yo, can I get some government aid? Maybe like some employee insurance benefits? And they're just like, no, you have a useless talent. Go put the sand in the bag. And that's the real White Sand. Number 55 is White Sand 2. And man, the betrayal in my heart when I found out that White Sand is just a big job interview still haunts me to this day. Because it's really about Kenton trying to convince this panel interview of 7 ministers that he deserves his position. But I thought that this would be a cool series about sand wizards fighting monsters, but no. It's really about Kenton realizing that, yeah, sand mastery is cool, but what will actually get you ahead in life is networking. So the story starts off, right, with Chris going to Kenton's house and how she's telling him that she wants to know how sand mastery works and how mad she is that he didn't tell her that he is the last sandbender. Yo, she even slaps this guy. Like, and after all this, Kenton just leaves. He's like, nah, I'm good. Oh, actually, I think it's Chris who leaves. But no, Chris is actually so much more immature here in her own story than in other Cosmere works. It's crazy. Because everybody knows her as Professor Chris, this academic menace, the most accomplished scholar in all Sanderson works, right? But here, the point is that she has a stable life and Kenton doesn't, and she's like impeding on him so much. Even here, where this is before her interdimensional academic success, the point is that she still has the time, the money, the privilege, the power to go across the entire planet, go on these academic trips and do research, while Kenton is just trying to work. He's just trying to find a job. She's asking this kid about sand mastery and all these questions, and he just like looks at her and he's like, sand mastery? Like, Chris, I don't have time for this. Like, I just learned what GDP is. I'm doing this internship with the government. I'm in student debt of $7 million magical dollars. He's like, look, I'm just trying to get this full-time offer from these 7 ministers, but to do that, I need to get a visa, so look, I gotta go, all right? And boom, White Sand 2. Number 54 is the current prose version of White Sand found in the Arcanum Unbounded Cosmere collection. Sanderson confirmed that a full prose version of White Sand will eventually be released. I don't know if that means just White Sand 1 or all 3 books, because I don't know if these days people refer to White Sand 1, 2, and 3 differently, since people I think know the omnibus, which I've never seen in real life. But no, like he confirmed that he worked on it last year before starting Mistborn Era 3, which he's now working on, but no, man. We need that real prose version immediately. Because right now, I wouldn't recommend any White Sand media to anybody, and that may change depending on how good the real prose version is. At the very least, I am happy that what the prose version covers is that first third of White Sand, which I think is the best of White Sand, but it's just not reflective of what the series truly is. Because again, even though there are sand wizards, the focus is on the politics. How Kenton can single-handedly win over different political figures, get a certain level of prestige, and keep his people safe. And all of that is just not in the current prose version. Like, this is mostly an action story first and foremost. It's cool, you can see how Kenton uses sand magic to progress through different challenges and defeat the boss monster, but it's just not what the series is. Number 53 is White Sand 3. I would put all the White Sands lower, but I will admit that the reread value is so incredibly good. And that's just because Taldane is so important to the Cosmere. Like, you have Bowen, who is a 17th Shard World Hopper in Roshar. You have the Shard of Autonomy, who is just this major antagonistic force with their alt accounts. Like in Mistborn Era 2, they go by Trell, who is this major aggressor to Scadrial. That name actually comes up in one of these books. I forget which one, but it's not that important. In Isles of the Emberdark, they go by Pachi, the First of the Sun main shard who eventually left, but they're still kind of around, like they have a connection to Dusk. So if White Sand is home to Autonomy, and Autonomy is making all these moves in the Cosmere, it's tough to not be able to point to White Sand as an essential Cosmere read, which is why, again, I hope the full prose version comes out and is really good. And if we're talking about the importance of Taldane and White Sand, you of course have to talk about the most important figure to come out of Taldane, Chris, who writes the Ars Arcanum. Here she is. I'm sure we'll get more from her eventually, but as of now, we just have like little teases of her, whether it be dancing with Wax in Bands of Mourning, or talking with Kelsier in Secret History, or just working with Nas, who we see in Secret Project 5, but is no longer working with her. I wonder what happened there. Like, did he get fired? Or I'm sure we'll find out, but the point is that Chris is important, these books are important, and so I would have liked it to be better than what it is. The best moment in White Sand 3, and the best White Sand moment in general, is this one, where you have Admiral Delius reveal that he's drunk all the time, not because he likes drinking, but because the people who took everything away from him pay for his wine. And so white wine in White Sand is very expensive, so he just drinks all the time, and it's on their tab. So by drinking, he depletes their funds as a form of retaliation and revenge. I can't say that the ending of the book was especially bad, because it's not. I don't love it, but the big finale where Kenton successfully defeats Drill in combat and finally gets the approval of all 7 ministers before recruiting Drill as a Sandmaster, being like, hey, I'm a Sandmaster, you're a Sandmaster, let's work together, let's unionize. It wasn't very emotional, but I think it was definitely well-deserved. Because throughout White Sand, Kenton has just had to work so hard by himself, and so this is him telling everyone like, hey, magic is strong, but you know what's stronger than magic? The power of the collective, that's what. Just like, wow, Kenton, this organization is so different from before, and Kenton's like, bro, Drill, we up now. Yeah, for sure. Like, I made us a LinkedIn, a TikTok, a YouTube. I got a couple billionaire buddies. Like, we can do this. Hoyd's there playing a little song. Chris and Bowen, go home, and I think something bad happens to them, although Bowen gets his Sandmaster powers at the end. But they do become World Hoppers, so something must have happened to them there. But you know what? I take that ending any day of the week. We take those. Number 52 is the original. When I listened to this in audiobook format, it was still an audiobook exclusive. Now it's not. There is an ebook version of this with this cool cover. It was good in that format, probably better than other Sanderson audiobook exclusives like Death and Faxes or Lux. Lux I even think is just better than this, but I would prefer it to be in print, Like, this fits more as an audiobook. But I think that this was good literature, but a boring book. I'm not going to make the joke about the title again, but I do think that this type of sci-fi story has just been done so many times ever since probably Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. Doesn't mean it's not good. It is very straightforward and concise, just not, title drop. Holly initially believes that she is a clone of a murderer, so she spends the entire book tracking down title drop on behalf of the government. The fact that the government would even create what is essentially an obedient soldier slave for them should say, like, hey, people in power don't do good things. That's a big theme here. When the clone and title drop meet at the final chapter, and title drop explains like, hey, yeah, I killed that guy, but the government killed him. They desecrated him. They cloned him. and they have the ability to implant memories, wipe people's memories, so just letting you know that's why I did it. It further solidifies the themes, and if it wasn't abundantly clear, those themes are, be wary of the government, be wary of technology, and since it is a clone story, all clone stories I feel do the same thing where it's like, oh, does it matter if you're the real one or the clone, or if they're the same person, and that's kind of the same ending here. Leaving the book open-ended, I think, is the obvious ending to a story like this, where it's like, oh, who lives and who dies? Does it matter? Well, you know what? The book just feels like a required reading for school rather than something that I would read on my spare time. Like, yes, Miss Kowal, I do understand the main message of the passage, but this is good. Maybe just not something that speaks to me. Number 51 is Dawnshard. I'm happy that I actually have a copy of this one to show to the camera, because I don't have the copy of Edge Dancer like this. This is relatively lower on the list though, because I feel like I was really disappointed with what I got. I've heard Brandon talk about Dawnshard and other YouTubers too, like Two to Ramble, where they talk about Lopin's character arc and explain it, and they're like, hey, Lopin comes to the conclusions that my words can hurt people. Maybe, it's good to not be joking all the time, because Lopin is mainly a comedic character, and he has to learn the lesson of, hey, sometimes you have to be respectful of other people's boundaries when you make jokes. That's his ideal, and I respect that ideal a lot. I think that message resonates with me, but actually reading the book, it didn't resonate with me at the time. Not even at the time, I feel like just in general, the execution of this book didn't work for me, and I barely remember it. The sentiment of this book about Lopin's journey, about Ryzen's journey, I feel like I found it a lot more interesting when it was explained to me by other people rather than actually reading the words on the page. Lopin's arc, I think I understand it a lot more now, but Ryzen's arc still, I don't really get it. From what I understand, Ryzen's character is that she's a very business-savvy merchant, and she can make up for her shortcomings as she is still learning to be a merchant through her boldness. Like, one of her first moments is that when she thinks that a deal isn't going through, she is willing to risk her life to make that deal go through, right? When she climbs on the Great Shell, she falls, and then she loses, the ability to walk. But this story specifically is called Dawnshard because Ryzen gets the Dawnshard, but what does that really do for her character? I guess it's like a further display of her negotiating skills and further showing that she's willing to really, really take risks, but I thought she was always like that though. Like, it didn't really do much for me. My big takeaway was that I at least understand what a Dawnshard is, and the crab lore. Crab lore is pretty cool. Actually, I just found out through Secret Project 5 that the Sleepless aren't crabs, they're insects. And so I guess it's insect lore. Number 50 is Infinity Blade Awakening. It's crazy that like 90% of this book is not that good, but the last 10% is so good and it ends off on such a high note that it feels better than it really is. Because most of this book is a warrior floundering around trying to figure things out, but it is entirely carried by the fact that Sirius is in some fantastical Truman Show. We all thought that he was just some guy who somehow managed to kill the God King, but no, he was actually a deathless, even more powerful than God King Ragewear himself. Genuinely, when it was revealed that the Golem knew the entire time that Sirius was this ancient dark warlord that had to have his memories wiped all the time, I was like genuinely so mind blown. I had this moment where I was like, wait, we all thought that this guy was like this middle of the road hero, but no, he was actually the villain this entire time. He thinks he's a hero, but he's actually a retired villain because he had his memories wiped and that's all he's left with. And I was like, wow, that is a really good twist for like an Infinity Blade book. Like, what? Number 49 is Evershore. With the third novella in the Skyward Flight collection, we finally get the long-awaited character development of Jorgen, who from book 1 is just Spence's situationship. Jorgen was really important in book 1, but since Starsight and Cytonic focus on Spence's journeys in other planets and other dimensions far away from the original cast, it's only through these novellas where we get to see how people like good old Jorgen's doing. There was a lot that I don't care for in the Skyward series content-wise. Like, for example, I am quite the known Kitsen hater, those little furry guys, and this book is really about, them and going to their home and saving them, and that just doesn't interest me that much. But you know what? Jorgen's development here, even though I didn't even like the process that much, it just kind of hits. Because look, right? He lost his parents. For a long time now, he hasn't had Spenza to rely on. And he's just kind of alone now. He led everyone when Cobb wasn't there. He teleported the entire planet and used it as a battleship. And he freed the furries from the other dimension by opening a portal. So although he's going to be Vice Admiral because it was teased in Cytonic, you just can't help but feel like he really did do well for himself here. It's super deserved, and the ending is really impactful because you know that since he lost his parents would actually be really proud of him to see him right now. Bro is the vice commander of the entire human military at his young age. Like, fair play. Number 48 is The Way of Kings Prime. This is another one where I really wish I had the physical copy to show you because I've seen pictures of it and it does look really good. When I first read this, I liked it a lot, but that quickly died down when I realized that the freshness of seeing a fantastical alternate Way of Kings so different from the canonical version, which is so legendary at this point, that really dies down when you realize that there's no substance, really. As I said in the spoiler-free version of this video, Talon is just so good here because he's the one character who I feel has a personality. Like, I can still describe his character to you. He is a war-torn magical hero who doesn't really care about what people think about him because he's just so serious about saving the world. Even though we as a reader really want Talon to prove his identity to people, he just doesn't feel a need to because all he cares about is saving people. The fact that I can even give you qualities about him and describe him is very impressive to me because I think that means that Sanderson did a really good job with his character. This book isn't all that good, but I don't even think that's the point. The point is to take this book and contrast it to the real Way of Kings, right? And see the differences and also just get to see a glimpse of early Sanderson if you are a Sanderson fan. So let's talk about some differences. I guess the first thing would be Marin, right? Sanderson's talked before about how much of a failure Marin is in this book, the character who would eventually become Kaladin. And I think that's because Kaladin is characterized by his struggle and his suffering, right? And Marin just has none of that. Like, he starts off with a shard blade. He, I guess, is still bullied by Amram, but it doesn't make sense because he's already a lord with a shard blade. And he's even on good terms with Dalinar, too. There's just a lack of personality that extends to all the characters who aren't Talon. Like, I guess there's an argument to be made for Taravangian since he has a larger role, but Izava, who would eventually become Navani, Renarin, who is still Renarin, Arador, who would become Adolin, and Shinri, who would become Shallan. Yo, that was bad, not gonna lie. I was a bit uneasy reading the preamble where Sanderson's like, hey, just letting you guys know, fair warning, I did write some crazy stuff here with the Shallan-like character, and I was like, okay, I don't know what that means. And then she gets married to Taravangian, and I was like, oh. That aside, purely personality-wise, I think I like this Taravangian more, but that is just personal preference, though, because he's more of just a stereotypical, super menacing, evil villain here. Taravangian, or I guess he's Oven here, is just super cutthroat. Like, he already owns the Oath Gates. He has this future sight coming from these 3 seers, and in general, he's just this villain who constantly moves the plot, which I really enjoy. The actual Taravangian in Stormlight is actually a character that is unlike any character I've actually come across, I think. He's truly the character where I really can't wrap my head around him or articulate his character that well or why I dislike him, but I do dislike him, and so I guess that does make him a good villain. All his scenes, he's not actually doing that much, but it is just very unnerving. He's like the ultimate gray area villain, a guy who has just so many faults, but he's just so pragmatic in a way. He's just unshakable in a way, I don't know, like even when he loses, it doesn't really feel like a loss, it's hard to describe. But yeah, no, they got me with the ending of this one, because I fell for that completely, and you know what, I am such a sore loser about it. Because in the epilogue, you have at the forefront this idea that, okay, if Talon is really a herald, his body will dissolve in smoke, okay? And it's been hyped up, this moment, because nobody has ever believed him that he is a herald. I guess Jasna's kind of starting to believe him, but it's never proven that he is actually a herald. Even we readers don't really know if he's a herald or not, but since we like Talon, we believe him and we take him for his word, right? So it's like, okay, this is the moment where it's going to finally be revealed. Talon is the GOAT. It's time to let everyone know, right? And so we're there, we're waiting, and it doesn't happen. And Jasna's there, and she's like, yep, I knew it. Magic isn't real. Honor is dead, but I'll see what I can do, and she cremates him on the spot. I fell for it hook, line, and sinker, man. I was like, man, he really isn't the herald, though? Because then the POV cuts, and then there's 3 heralds in the crowd. And just to, like, rub salt in the wound, they're like, oh, thank God she burned the body, you know? Just, if she waited one more day, the body would have dissolved in smoke, and everyone would have known that he was the GOAT, but, you know, she didn't do that, so all right, boys, let's go. I was like, wow. That is disrespectful. That is actually disrespectful, man. I'm annoyed. Number 47 is Alcatraz versus the Dark Talent. For the last Alcatraz book, I didn't show you guys any illustrations, so let me do that. This makes me wish I read the series in prose because, look at this. The audiobooks are cool, but whoa, it's like scribbled out. The 5th Alcatraz book is just so odd because it's such a unique novelty item, so it's hard to dislike no matter what I think of it. It's just so different from any other Alcatraz book and any other Sanderson book in general because the heroes, for once, lose. I consider this like a poor man's Infinity War, or I guess a poor boy's Infinity War, because this should be for kids. If you take a look at the Alcatraz series in its entirety, this should be the most important book. Like, books 1 to 4 are about how Alcatraz gathers his allies, gets to know about the world, and then this is the book where he goes against the series villain, Biblioden, and look at this, I didn't see this before. He fails, everything fades to black, and the series ends. But not really. It has a secret ending in book 6, which I reviewed already. You get that POV switch to Bastille, and she's the one who finishes out the Alcatraz series. I don't know if it's secret or not that there is a 6th book in the series, and that it is not just 5 Alcatraz books and then a Bastille side project thing, But I was under the assumption when I read it that it was like that, and there were only 5 Alcatraz books, and then maybe like Bastille has her own story somewhere. That being said, my problem with this book is that just like how there is a semi-secret 6th book to the series, Sanderson has his semi-secret Law 0, always err on the side of what's awesome. And this just wasn't that awesome to me. I kind of don't want to say that because I do like it, but it just could be so much better. I love all the plot points on paper, the fact that the series builds up to this final moment with Alcatraz and then he fails, and even that is a fake out. I feel like that is just so in alignment with the series because Alcatraz is the ultimate unreliable narrator, right? The kid started off book 1 and he's like, ooh, I'm tied to an altar. I can't wait for you guys to read where I'm tied up to an altar. And he's just never tied up to the altar. And in fact, it's his dad who gets tied up to the altar and he gets gruesomely sacrificed in this book. Now that I'm saying it out loud, I feel like it sounds cooler than when I actually read it on the page. But no, like in Sanderson's lectures, he talks about how when you write something that is unconventional, it's harder for people to like it, but if you really do it well and people do like it, it sticks with them a lot more than something that is conventional. I feel like that really relates to this book because having your main characters lose in the final book of a series is just something that a lot of people don't do for good reason. I respect the decision to do that a lot, even though it is like a fake out. But you know what? The execution just still wasn't good enough for me. Like I see now why people just don't kill their main characters off and make them lose in the final book of a series because you have to have a certain level of skill and precision and setup and just the exact right words to make it flow in a certain way. And it's just really hard to do. And you know what? The execution wasn't good enough for me here, but I don't think that's that big of a negative in a way. I'm trying to say that this is not bad, it's just not great, and I think it could be great. I think characters like Attica and Biblioden are really fun. First of all, Attica, that man has to be on the Mount Rushmore of just the most vile and despicable characters that Sanderson has brought into the world. Like, that man is a menace. He's up there with Moash, Chaz from Snapshot, and we can throw Strath Venture on there too. But besides Big Attica, man, like, Biblioden, yeah, that man's just evil. Like, yeah, Biblioden is evil. He has some beliefs straight out of Pyongyang, but Attica, Big Attica Smedry, man. That guy is like the ultimate deadbeat dad, and he takes it so far. Man does not care about his family at all. I'm surprised he even sacrificed himself to be on the altar instead of Alcatraz. Like, that must have been because he's just so much of a narcissist or something that he wanted to be the hero, and so he did the sacrifice thing. But man, like, Big Attica Smedry has the talent to lose things, and the first thing he lost was definitely the love for his family. Because, that guy is such a menace. And it's crazy that they gave him the Jezreel treatment too. Biblioden just straight up murdered him and put his spirit in the glass, which I think they actually reveal that in the next book. Not this one. Oh, and you know what I just remembered? Grandpa Smedry should have definitely died. I am such a big Grandpa Smedry guy. I think most people who read the series are. But yeah, no, I think he should have died. Number 46 is The Alloy of Law. I like this book. I feel like nobody loves it. And that's understandable, expected, but also unfair, I think. Because look at this little guy, man. He's just doomed from the start. You can't follow up the original trilogy with something, let alone something like this. This book is just chill. Like, there's no big revelations here or anything explicitly grand. It's like, look, man, Say said he's just been chilling. He's really into steampunk these days, so he has like the steampunk world. There's a guy named Wax. He has history with this guy named Miles. We go and track him down. That guy's a criminal. This is just nice, lighthearted fun with a little execution in the end, it's chill. Even though this is the spoiler video, there's actually nothing to spoil. Like, you know what? I totally knew that Marasi was not going to do anything useful until the end, because how can you even think that a time-stopping power is useless? Like, come on, it has to come in handy sometime. Do you guys know what a mouse tool is? If you do, that is elite ball knowledge, okay? But it's like that, where Marasi has this thing, and she's like, oh, I have this power, but I don't know what to do with it. I don't know when I'm gonna use it. And we're just waiting like, okay, you have the power to stop time. Eventually, it's gonna be used, and it's gonna be useful, okay? Like, it just has to be. And I guess the last thing is Steris. I do see a lot of Steris love in the world. I like Steris a lot, but really her defining moment, and my favorite Steris moment, is in this book. It's when Wax chooses her over Marasi. When she just straightforwardly asks Wax out on a date, that is just, the setup was so good, because the entire book it's hinted that, Marasi and Wax are kind of thinking of, like, their feelings towards each other, and like maybe they're gonna get together. But no, it's Steris who actually makes a move out there, and Wax thinks about it, and he's like, you know what? Instead of a woman who I'm like kind of thinking about, and she's kind of thinking about me, and like a lot of things are undecided, it's like, no, there's a very nice girl who is willing to ask me out. Like, no, I would like to try this with her. That was just super redeeming to me of her character, where the entire book I thought she was just like a super awkward girl, and Marasi was like the main female lead, but after that I was like, oh no, she's actually like pretty cool. But again, this is just a greeting, a welcome to fans of the OG trilogy, okay? No apocalypse, just vibes. Number 45 is The Way of Kings, okay? I didn't know. Well, I guess I did know. It's just that it was just a bit jarring to see that the thing that most people cared about in the last video was me liking Shallan, specifically in this book. And you know what? It makes sense. Like, this is the book that Sanderson is known for and is going to be known for until the end of time, probably. And if you're watching this video, yo, you are a Kaladin Glazer. Do not lie, you are a Kaladin Glazer. Actually, I am too. Series-wise, I think, just by a bit, Kaladin is my favorite character. But man, book 1 and book 2 Shallan are just peak. It's just that I didn't really like her in books 3 to 5. But also, just in general, when I read this book for the first time, nothing really clicked with me. And I think that is still, to this day, just so natural. Because look at this thing, man. Just look. You read this book, you know, okay? Kaladin, all he does is suffer. Dalinar, all he does is think. That was not interesting at all. The only thing that was interesting to me, okay? To me, personally, was Shallan when I read this. And I still love Shallan a lot. It's just that her literary prime has passed, okay? Book 1 Shallan will never come back again, I think. Now that I have consumed everything that Sanderson has ever created with his own 2 hands, or at least I think I have a better understanding now of why Dalinar and Kaladin are cool to people. And I personally like Dalinar and Kaladin now too. But from my understanding of this book, Kaladin, he has the makings to be a hero, right? Even though this is not my personal experience, what I understand is that Kaladin suffers so much through this book. He is a good guy, right? And so it's unbelievably satisfying when he steps up to be a hero, he turns back, and he helps others, right? Because he didn't have to at all. He doesn't owe those guys anything. They mistreated him so much. And just in general, Kaladin has been unlucky in life. But to see him go back with the boys, help the boys, gather the group together, be a hero, like, that's cool. With Dalinar is just so stubborn, and he's also unlucky where his social image is already really bad, and he can't exactly prove to anyone that he's seeing visions either. But the ending where he gives away the shard blade, I get that it's a powerful moment because he is a person of such high status. He's giving away an item of such enormous wealth for people. Not just people, but for people of lower class than him, right? So for him to just be like, oh, it's just a sword, I'll trade it for your guys' lives like any day, right? Just casually throwing away a shard blade, like, that's an emotional moment, I would think, right? Again, not my experience of that moment, and I will die on the hill that this book is not for everybody. Because look, the book is long, it's rigorous, and I think the fact that people don't touch on it as much is that as a first-time reader, you just don't know what's going on. Like, genuinely, you have no idea what is happening. I said it once and I'll say it again, okay? Shallan in this book, so awesome. I loved reading her POV. Seeing her just scam Jasna just brought a smile to my face. Even when she was going on picnics with that one weirdo who was like a world-hopping assassin or whatever, like, I actually enjoyed that in the moment, even though I looked back on it and I was like, oh, that was kind of weird. But I think people just really resonate with Kaladin and Dalinar's parts more, and so they don't care about Shallan's part, which is so separate from them. And you know what? That is very valid too. Number 44 is King Lopen, First of Elethkar. This legit does more for Lopen to me than Dawnshard. This is of course one of the 3 Stormlight Lost Tales short stories that I didn't cover in my original video. I do kind of envy if you're watching this post 2025 when this is released online for free by Sanderson, but we're still in that period where the only way to kind of read these is by being a card collector like me. This is a story about how Lopen's family has to adopt Prince Ellecar for a bit. The primary tension being that Ellecar is Ellecar. Like, he doesn't understand why Kaladin put him here and why he has to put up with it. Why this does so much for both Lopen and Ellecar is that here 2 very simple things happen, okay? One is that Lopen is the funny character and he makes actual funny jokes. And the second is that Ellecar is the stuck-up prince, but he treats commoners very nicely here. That's pretty basic stuff, but honestly, that's really all I need for this to work. I actually laughed, like, out loud when Lopen said, yeah, I want my first glyph to be a big muscly arm, and then I want my second glyph to be a big muscly arm, but it's flexing. It doesn't sound that cool when I say it out loud, but no, it was really funny when I read it. And the thing is, right, that Ellecar gives Lopen the authority, the formal authority of word of mouth to be King of Elethkar for one day, in name only, right? And so Lopen is legit the King of Elethkar, but just for one day in name only. And so he goes up to a girl, right, and he's like, oh, I remember you. You said you wouldn't date me unless I'm King of Elethkar. Well, guess what? And she's just like, get out of here, man. Because, I thought this would originally be like some Mistborn secret history type of thing where maybe Lopen would get to talk to Ellecar's assassinated spirit or something like that. How Lopen gets the title is really weird. It's like Lopen's mom doesn't want to lie when people raid her house trying to look for Ellecar. And so Ellecar's like, you know what? You're hiding me in your house. you don't have to lie. I'll just give the title to Lopin for a day. No way that goes any... There's no way that, you know. And I also like how this is, in a way, a very low-stakes stage play of what happened with Sadius and Gavinor? No. Where Sadius tried to decoy for Gavinar, but instead of Sadius protecting Gavinar, it's Lopin who has to decoy for Ellecar. He even sticks the landing with the story, and by he, I mean Isaac Stewart, because this is a story written by Isaac Stewart and Brandon Sanderson, and when I see the "and," I just assume that the person who's not Sanderson wrote it. But although this is actually the one where I think it's pretty ambiguous on who wrote it, I do see a lot of Sanderson-esque inclinations in the writing. But that ending where Danlin really was an assassin, and Ellecar sticks up for the commoners, and he's like, you know what, I would rather associate myself with this family than you know, anybody else. I was like, you know what, yeah. Like, I approve of this. I like this. It was worth the import fees to get these cards. Number 43 is Redawn. Despite this being a Skyward entry, I think it is the least worst entry in the Skyward series. There's like 5 asterisks on there, but at the very least, there's a lot of good in this book. Like, Alanic as the POV character is amazing. How she gets to learn about the humans, interact with them, have this cool perspective of an alien integrating into their society, and then teaming up with them to have like 2 minority species against the common enemy is just really cool. Since each of the 3 Skyward novellas are named after their specific planet that we get to learn about in that novella, Redawn is about the planet Redawn, and it is the coolest setting in all of Skyward. Just floating trees, poisonous miasma. It's just very lush in comparison to something like Evershore, which is literally just a beach. So I just felt like this is a very solid Skyward entry. It just suffers from being a Skyward entry. Like, some innate Skyward aspects to this book is that, 1, it feels very heavy-handed still. Like, when at the end of the book there's this big explosion, but of course all the important people get out of the explosion, right? It just loses me emotionally because what? Jorgen's parents die in the explosion, right? That's like the big loss, and so it sets up Jorgen into Evershore, and he has even less of a support system. And so even though that is development for him and he has even more responsibility now, I just don't feel bad for his parents, like, at all, because his parents were so unreasonable and they just made bad decision after bad decision. They just did not trust their son at all, and it really took them to be in this room knowing that they were going to die by explosion for them to be like, you know what, Jorgen, maybe we were wrong, you know, maybe. The audacity for them to just be like, Jorgen, you know what, son, I love you, do better than us. It's like, it really took you guys to die by like Redstone TNT trap for you guys to like show your son even like the smallest inkling of compassion. As a reader, I do enjoy reading about people who are competent, and you know, Jorgen's parents, it is what it is. But another thing is that I never feel like the good guys are winning in Skyward, and that annoys me. Like, I hate when the good guys are on the back foot. Boomslug as a weapon system is cool. Arturo and Alanic are a very good will they, won't they. But like the meat and like the substance of the story, I don't know. It's like, it's good, better than a lot of other Skyward things, but I don't think it's brilliant enough to be great, you know? Number 42 is Mistborn. Number 42 is Mistborn, The Lost Metal. The final book of Era 2 is defined by Wayne dying, so I think somebody's liking of this book is dependent on how much they like Wayne. As someone who's not a big Wayne fan, and that's put a bit nicely, I do think it was a very emotional ending still. It's just that there's maybe 2 caveats to that. One is that I am dumb. Like, I've seen a lot of reviews of people talk about this book where they were like, oh, it's so predictable. I knew Wayne was gonna die. It was just so obvious. And then when it happened, it's like, okay, let's move on. Like, I didn't see it coming at all, I'm gonna be real. The second thing is, I guess, about Wayne himself and about you as a person, if you like Wayne. I saw this post online. It was a TikTok about, and it was like, your personality based on which Sanderson character is your favorite. And then it got to Wayne, and it was like, if you like Wayne, you are actually 4 years old. You are a child. And I was like, you know what? I understand. I understand the thought process of this person making this, because Wayne is just too silly and immature for my liking. Like, his death was sad, but his character is just so immature, and his death was very reflectful of that. Like, Sazed having to put up with all those jokes and like giving Wayne the hat, I'm like, I don't know, it ruins the emotion of that scene for me. It's like, okay, these are 2 cool guys in the Cosmere, but this moment is a bit cheapened for me. Also, everything leading up to Wayne's death I think was carried by Cosmere connections, which is something I think you can say for anything related to Era 2. But what are the good moments? Like, just learning about Kelsier updates, the Aether stuff, the Aether Bound, the Scadrial faction, like, of the Ghostbloods, of course. Trell as autonomy, all of those things are cool, but they're nothing specific to this book, you know? Those moments happen in the book, but the greatness of those moments come from other Sanderson books, you know? So this doesn't stand on its own two legs for me, I guess you could say. Because to know about autonomy is to know about White Sand, to know about the Ghostbloods is to know about Stormlight. The one standout moment besides Wayne dying on the Titanic is, of course, when Wax and Wayne are fighting against their doppelgangers and then they kill them and they take their powers. I don't know if that is an actual standout moment of the book, but it was to me. That's when I knew things were starting to ramp up. I was like, okay, this is getting interesting. Number 41 is Legion. This is the collection, but it's of course the very first Stephen lead story here. There we go. Oh, actually that's the cover for the collection. Oh, here it is. It's just called Legion. You know, I think whether a Legion story is good or not is kind of dependent on the tech that they focus on and whether that tech is really cringy or if it's actually cool. Because the concept of a camera that can take pictures of the past is actually really cool. Speaking of a camera, in the spoiler-free version of this video, my webcam blur was really high. And to that loser who pointed that out in the comments, okay, Moash is coming for your family, bro. Okay, I'm not MKBHD, man. Come on. Like, I got a better camera now, but unlike the follow-up to this, Skin Deep, or even a work like Read On, which I think is a bit bloated, right? This had the opposite problem. Like, all the fat has been trimmed from the story, but it's still so short and insubstantial that I can't warrant a higher placement. And it's really sad because, out of the mainline Legion stories, there's what? Skin Deep, which there's nothing good there. Lies of the Beholder, which is fundamentally quite faulty, but it's just because it's really risky, so it just doesn't land with a lot of people, I think. And then Death and Faxes isn't really like a mainline one, I think. I consider the ones in this book the mainline Legion stories. But that one is also just kind of bad. But it's just really disappointing to me because this is my favorite entry in the series, and it just wasn't fully developed or fleshed out. Like, it's such a short, quick pilot episode. What we get is the briefest introduction to Steven, Wilson, and then the main aspects like JC, Ivy, and Tobias. The only notable moment here is when JC, controls Steven's body to shoot the members of the Filipino political group. I still don't know how I feel about that one, but the idea that Steven's aspects can enhance his physical abilities in addition to giving him some cognitive mastery is the real worth of this pilot episode. That's the big reveal at the end. I don't know how much he uses that though. Wait, I don't have a copy of Edge Dancer? I swear I did. Number 40 is Edge Dancer. Lift to me is someone who it feels like she's been written to be a fan favorite character, but to me falls a little flat, no pun intended. Cause I guess what is the pun? Cause she's like an edge dancer. I don't know if that made any sense, but fingers crossed that when the second half of Stormlight comes along, that I think I'm going to like her a bit more because I think she's going to mature after being trained by Zahel and then maybe have a bigger role than what she currently does. I feel like I know a lot about her, but I really don't know anything about her, if that makes sense. But for the standalone with her as the focal point, it's okay. It's cool to see Nail, and it's even cooler to see him lose. It's interesting that the Sleepless are present in both novellas. Before Secret Project 5 came out, I would have said that I would have liked to see the Sleepless be more proactive. But now, we've gotten a lot of Sleepless. Shout out Arkla the OG, but yeah, no, there is a lot of Sleepless content within all the Sanderson books. Also, I am a big Stump fan, but that's just me. I really liked seeing her in the mainline books. I think it was Rhythm of War. Her name was mentioned, and I was like, oh, that's Stump, that's Stump. Decent read, but honestly, it's still bonus content in my mind. I do think people can still skip this if they wanted to. Lift, Nail, the Sleepless, even Stump are all present in the mainline books, and I'm sure we're gonna get more from them in the later half of the series. Maybe not Stump, but definitely at least Lift. So I do think this is still DLC content, Number 39 is Alcatraz versus the Shattered Lens. Doesn't this look like Stormlight? Look at that. Doesn't that look like the map of Rashar? The fourth book in the Alcatraz series is a big war from start to finish, which I'm not mad at. It's just I was kind of surprised to see it that way. I wasn't expecting it to be like a traditional fantasy book because the previous entries in the series were more about exploration, adventure, history, and this one's like, boom, we're in a war, we're fighting. Even though the main war plotline was pretty basic and predictable, there were some good surprises along the way. I think you know what I'm about to say here, but the best surprise was when Alcatraz asked Bastille out to see a movie. And of course she doesn't hear him at all. I hate when that happens in shows. This happens in anime all the time. Like a silent voice when the guy's like, oh, maybe we could go out on a date. And the girl's like, oh, what? You say something? I hate that trope, but other stuff, Bastille in a coma, Shasta becoming an ally, Alcatraz's dad really stepping up to be a villain, and then of course Alcatraz ending the war by himself, like Prime Whitebeard, or Prime Shanks, or yeah, it was Shanks actually. It was Shanks at Marineford. I don't know why I said Whitebeard. In a one-piece shirt too is disgraceful, but that scene did remind me so much of Shigaraki though from MHA. I didn't expect him to have a power-up like that where we knew his ability was to break things, but to see him break everything, even immaterial things like other people's powers, to just break everything, I was like, whoa, this is broken. I think even before you read this book, you know that Alcatraz is going to win, but to have him win the war in such a grand fashion and then have large yet reasonable repercussions just makes the book feel really satisfying. They did technically lose. Like, the villains get an early start in the next book. Alcatraz took away everyone's powers. But you know what? There's a sense that everything will be fine because look at what Alcatraz just did. He won a war by himself. He can do it again. Although they do actually lose in the next book too, huh? Number 38 is Steelheart. I like the Reckoners more than Skyward. I do think that they're both bad though. Let's start there. But you know, things can be bad in different ways. There's dialogue in serious moments and there's dialogue just in passing, right? In Steelheart, I've found the characters in the Reckoner series to be very competent. It's just that they're very clumsy and cringe. The premise of the Reckoners, the setting, and even David himself to some degree is just very cool. Like the idea of a boy getting revenge for his dad who was killed by this supervillain who takes over the entire city and makes it a steel Gotham. But the actual execution of that is very degenerate and trashy, and sadly, I do enjoy that quite a bit personally. Like when David and Steelheart have their final standoff, and David's like, you killed my father. And Steelheart's like, I have killed many fathers and mothers. It is my right. And then you have Megan, who's like the typical tsundere female lead. She's like, at the beginning, she's like, I don't like you. I don't like you at all, you blockhead. And at the end of the story, she's like, David, I have loved you at first sight. And there's characters like Prof, who's just the wise old teacher, and then Cody, who's just a cowboy. You know, the good moment that I like is when they reveal that Prof is a gifter, that the entire story he was telling David, like, and all the Reckoners actually, that, hey, if you put on these gloves, you can, you know, demolecularize objects, and you can go digging through the ground like Donkey Kong Bonanza. And at the end, he was like, no, that was just my personal power. That was a good twist. The twist of Steelheart's weakness being that people who don't fear him can harm him, I think was just very predictable. But at the same time, it was very satisfying for me to get that validation of, because that's what I thought his weakness was going to be. And then when it actually happened, I was like, oh, see, I was right. Even Firefight being Megan, I saw from a mile away. But that's the thing. This is just very lighthearted fun, short-term fun. It's junk food media, right? Just very trashy and enjoyable for when I read it. Like, I do enjoy that last standoff between Steelheart and David so much. When Steelheart is just beating him up, and then David's like, he's looking at the sunset, and then he has this revelation like, I understand everything. He just does this random 180 where he becomes the greatest philosopher of our generation, and he just looks at Steelheart and he's like, Steelheart, you are but a worm. Like, what? Number 37 is Infinity Blade Redemption. This is so convoluted, but in a good way. I feel very similarly with this and Steelheart, where it is very scuffed, but it's very exciting at the same time. The key is that you just have to suspend your disbelief and enjoy the chaos, you know? This is genuinely so complicated. This book doesn't even start off where the last one ended. When the Infinity Blade Awakening ended, Sirius was like, oh, I have this big revelation where I'm not who I thought I was. I'm actually the Deathless, Osir the Vile. And then this book starts, and he's just in some pocket dimension with Raedriar, and they're killing each other to stay conscious. And I'm over here like, what did I miss? So then I went on the wiki, and then I realized that it's in between games. So then the first one's in between book game 1 and game 2, and then game 2 happens, right? And then this is between game 2 and game 3. So there's just a big chunk of the story that is just not explained here. The learning curve for this book is very high. I will say though that it is worth it, because with the A plot of Sirius and Raedriar breaking out of the prison, and then the B plot of New York, it is just so complicated, but it is so cool when you find out. It's so confusing, but you know that they're linked together somehow. It's just that you just don't know how they're linked together, right? Like, you understand the A plot because you know Sirius from the last book, but the B plot is just this dude named Uriel, and, you know, his girl is being impaled by another man's infinity blade, and you're like, what is going on here? But at the same time, I am very intrigued of how this could come to be. That guy was actually violated, though, because, yo, there's no way he can let that man Adram off the hook, yo. That guy, like, Adram might be eligible to be on the Mount Rushmore of despicable menaces. He can be up there with Chaz from Snapshot, Moash, and who's the other guy? Atticus Medri. Those four could easily take over the Cosmere if they wanted, because that man Adram, what? He took his girl, he killed his son, and then he tried to gaslight him into thinking that he didn't do it, and they were co-workers. Like, no, yo, you cannot let him get away with such a thing. Me personally, I could never, but I was just so intrigued on how this relates to Infinity Blade at all. But as Uriel goes to his boss, and he asks him for immortality, and then the boss gives it to him, I was like, oh, so is this Raedriar? Is this guy Raedriar? Like, he had this tragic backstory? But then no, he gave the immortality to his son, the son who died. I'm like, wait, Raedriar is this guy's son? So this book is about Raedriar. That connection is crazy. Raedriar is Uriel's son. Uriel's boss is Galath, who is actually the Worker of Secrets, who traps, eventually, many years into the future, Raedriar and Cirrus into that dimensional prison, and then everything clicks. This is Raedriar's book. Like, he's the one who helps out Cirrus at the end. Like, he dies a hero by sending Cirrus that information, or I guess his name is Ozar now. And then Ozar gets that information, and he's able to extinguish that evil Lewis Theron part of himself, right? So Ozar becomes a hero by doing that, but also Raedriar becomes a hero too, because he was the one who helped in that process. So Infinity Blade redeemed, Raedriar is redeemed. Oh! You have like some yin and yang type of thing where those two were just very opposites of each other, but then they ended up helping each other out, and then they can both become heroes. I was so curious, so I looked up like what happens in the third game, and then Ozar defeats the Worker of Secrets by turning him into a child, and I was like, oh, that's so smart, because the Worker of Secrets, his power is that he just lives a very long time, right? So his power is really the power of knowledge and experience from living such a long time. So then by reverting him back to a child, it's like this complete defeat where he's completely powerless because all that lived experience is gone. Number 36 is Dark One. I'm gonna be so honest, this is only this high because of that scene with Rustique. Let me pull it up. If you don't remember, shame on you because I can never forget, but it starts with, the book starts, right? And it's this scene where with the Dark One, right? This evil lord, and then you have one of his minions who's just like, oh, he's just like a little goblin, little orc type of guy, right? I can never forget this because at the end of the book, right? When Paul goes through his entire arc of becoming the Dark One, and he's in this moment of crisis. Let me find it, hold on. So at the beginning of the book, you see this figure in a cloak commanding a goblin. But then Paul, you see his entire journey of being transported to this world and everybody just villainizing him. And no, he has no allies whatsoever except Rustique, right? This one goblin. And then in this moment of crisis where he just needs an army. Oh my god, hold on. Rustique is like, you can have an army right now. You have the power to do so. That's one of your special powers is to have an army. But you just have to sacrifice one life. And then Paul's like, okay, well, we can just sacrifice one of my other minions. And Rustique is like, no, it has to be me. Rustique was like his first friend, and he's just such a chill guy, man. Like, look how sad this is. Look at how sad Paul is too. And then but then he locks in, and then he does it, and then he summons the army. I was actually in shambles. I was like, what? Why though? Like, why can't he just sacrifice one of his other minions? I still don't understand to this day, man, but it was so sad. And you realize that one scene in the beginning is the same scene. It's Paul commanding Rustique to die. I'm like, oh no. White Sand could never, man. Rustique is the GOAT. May his sacrifice never be forgotten, man. Number 35 is Allomancer Jack and the Pits of Eltania. I feel like there's not much discussion to be had about this book, but at the same time, I'm also just not very detail-oriented as a reader. Like, this was just a very enjoyable comedy for me with some extra knowledge, like learning that Sazed the GOAT, because of him, the Koloss are now a completely separate species that are capable of reproduction, instead of just the humans who are like painfully transformed into these monsters who wreak havoc and die. The main moment of the story is Jack having that box of Koloss spikes, and the Koloss being like, wait, Jack, I need those. Like, we all need those. Those are very important for our species because those spikes let us go from Koloss-blooded to full Koloss, and our numbers are quite small these days. Like, that was pretty cool. But again, the enjoyment for me was the footnotes. Just so hilarious. This is a Mistborn Era 2 side story, and if you're like me, well, actually, you know, I was going to say that I don't really pay attention to those newspaper clippings in between chapters, but maybe that's because I read it in the mass market paperback edition, so the newspaper clippings are really small. I don't know if they're probably enlarged in if you have like the full-size copies. But because of those newspaper clippings, I did see Allomancer Jack in them. So you have that subversion of expectations. What is wrong with me? So I have seen the name Allomancer Jack in those newspaper clippings, but I did think he was an actual hero. So you have that subversion of expectations where you read this and you realize this guy's an actual fraud. That man is an unreliable narrator on the same level as Alcatraz. But you know what? I did catch that he's supposed to be this foil to Wax in a way. Like, he's just the complete opposite of Wax. And that's just because like, Wax is the most serious hero ever, and this guy is the most fraudulent comedic relief character on all of Scadrial. So yeah, just reading this guy exaggerate everything and then having Handerwim in the comments being just calling him a fraud and a liar. Very enjoyable. Good enough for me. Number 34 is the Sunlit Man. I swear this book gaslit me into thinking that Ox was Sigil's friend since day one, but then I read Wind and Truth after a year, after not reading like any Stormlight for a year, and then I realized that he had the honor spren named Vienta. I'm like, yeah, I swear he always had an honor spren because he's part of the Windrunners. Like, why would he not have an honor spren? So even though he broke his bond with her, I guess he just got another spren after, and then that's... Should I even talk about the fact that that's Sigil's spren? Well, he got another spren after, right? And then R.I.P. Ox. Ox carried this book single-handedly, and his death was so sad because Sigzil has no friends, like, at all, right? It's like the Venom movie. I really like the first Venom movie, where Tom Hardy and Venom, they're talking, right? And Tom Hardy's like, yeah, this is my friend Venom. And Venom's like, yo, don't get it twisted, man. I'm a symbiote, you're a human, we friends, but like, it's only cause on my planet, I'm a loser, and on your planet, you're a loser, so we can be losers together. I do not remember a single character besides Ox and Sigzil, okay? I saw a lot of reviews online saying that this book is mid. I specifically remember this one from Smitty, because that man gives 5 stars to everything. I swear he only posts books that he likes. He was like, it's not my favorite, it's okay. And I was like, wow, even you. I was like, wow. I love Smitty, by the way. I saw the Sanderson interview he did. That is very well deserved. But Adalnasium knows I do not remember a single thing about this book other than Ox dying. Like, the world building was really cool, and Ox dying plus the cool world building, and you know, you got a bit of Sigzil. And then you have that cool scene where Sigzil thinks it's Kaladin, but then it's Hoyd, right? Like, all that is good enough for me to put this in the top half of Sanderson books. But man, that Ox death was so sad. And of course, I just found this out recently, actually. The fact that Ox is Seth's old spren, the guy whose name was Numbers, I was like, no. That is even worse. That's even worse. I loved that little guy. He was so funny. I was so sad when Seth kicked him out. I was like, I understand why. It's because he tormented you and, you know, manipulated you and whatever for your entire life. But man, when he was swimming in those beads in Wind and Truth, I was like, he's kind of cute though. He was like a little chihuahua. That little dude was so funny. But that last scene in Wind and Truth, right, of Sigzil and Ox, I guess he is Ox, I don't know, the Numbers guy, in that caravan, and then they're just there. So I guess that is supposed to imply that is Ox, right? I'm still in denial. But yeah, I guess Sigzil picks him off the side of the road, and then he gets incinerated by a Dawnshard and turned into Siri for Sigzil's Apple Watch. Like, yo, say it ain't so. I don't want to believe it, but it does make sense since Sigzil's last scene is in that caravan with that silly unemployed high spren. So it does just make sense that they team up together for Venom 2, right? Instead of going back to the MCU. Number 33 is Shadows for Silence in the Forest of Hell. I do kind of want to reread this, even though I feel like I remember it quite well, because whatever's happening on Threnody is just so important to the Cosmere, I feel like, more important than I initially thought, because it just always comes up, whether it be in the secret projects or Stormlight. So I just don't know if it's because I'm not up to par in my Cosmere studies, or if because there is no full-length Threnody book yet, that not enough has been revealed for me to completely understand, you know what I mean? Literally all I know is that A, it's like League of Legends. If you're in Silver, everyone wants to stay away from you. And B, Threnody is just a terrible place to live. I swear Brandon has said that before in an interview, that this is the most terrible place to live in all the Cosmere, because it's just like a nuclear fallout war zone place, right? Everybody's poor, everybody's barely surviving, and everybody's being hunted down by ghosts. So I don't know what else you could do in this world besides have this gritty thriller story, which this is, but I am intrigued. Because, like, there has to be so much that Brandon is still keeping from us, right? Like, even the ghost in the closet, I don't understand. I guess the closest thing to that closet ghost is Nas from Secret Project 5, where he does have the red eyes, but he's, like, fully cognizant. So is that a progression of what happens on Threnody, or is that just him? Like, after reading Cosmere book after Cosmere book back to back, I'm sure if you're watching this video, you know, you just pick up on, like, some weird details, like Silver being able to repel things. That's the ability of Silver in Mistborn, right? But, you know, Silver here being able to repel monsters, that I can just see the logic behind that. But does Silence's grandmother's soul still reside in the Shade? Like, that is her soul, right? But it's corrupted. Like, Seth is still Seth, even though he's not a Shade, though. He is, like, what do you call him? I forgot the name. Cognitive shadow, that's what it is. Everybody has such, like, specific circumstances towards them. Like, Seth just has, like, stick, drift, and lag, you know? But why does Silence keep her grandma, like, on ice, like a Ring doorbell, and deploy her like a Pokemon? Like, see, everything is so cool, but I don't really understand. This is another small-scale story. I like the little journey that Silence has here, but I do leave with more questions than answers. You're telling me this isn't even because of a fractured shard? Like, I looked on the wiki and it said that Ambition had a battle here and then left. So this is because of that? Like, probably? I was like, probably. Threnody is so confusing. Number 32 is Firefight. Yes, I did buy a copy of Firefight in this video. I felt bad not having it last time. In some ways, this is the closest book series I have ever consumed to the Danganronpa franchise, and that's just because there's a certain vibe to that series that I've never just felt in other media except in this one. If you've never played a Danganronpa game or any Kodaka game, the vibe is like The premise and the content is just very serious, but the execution is very silly. It's so silly to where your expectations actually, which start off from being very serious, have to kind of lower down, and then you have to suspend your disbelief more than you initially thought, because, okay, this is good. Well, maybe, no, sorry. Rewind. This is not good. This is some slop. I knew from chapter 1 that this would be some slop, alright? But I like it. Because you know what? If you talk about tone promises, chapter 1, where you have David defeating the woman whose weakness is Kool-Aid, that should tell you the kind of the direction that we're going here. Like when you have Sourcefield, a character who is basically Storm, and then have her weakness be Kool-Aid, it's like, okay, what kind of tone do you want for the book, right? Like we're going for some Cirque du Soleil cross guild level of weird stuff. And so I just say that to prep all of you, okay? Because I like this stuff, but again, it is just very nutritionless. You know, some people might see this high up and be like, ooh, Firefight, that might be a really well-written Brandon Sanderson book. And it's like, no, it's more like I'm a bit ashamed that I enjoyed it as much as I did, but I am just trying to be truthful here that I did enjoy this more than 50 other Brandon Sanderson books. So just taking a step back, this book is called Firefight, and that should be an indicator that this is a book about Megan, or at the very least, she is a very big part of the book that the title would be named after her because she is Firefight. I've come to like Megan quite a bit. The thing is that her powers got completely redone for this book, so instead of being able to do the fire thing, it's like, so now she has the power to reality shift, which has major implications going into book 3. And that's where the tone thing comes in because, okay, in book 1, she has the power to control fire or whatever, and then now she has the power to reality shift. There's a big gap there, but because my mindset is already like, okay, this is just a very silly book, like that's just a very silly thing to happen, like I immediately believe it. Another thing is that Megan came off a lot more reasonable to me in this book. Maybe it's because I consumed Steelheart as an audiobook and Firefight as a paperback, but actually reading their relationship on stage between Dave, on stage, on the page, it was a lot less cringy actually. Like David's dumb and a bit freaky. So when Megan plays the straight man to his antics, she kind of enjoys that about him, you know? Like when she puts the gun to his head and then he notices that the safety's on and he's like, oh my god, that's true love. And then she kind of like, you know, like it is kind of cute in like a goofy way. And that's because that tone promise has been set since the Kool-Aid woman. And then there's a balance between that and genuine heartfelt moments, like when they actually have like a serious talk, like just straight up. Even when he first calls out to her, when he just throws out that he thinks she's there and she's watching him, and of course she is. There's a balance of that, and then the ending of the book where they're figuring out the superpowers, and then she gets her reality shifting powers, and then she's finally trying to control it, and then she does, and then she's like, wow, I can finally control my powers. Just don't tell me it's the power of love. And then as a reader, you're like, yeah, it is. Even though that's not the full answer, how that moment occurred and was built up and how it's framed like that, it was like hilarious and logical and just really, it's so weird how that hits. She brought so much good to the table that I don't even want to mention, like that weird fake out death where she dies by machine gun. Like that was just lame, but you know, it's okay. For other characters, Prof, I still don't really know how I feel about Prof being a villain in this book specifically. I don't really like him that much in Calamity, but here him being a villain is okay. Like I was really annoyed when he just kept on trying to spy on Megan through David and that whole thing. It's like these people were your team, like trying to kill Megan now is just feels wrong. And then at the same time, it's like he's not as competent as he normally would be. And then if you want to talk villains, of course, Oblivion, scariest villain in the entire series. Like it's a shame that we don't get more Oblivion. I say this all the time because he is just, he just aura farms, but then he doesn't really do anything, you know? Even though Regalia's here, it feels like she plays a secondary role to Prof in Oblivion. The whole reveal though for her setting up Prof to be her successor, that was just so Reckoners, like how that sequence of events. Someone even lamer though is Newton, like the fact that his weakness was just hearing compliments, like that was so bad. So like all in all, the ending felt unresolved because Prof is now the main villain, but then he runs off into the sunset because of the power of love. City's destroyed, Regalia's dead, Val's dead, Excel's dead. It's like Oblivion's stronger than ever, and then David has so much work to do going into book 3. But then all I have to say is, I just really enjoyed it for some reason. This was junk food media, and I was gluttonous, so I do apologize, okay? Number 31 is Alcatraz versus the Scrivener's Bones. You see, my problem with this book is that it's actually been so long since I've read this that I think this book is really good. I love how Alcatraz is forced to kind of use his brain here because these Scriveners, these skeleton dudes, are immortal, right? And then they don't really harm you, but you have to try and outsmart them, and then if they outsmart you, they take your soul, right? So I like that setup. It's just that, yeah, it's been so long that I just only remember the bad things and like the criticisms I had for the book. So I already feel like this is gonna be a negative review, even though this book is really good. It's just I do remember all the negatives. I think my personal biggest problem with the book is that when I read it, it felt really preachy. And I know nobody over the age of 13 is reading Alcatraz series with a very critical perspective on it. It's just that I'm doing this whole video thing about it. But I do think that the Alcatraz books are some of the most didactic Sanderson books. Thank you, Joe Abercrombie, for teaching me that word. It's like, how do I describe this? It's like, take Stormlight, for example, as a series where Sanderson tackles a very serious subject, like Kaladin's mental health, right? There's a problem, a build-up, and a payoff. So the problem would be Kaladin is depressed. The build-up would be he actively tries to tackle his depression, and the payoff is like, okay, you know what? For today, from Kaladin's point of view, I will allow myself to be compassionate to myself today, but I understand that I'm going to have to face that depression tomorrow, right? In Alcatraz, I feel like the beginning and then the build-up part of that is just completely not there because a big part of the series is randomness, just saying things out of nowhere, Alcatraz being this unreliable narrator, but it feels a bit weird to do that for like serious topics. Maybe a big part of that is that the series was written through discovery writing, as Brandon says, but just randomly touching on things like religion or discrimination and just throwing it in there, it's a bit jarring, mainly because that doesn't have anything to do with the bigger plot, right? Like the plot of this book is Alcatraz versus the Scriveners, him going against this librarian faction and trying to outsmart these skeletons, so then throwing stuff like that in there. To be honest, the worst one for me is the character of Kaz. I just don't understand his character, because from what I understand, his character is about him being short and then his shortness defining him. I swear every interaction that Alcatraz has with him is just Alcatraz pointing at him and being like, hey, you look like you're from Lord of the Rings. Hey, you're a short guy. And then him being like, no, Alcatraz, being short is super cool because in hide and go seek, I can hide easily than bigger people. And then Alcatraz just like goes on saying like some more out of pocket stuff. And it's like, what is this supposed to do? It feels really odd and feels like one of those topics you just dive really deep into or you just don't touch it at all. Like, okay, if he's going to be a short character, then he should have other aspects to him and then show that he is short, but he can also achieve like cool things and great things, right? Like he's a short guy. Okay, so what other actions is he doing pertaining to the plot, you know? So stuff like that, I don't know. And also the villain of Killiman, I don't remember him at all. I think he's the leader of the Scriveners, right? Or at least he's one of the librarian higher ups. I just don't remember his character at all. But I am serious though. This book is really good. Number 30 is The Frugal Wizard's Handbook for Surviving Medieval England. You know what? The book is a bit bad. It's not horrible, but it is probably longer than it should be. And it does drag. It has the fact that it's not a Cosmere story going against it, you know? And the humor is very cliche, outdated, kinda. But the thing is that this book is quite endearing. I will say it's very endearing. I feel like it's such a stereotypical masculine story at its core where the ethos is like, you know what, you just gotta get up and fight back. Not even for the result, it's just a matter of self-respect because John is just the most incompetent loser of a protagonist, and I think that's the point, right? Like he has the heart of gold but a mind of pewter, and it's just very endearing. I found it to be so straightforward. Like he has just a terrible life, nobody treats him well in any sort of way. Every problem he could have in life, I feel like he has. He drops out of school, he has a bad workplace, his girl leaves him, right? That's the thing where he has this absolutely abysmal life with no relationships to people, and then he gets isekai'd into this fantasy world. He starts meeting people, and these people all treat him well, even though they are a bit cringe. It's like, they at least treat him like a human. So then when all these people start invading the fantasy world, and it's all these people from his past life, like his old boss, or his old best friend, and then they start going to him and talking to him, it's like, not for a second do I want him to go back to his old world. Like, these people do not care about him at all. There's no question which life is better for him, okay? This fantastical found family is infinitely better than whatever he had going on before. Because he didn't have a life. It's like when Ryan Chu, who, of course, his best friend who's good at everything is Asian, but when Ryan was like, oh yeah, me and your girlfriend were ascending to the spiritual realm together. It's like, oh, of course, bro, of course. Like, why else could his girlfriend have left him? Like, of course, the two people who he had any sort of positively leaning feelings for in his past life. They were just, behind his back this whole time, like talking about him, doing some crazy stuff. Yo, that's tough, man. But like, you cannot go back there. I'm sorry. Like, you cannot step foot in that world ever again after that, man. Like, and that's the thing, right? All that contributes into why the ending is so satisfying, emotional, because when he finally kicks Ryan out of the dimension, he kicks his girlfriend out of the dimension, right? Like, how can you not feel something? When he goes to fight Ulrich, like, he doesn't even shoot him himself, right? Like, he gets his boy to break the machine or whatever. But still, like, that's so satisfying. Like, just get out of here. I just can't help but root for John because of how undeserved it is. It's like, he's a good guy and everybody treats him so bad. It's like the same thing when I was talking about, like, Braid and Skyward, why I don't like the fact that Braid gets away with things. With John, it's like, bro, ref, do something. There's no way his life is that bad. Like, come on. You cannot let Ryan Chu talk to you like that, bro. Like, at that point, you have to kick him out. If he wants to be here, like, who cares, bro? Kick him out. Same thing with Quinn. If Quinn wants to box, like, we can box, right? I have read a lot of manhwa in my life, and I will say that this is actually quite the good stereotypical power fantasy manhwa, where I want to see this guy get his revenge. I want to see him get the satisfying ending. Number 29 is Dragonsteel Prime. I saw one comment on the last video being like, really, bro? You like Dragonsteel Prime? Yes. Yeah, yes, I did. Maybe, okay, look, the Way of King section, okay. Didn't like that much, but the school section, the school section is so good. Where should I begin? Okay, my favorite thing about the book is the trio of characters of Jarek, Martis, and Riala. I love Jarek, man. Dude, Jarek, I guess he is canon now because of Wind and Truth, where Jarek was mentioned there. But a canon version of Jarek would feed families, man, I'm telling you. His backstory with Rin, saving up his entire life to buy his son Jarek a book, and just to give him that one educational advantage against his peers. I love that, and it's because the theme of the book is education as well, right? I thought from the name Dragonsteel it would be a hero story, but it's actually a classroom story, a story about educating our youth. What I really like is that you have teacher characters and student characters, right? And they all kind of have their different perspectives on education, and then to see them all intermingle with one another and have different dynamics with each other one-on-one and have different takeaways from interacting with people who have different beliefs, I was like, ooh, this is good. With Jarek, he has this innate talent for academics, right? And he goes into the school hungry. He understands that he's the different one in the school, that he is the only person of lower class. He's here on essentially a scholarship, right? He's like, okay, I have an educational disadvantage against my peers. I'm going to work hard, right? But at the same time, even though he's good at academics, he actually doesn't have the same like passion for it. He's not an academic at heart like Riala, and he's not as good of a person, or like he's not as good with people as Martis. That's why we have that whole Way of King section in the first place, right? Because Martis can eventually convince him to enroll as a soldier and kind of forsake his academics because Jarek's really not about it. Like, Jarek doesn't really care about school. Like, he's not passionate about the school itself. It's just that he wants to further himself and he wants to, go further in society. He wants to make his dad proud. He has all these dreams that don't really involve learning, Basically, he wants to finish his undergrad and just get a job, right? I love Martis' villain because he's like that, right? He's just very straightforward. He can read people really well. Maybe not even as much as Riala, but at least he can see the bigger picture, and then he has a plan in mind. He has a goal in mind that he wants to achieve, and he can enact it, That being said, he does employ very elementary school level tactics, and I don't really mind because it's just really funny. Like, when his tactic against his dad, where he's like, my dad beats me, but my dad is older than me, so eventually he's going to be really old and frail, and I'm going to be the one who's like really healthy. So as long as I just wait long enough, he's eventually going to be in a bad physical condition and I can win against him. Which I'm like, I mean, yeah, but I don't know if that's like the greatest tactic, But it is just a very straightforward and like a comically straightforward plan. Same thing with the Shodell assassin, where he's like, okay, everybody wants to find this Shodell assassin. Everybody's hunting for him. So I'm just going to kill the people who kill the Shodell assassin, and then I'm just going to take the glory. It's like, again, yeah, but I don't know if that's the best way. Nothing else to it. He just has the most basic of ideas, and he just does things in a very straightforward way. And of course, Riala I love as well, as just this super competent academic who has a very big passion for it, and her crux being that I guess she is just a girl in the school, doesn't allow girls to learn, so she is hindered in that way, like systematically. But then again, she is like just super talented. I don't think you realize from the beginning of the story how talented she is until she starts revealing that she is Frost's disciple, and she can do illusionary magic. So that's like the main trio of kids. And then for the teachers, you have of course Hoyd, who is just very mysterious. He gives great advice. Is that he just does it very sparingly at like different moments, and he's very intentional, but whimsical. It's Hoyd, right? Then you have Frost, who is currently missing in the canon Cosmere. I'm like, wow, why is Frost missing? But he's just a very straightforward teacher, just classic. And then Torel, I love Torel. I just love that you see him at the beginning of the story and then he goes away for a while. Like, he is Jarek's first teacher. Like, even before he comes into the school, he's Jarek's teacher. And you see that Jarek really looks up to him and he kind of sets the standard for like an elite teacher. And then as Jarek grows up, Torel comes back and you realize that, these people, this guy from his childhood, he's just not that cool, The fact that you see Torel fall off and then Jarek come in with this new perspective that this guy who I once looked up to is just not that good. It's like, there are really people like that in life. And then you get to the Way of King section and I just pretend that doesn't exist, Same with the ending, which is just the craziest unpolished Sanderlanche. Yo, that ending was like... First of all, I guess Martis with Cortith, that was crazy. These Sanderson Curiosities are so dark. Like, the Horror Watchers, which is like, that's a crazy name for a group, first of all. But the fact that they summoned the god by doing things to like little girl, I was like, whoa, what? Like, what kind of freaky god? Like, who let Diddy get one of these shards, Like, how come one of the requirements for the god to come down was to do that to the girl? Like, what? All that stuff is wild, but Martis getting no-diffed by like a random Shodel warrior was funny. The ending is so haphazard though, like, it just feels like Sanderson knew that this wasn't any good, so he just like kind of phoned it in. He's like, you know what, I'm scrapping this. The entire despair ending of Hoyd being decapitated, but then his body like regrowing, and then he's back, and then one of the gods declares war. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna imagine that this book is half the length that it is. Number 28 is Sixth of the Dusk. Number 28 is Sixth of the Dusk. Number 28 is Sixth of the Dusk. I really have trouble saying this name. You know what? This is all around fun. Like, Isles of the Emberdark did make this obsolete, I think. But Isles of the Emberdark is also more about the greater Cosmere world in Shadesmar, while this is more about Pachi and the characters of both Dusk and Vati. Since this is before the invaders try to come conquer them, this is more about living a native island lifestyle and being in this tropical world rather than the focus being on technology and industrialization. So I think the main takeaway here is that this is just a Cosmere showcase of this cool world. Like, hey, this is a tropical place. These are two characters. This is this cool magic system with birds, the end, It's only in Secret Project 5 where we take this base of this tropical world and this character who is this experienced survivalist and hunter, and then we do more things with it. I don't want to underplay that this is great. Like, I love AVRs. They're one of my favorite magic systems. The fact that they're just like Pokemon, like these cool magical birds. The fact that Murray's has one in Stormlight, that is also really cool. I didn't catch that at first, but I think I read somewhere that like the green chicken was an AVR. But I do need more from this, and I think Isles of the Emberdark gave me that, which is why that's ranked higher than this. Number 27 is Defending Elysium, and man, Brandon loves his detective stories. Like, between this, Dreamer, even stuff like Shadows of Self and like Frugal Wizard, the obvious ones like Snapshot, Long Chills and Casetoe, like I feel like I've read the same story just over and over again. I like to say that this is a Skyward adjacent book. I don't know if it is a Skyward book, like this is going to be in the Tailored Realities collection this December, but I guess that is just non-Cosmere. But yes, I do retract my original ranking. I dropped this from 12th to 27th, and you know what? This is good. It's just that I was too enamored by the fact that I found a Skyward book that I didn't immediately just really hate. Like, just the fact that a Skyward book can be good in any way, I was like, whoa, this deserves to be so high up. But maybe not that high up. It's just more serious and less nonsensical. So to have these psychic fights with the protagonist, I was thinking like, you know what? I would like it if Skyward were more like this. Maybe it's because I am, just a boy, but Jason Wright of the Phone Company, amazing. That fight with Akainu, I always think of Akainu when I think of that fight scene. No, Edmund at the end of the book, where he does like an Akainu thing where, he instant transmissions, puts his hand in, and then he like tears away his flesh. I was like, wow, that is way cooler than anything Spencer and her allies have done in like all 4 books. To have a protagonist so proficient in Cytonic powers, I thought was great. I thought it was cool that Denise was the Varvax and then Jason was the Cytonic. Like, I thought Jason was just some dude. All that stuff in the end where Lana's Jason's wife, it's like, I was on the lookout for slugs because we know in the future it's those slugs that like power everything, right? But no, it was just some dude's brain. Which also makes sense because it's not just slugs, it's that they're Cytonic slugs, right? Like, Spence is not a slug, but she has powers, so it's just a Cytonic's brain. How do I explain this? It's like, okay, I play Ace Attorney. It's this lawyer game where you battle it out with people in the courtroom, right? And so there's this place, it's a jail cell, and then there's this guard who's always there, right? You see him all the time. You see this guard all the time, and you just never think anything of him. It's the same thing here where this guy, this guard, This entire time he was powering the entire like FTL system. Like, so what really got me was that the guard was powering the grid and then Jason was the mastermind. And I was like, oh, that is actually really cool. I really enjoy this prequel. I also like the title where Elysium, they say that Elysium is the place where heroes go to die. And so Jason has this monopoly over all FTL, right? So then he's like the guy, right? He's the guy who's defending invaders from space, and then eventually down the line that will be Spencer. So all this time he's been the one defending space, but then the book ends with him making all his hard work open source. So then people like Spencer down the line can come along and actually defend themselves. Number 26 is Dark One Forgotten. I want to focus on something a bit small here, but that I really liked. So in this Brandon x Dan collaboration, right, you have this fictional podcast. This audiobook exclusive is in the format of a podcast, right? But what I really liked is that this podcast got increasingly popular in world, right? So Christina originally starts the podcast with her co-host and they're yapping to nobody, right? But as they progress within the case, there's like a dual progression, right? They get more evidence, they figure out more things about the case, and then they talk about it on their podcast. But as they get closer to the truth, people start to tune in and the podcast gets increasingly more popular, and then they get the law enforcement involved, they get the witnesses involved, and then the murderer gets involved. It just keeps escalating where it's like, now you've got the killer's attention. Okay, now it's cat and mouse between Christina and the Ember Wizard, but the Ember Wizard's not actually the villain. The real villain is Mulmahan. So then the Ember Wizard is running from Mulmahan. So can Christina get to Mulmahan? So Christina makes more and more progress, but then this is not just a serial killer, it's a magical serial killer too, right? So he can actually erase Christina's progress because he can wipe people's memories. And then that brings like another level to it where it's like he can go after you or he can go after the co-host and like the people around you. I just judged this book before I read it, or I guess listened to it, and I just appreciated it more and more because I saw all the different moving parts and like the subtleties. I also like how memory loss is treated more as a theme too, where it is a big power, but then there's that conversation with the Alzheimer's guy where he's like, it doesn't matter what you remember, it's about what you feel. So many small things I appreciate in here, like the serial killer sliding in through Instagram DMs, or the fact that this is a Sanderson book with a Demon Slayer reference. I was like, Tanjiro, what are you doing here? Mulmahan is very interesting. The Ember Wizard, who's like this homeless wizard, is very interesting. And the scene where Christina breaks the music box, I like that one a lot. The only thing is that I kind of don't get the ending. So like Mr. Caligo was Mulmahan, but then it's like, he can go back and forth between the fantasy world and the real world, right? Because this is a Dark One spin-off, and that's how it works in Dark One. But is the same thing go for the Ember Wizard? Like, he doesn't really go between worlds, right? And then I also don't really get Christina's grand plan. Like, I guess her plan was to be caught at his house and then wait for police to come, and it worked. Like, I don't understand the logistics of that one. But in any case, I like this one. It was good. Number 25 is The Emperor's Soul. This is another one where I feel like I need to reread it, but it's just not the time yet. Maybe I feel that way because I want to wait for the Elantris sequels. But Shai is obviously a world hopper now. She's with the Ghost Bloods, but at the same time she left because of that whole thing with the Lost Metal. She and Marasi were being chased by those nameless hemalurgy monsters, and then she imprinted herself with the Elantrian stamp. But while it's cool that Shai has all these Cosmere connections and her story continues, this book just isn't about that. I can easily see why this won the Hugo Award, because the word to describe it eludes me right now. It's like there's no fat on the story, right? Like it's super substantive, super on theme. From what I got from the book, I really like that it blended two big moral questions together: what constitutes art and what constitutes a person. Those two ideas, which are quite separate, are combined here. So Shai is trying to create this artistic masterpiece, but then it's like, okay, if you're trying to create art, what is art? And then if you're trying to make a masterpiece, then what makes your art better than somebody else's art? But then there's this additional level of like, your art is making a person, so then what is a person? Like, is it their memories? Was it there's certain qualities they have? Like, can you imprint that on somebody? I love how small scale this is. I know there are other characters, but I just remember Shai and Gautona, just them having these really intimate conversations, just chatting with one another in this very small confined space. That's another reason why I do want to reread this, because there are so many of those like literary gems in there that I feel like I sped read this and I didn't really appreciate the answers given. Even all that aside, I just have such a big bias for Cell. I feel like there's so much there that we don't know and that I didn't know and I still don't know. Like the door being this like mana pool, but it's kind of being self-aware the same way the Shard of Honor was kind of being self-aware. But then it's like, okay, if it's this big pool of mana, we know from Well of Ascension that like Vin took the pool, or like other people can take the pool. So then it's like this big shard pool, who can take the door? Because then it's like if someone takes the door upon themselves, then they're the owners of two shards, and then that puts them on the same level as like Sazed and Taravangian. I think that's gonna happen, but even in this book alone, the magic system of the stamps, like in Cell, there's like at least three different magic systems. There's that one, there's the Aeon door, and then there's that weird dancing one. So what I'm getting is you can basically do anything with a door. Like drawing, stamping, and dancing is basically the same as allomancy, feruchemy, and hemolurgy. And the world of Cell is just so massive too, with like different politics, like Serene's from another continent, Rowden's from one continent, and then now it's like the Rose Empire, where this book takes place, is like another country or another continent, I'm not really sure. But yeah, there's just so much more to explore. I'm so excited for Elantris too. I don't know why this is like how I'm ending this segment, but number 24 is Lux. I love Lux. It's one of my favorite Sanderson works, and Jax and Lifeforce are two of my favorite Sanderson characters. I love Jax as a protagonist way more than David, but you know what? He wouldn't even be a good fit for the mainline Reckoner series because Lux is such a traditional, classic, revenge fantasy story. So Jax with a more serious and competent personality just fits this story more, and David's brain-rotted personality just fits the mainline series more. Lifeforce as a villain is so awesome. He has aura for sure, but you know what? Oblivion is just such a bigger aura farmer than him. It's just that what makes Lifeforce so enticing is that he has this like regalness and nonchalance to him, and it's just his attitude. His power in isolation, I think, is actually very weak. Like him and Miles 100 Lives from Alloy of Law basically have the same power of regeneration. But what differentiates them is their attitude, right? Like Miles is a criminal on the run from the cops, while Lifeforce just talks down to people like he's Chris Eubanks Sr. When Jax finally gets this guy, he just looks at him and he's like, yeah, you know, Jax, you can stab me right here. And Jax stabs him, right? And he just regenerates and he's like, yeah, okay, well, guards, get him. And he just moves on. Like, he's super regal, super unfazed, but at the same time, you know he's like super crazy. Like, his backstory is just so funny. I completely forgot about Lovestruck, even though she was the one who killed Jax's brother. And you know what? Jax might actually have a more tragic past than David, because Lovestruck killed his brother, Oblivion killed his parents, Wingflare killed Zeph, and then Paige kinda died, but it was a fake death. Lovestruck was actually plot relevant. Like, that reveal that she was Lifeforce's ex who he locked up in the basement was crazy. The fact that he created this entire organization just to flex on her is so crazy. Like, his entire character, his entire motivation just hinging on her. The fact that he would go down into the basement every day and just hit like a money spread on her, like one of those windmill ones on the elbow. Like, that is actually malfeasant, insidious, nefarious work, brother. Like, may that love never find me. I love Lifeforce's backstory so much. It's just so wild that he was working at Target with Vera and Languish. And you know what? It was a valid crash out, though. Because he just gave her a silver ring and she got mad. Like, does she not know how much a 925 silver ring costs? That is not cheap. He went out of his way to give her a gift, and then she called him broke and left. So you know what? It is, in a way, a valid crash out. But he did take it, a bit far. But yes, Jax and Lifeforce are why this book is so high up for me. I think the supporting cast, even among the other Reckoner's books, are pretty weak. Wingflare is such a lame sub-villain. She kind of felt like the front man from Squid Game, where she kept on trying to make Jax play these games, and then, you know, they sit at this table with one another and Jax just shoots her in the head. Paige should have stayed dead, because that OG training arc page, that was peak, okay? I liked that page, but then when she came back, just I don't know, she just was not hitting for me. Jax, Herschel, and Wayne as that core group with Languish as a captive, and then Dead Abigail, like, you know, that was a solid team, but then adding Paige into the mix again just kind of ruined the team comp, I think. And speaking of Paige's death, I feel like that death was so overshadowed by Zeph's death that I didn't feel like it was necessary. If she was just captured, it would have been the same to me. I don't think her death contributed that much to that scene. I still don't really get that injection scene at the end either, where Lifeforce injects her, because I thought he was kind of giving her some regeneration powers or something, but no, he was infecting her with some virus. And lastly, I really wish that this wasn't an audiobook exclusive and that I could actually read the words on the page. You know, Peter Alstrom said that there are continuity errors with this book, and so I think that's why it hasn't been a physical yet. So I guess once they fix the continuity errors, that this will be an ebook or something like that. I don't even know what the continuity error would be. I think it's that Herschel is revealed to be the original squad leader of Steelheart, but in Steelheart, I don't think he was a soldier or anything. I thought he was just a regular factory worker, so it's probably that. Number 23 is Mistborn, The Final Empire. I originally had a copy that I gave to a kid overseas, but then I got another one to give to my friend. Well, I made her read this, and then she said it was good, so. I also got the card game, and this is actually pretty fun. It went down a lot better than I expected with my friends. This is the quintessential Sanderson book, and as such, I feel like it's been talked about to death at this point. Like, even critiqued by Sanderson himself, where Vin is the only girl on the team, right? So it just doesn't make sense where the magic system, anybody can have powers. Like, if you're a girl and you have the power to burn pewter, you just have multiple times the strength of the average human. So why is Vin the only girl? Same thing with that burst of power that she gets at the end. Why is that there? It's only in books 2 and 3 that we get the explanations of ruin, preservation, the earring, hemolurgy, how that works. This was my first Sanderson book, and when I read this, I just thought that it was good. Nothing more, nothing less. I didn't really think much of it, to be honest. I just thought it was a good book. The only standout was Sazed, who is my goat. Even though he's such a background character in this book. I thought he was my standout character. I gave him my favorite character badge instantly. Why this isn't higher for me then is that I guess Vin and Kelsier, who are the main characters, I like them, but I guess that I felt like something was missing for me personally. To take a step back, this book is super popular now, and I feel like with the rise of TikTok, it's had this resurgence of popularity with a younger generation like me. That's how I found out about it. But when I read it, it was good, but I didn't really love it, and I think having an opinion of that in this circumstance is indicative that there are just weaknesses of the book that I feel like are covered by its strengths. The magic system is cool, the plot, the premise is cool. I always wanted to know more. I was very entertained. Where a lot of people fall off of this book, I think, is that the characters are cool, but there's just something missing that stops people from connecting with them. They didn't feel real to me, if that makes sense. Even though I did like them, it's like they felt a bit manufactured. Vin and Kelsier to me just feel a bit hollow, and I feel like a lot of life could have been injected into them and that their characters could have just been done a lot better. I don't know a good way to describe it though. Also, I don't like Elend. Like, you know, the relationship between Vin and Elend I did not like at all in this book. It was fine, but I just didn't love it. It's just so cliche where Elend is the one dude out of all the stuck-up royalty boys who is somewhat down to earth, and he likes books too, which is a plus. And then Vin is the one girl who's not like a snarky princess, like she's actually chill. It's one of those things where it's like, oh, would you love me if I was the last person on earth? And they feel like the last two people on Earth. They're like the last two semi-reasonable people in the same age range. I like their relationship a lot better in the next two books, but them getting together here and their story here, I just don't get it, even though I like the ending a lot. In terms of Kelsier, in this book specifically, I didn't really understand Kelsier. Like, now I do because of Secret History, and you know what? I won't even spoil Secret History in this, even though this is the spoiler video. I just love Secret History so much that, you know what? If you click to this part of the video, you haven't read Secret History yet, I don't know why you're here, but at the same time, I won't ruin your life. Ruin. I've never understood the appeal of Kelsier in this book specifically. Like, now that I've read so many Cosmere books and I've heard Sanderson talk about Kelsier so many times, I kind of get it. Like, he's supposed to be the anti-hero. And I know the one I always think about is when Sanderson said that if he took all his characters and he made them all fight, Kelsier would be the one who wins because he's the only one who's willing to do what it takes. His motivations are a bit like Taravangian's, to be honest, but not really, because Taravangian's all about Carbranth, but really he actually loves all humans. Kelsier, I feel like he only loves Scadrial. He's quite the nationalist. But yeah, Kelsier and Vin did not come through for me in this book. I feel like their characters were fun, but they just lacked a lot of uniqueness and charm, which made them feel alive to me. It's like when people say Harry Potter is just the reader, like he's not really a character. He's more you as the reader, just like looking in. It's just a very hard thing to describe, but yes, I feel like there is just something missing for Vin and Kelsier for me. Number 22 is Alcatraz versus the Evil Librarians. We are now talking about books which are just good in its entirety. I feel like a general sense of completeness with this book. For me, this accomplishes its job better than Mistborn for sure. Like, any category that I think I can rank a book on, or that anyone can rank a book on, like, what do people rank their books on? Like, plot, characters, setting. This book is just wacky, zany. Alcatraz, the most unreliable narrator ever, is at his prime here. There's even a reference to Spook from Mistborn, where I guess Spook is canon here now. Grandpa Smedry, this goofy guy who's just this ultimate deadbeat grandpa who's never there for Alcatraz, but he's a good guy. But it is also like his Smedry talent. His talent is to be a deadbeat grandpa, but it is actually so overpowered. Like, it's basically chronomancy and omnipotence, right? Even among Smedry talents, his talent is one of the most broken. Just the power to be late to anything, where it's like someone hits you, but he's late to the hit, or someone shoots you, but he's late to the bullet. His power can basically do anything. Like, if you use a power on him, he can just be late to your power. If you do anything to him, he can just be late to whatever you do to him. And I like that the tone to the book reflects Alcatraz as a character, where he is just a young boy growing up and he doesn't know what to do. He's this icon of misfortune that his caretaker turns on him. He's thrown into this crazy, wacky world. That craziness shapes his life, but he has to learn to accept it and grow. Like, that randomness and wackiness is part of growing up. It's that natural, crazy part of youth where he's just trying to get through it and figure it out. And then the whole found family aspect is also really good, where he gets to see and accept the wackiness in other people too. I don't know if they have the monologue scene in here. I guess this will have to do. But the most important thing is obviously Alcatraz accepting himself, where the first prison monologue of the series, like the very iconic one, where Miss Fletcher is just trying to make a deal with Alcatraz, and for once she's telling him information in good faith, and he's just listening and listening and listening. And he's like, you know what? Nah, I don't want to tell you guys. And Miss Fletcher's like, what? Like, no, like, we had a deal. And Alcatraz just goes, no, like, I'm not a good person. And the way it was set up and he said it, and the way I heard that in graphic audio too, I was like, wow, Miss Fletcher got finessed because this is not a book about being a good person. She had this expectation for Alcatraz that he would be a good person, but he was more himself, right? Like that wouldn't be him. Rather than being a good person, it's more about finding your own peace and being yourself. And the last thing is Blackburn. I think he's the best Alcatraz villain. It's so poetic that he has one eye and then the magic system revolves around glasses and seeing, because he only has one eye because he gave up the other eye for power. So clearly that's indicative of the fact that his vision was literally flawed. He lost control of his ambition and thus lost sight of what was important to him, you know? Alcatraz tricking him into burning his last remaining eye, which is just such a gruesome thing to have in a kid's book, by the way. But him being tricked by a little kid indicates that he doesn't see the bigger picture, right? He only sees what's in front of him, and that leads him to not being able to see anything anymore. So despite the book being so crazy, I feel like there's such a method to the madness that I really appreciate here. It's just so watertight in comparison to the other Alcatraz entries too, where I just really like this one a lot. Number 21 is Isles of the Emberdark. I just read this book. I remember when Secret Project 5 was announced last year and I was so hyped for it, and this did not disappoint. This is exactly what I thought it was going to be. Although I didn't expect the Guardians of the Galaxy aspect to it, this is like, you know, this is exactly what Cytonic should have been. At least in the sense where the main character goes off and does their own thing far away from home. Like, at least here, it's set up very tastefully, where it's exciting for Dusk to leave his planet and go off and see the world. I've seen a lot of Chinese manhwa like Apotheosis and Martial Peak do this thing too, where, you know, the character conquers the world, they meet all these characters, they have these adventures, and then they set up the next world, that beyond the world, there's even more adventures, and all the adventures and excitement are out there, you know? In this book, it feels like all the interesting things are out in the universe, where Cytonic felt like they were leaving all the interesting things behind. My two big cons for this book are that A, it felt very predictable, and then B, I didn't like the conclusion. There's a lot of awesome stuff here with references to Mistborn, Stormlight, Tress, Sunlit Man, right? But the thing is, if you read all that before this, you get the benefit of knowing the references, but then if you read all that before this, I feel like this becomes very predictable and very formulaic, where I don't think this does anything that different narratively or structurally than those books. The other thing is that in terms of theme and what the story stands for, I feel like it was just very unrealistic and not the most meaningful conclusion. Like, it's definitely happy and full of hope, but the story's about how these native people are about to be colonized, right? And so then the ending is that in 2 weeks, they just get a lot of valuable natural resources that only they can use, in addition to superior military might. So that's a great outcome, but one that I think only exists in a fantasy world. It was a very predictable sequence of events though. Like, the one I didn't see coming was that he would tame the negative investiture serpent. There's no way someone read this and thought that Dusk wasn't going to join the crew, but you know, I am very happy that that is the outcome. The people from First of the Sun being the greatest Cosmere tour guides thing, I had a feeling that actually that would be the direction they go in as soon as Dusk said that he had that ability, and then they kind of confirmed it when Starling was like, oh, that's such a rare ability. So those are my two cons. My two big pros then are that the info dump is so good in this book, and then the characters are so good in this book. The info dump in this book is amazing. Like, usually I'm not the one to like stuff like that, but there's just such a large quantity of revealing information about the Cosmere that it just makes the book worth it. Like, where do we even begin? Like, Frost makes an appearance here, although it is a flashback. And he's not dead, by the way. Frost is not dead, that's Cap, but Ilisandrista, all the information about the dragons, all of it. As this book is about Shadesmar, we get so much Shadesmar information. I love that Shadesmar changes depending on which planet you're on. I didn't actually know that. I just imagined Shadesmar as being the glass bead sea from Stormlight. We get to know so much about the Sleepless. I remember in Dawnshard and Edge Dancer reading about the Sleepless and being like, oh, these people seem cool. They seem very, very important. And no, they're more important than ever now. They're banned off Scadrial for assassination. They're banned off Taldane. There's military protocol, formal military protocol on how to deal with them. And shout out Arklow. I love Arklow, man. He's the OG. We get to see Space Age Cosmere Scadrial versus Rashar. These spaceships that can push and pull. Shard guns, man. Come on. We get to know more about Nas, who I guess doesn't work with Chris anymore, but we get to know the specifics of him being a shade and like how his eyes turn red. We get a lot of Aether information. Daughtry, the Aether planet. I don't know if that was revealed before. It probably was, but I just wasn't paying attention. But, you know, Daughtry, the Aether planet, maybe they'll bring back Wraith and Darrow. You know, if Jarek can be canon in Wind and Truth, I don't see why Wraith and Darrow can't be brought back. Also, when Hoyd told Starling to seek the twins, was he talking about like the canon version of like the Fell twins, or who are the twins? Captain Crow from Tress comes back, are you kidding me? And Zeus comes back too, and Zeus has a pretty big role here. I still don't really get that scene from Tress though, when Zeus takes Crow for basically nothing. I don't understand that. So much stuff. The Lonarchs, these like bird people, and then the grand apparatus. The second pro here is that the characters are just great. Like, not just Dusk and Vati. Vati, who plays a quite a minor role in this book, I feel like, in comparison to the short story. I guess that's another pro of the short stories, that you get more Vati. But Starling and her crew, it feels like when I watched the early release of the Thunderbolts, just this misfit crew who are just weirdly lovable. They are like the Guardians of the Galaxy. Like, I feel like they aren't as important on the grand scale, but they are just cool. Also, is it confirmed that the Shard here is autonomy? Like, Pachi is one of autonomy's alt accounts? Because I looked it up and that's what it said, because apparently there was a preamble in one of the Stormlight chapters that was a letter from Autonomy or something like that mentioning Pachi. But I really want to know who the Shard was that talked to Dusk when he ate that worm paste. It just does make sense for it to be Autonomy though, because of the alt account thing. Now that I think about it, all the Cosmere powers are kind of similar. Like Dusk's abilities being basically a Copper Cloud and an Atium. This one lived up to the hype. A bit more dreary than I expected, to be honest, but I'm very happy with what I got. Love the information here, love the characters. It does make me think though, is the end of the Cosmere gonna be like the Cytoverse? Number 20 is Aether of Night, and you know, this might go down like Defending Elysium, where a couple of months from now I might look back on this video and be like, wow, recency bias had me in a chokehold. Why did I put Aether of Night here? But you know, I will keep it here for now with a couple of caveats. Aether of Night is an unreleased Sanderson book, one that I can't even put into my Goodreads because only the manuscript exists for it, and I didn't include it in the original spoiler-free version of this video because only the manuscript exists, right? So then it's not publicly available, so then it's not even available as a Sanderson curiosity, so then I didn't know if I could count it as a Sanderson book, but then B, I'm just lazy, and the method to get the manuscript is so long that I just didn't want to do it. Because if you don't know, what you have to do is you have to go to the Brandon Sanderson forum fan site called the 17th Shard. There's a page on there where you can specifically request the manuscript, but then you have to make an account. And even just making an account, I'm too lazy for. But then you have to make an account, and then you have to type in a request, and then eventually one of the mods will see it, and then they will send you personally a manuscript. So why I'm now including this here is that I was like, you know what? If I'm going to remake the same video, I might as well have some extra content. And thinking about it more, this is a full novel, even if it isn't a full canon Cosmere novel. So even though it wasn't released by traditional means, it was still officially released by Brandon. It's just that the method is a bit weird. Brandon gave consent and permission for the fan site to be the official distributor of the novel. So in that regard, I think it should be included in a video like this. Just like Wave Kings Prime, the book starts off with a preamble by Brandon explaining like, hey, this is a bad book. I tried to take a war epic and a mistaken identity type story, mesh them together, and I didn't really like the product, so I didn't put it out. But you know what? I don't even agree with the fact that it's bad, because the value in this, specifically nowadays, is that it is this obscure, unreleased story that nobody has ever read, and so it's kind of cool to read something like that, because this is super deep, super nerdy Sanderson fan territory, and I feel like that is the appeal. Even though this stuff isn't canon, you get to at least see in real life how things were conceptualized to be in the current Cosmere, because this book has the Aether magic system, right? Something like that is only touched on canonically in the Lost Metal with Prasanva and the Rosite Aether. Here we see that whole system fleshed out, the Aether of Night itself, this black pool, and if you are a Cosmere nerd, you see pool and you're like, oh, you're thinking perpendicularity, you're thinking the Elantris pool, you're thinking Well of Ascension, right? This is like an early access pass, but let's take it back. The story starts with Decay mocking Agaris in prison, a scene very similar to Infinity Blade Redemption, where you have Cirrus and Raedra are in the prison. It is a bit of a clunky start because the world of Aether of Night has two shards, think Ruin Preservation, right? But Decay is not even one of the shards Agaris is, right? So you're already kind of starting off with a talk that's a bit irrelevant to the story. Because yeah, Decay is a shard, yeah, Agaris is a shard, but Agaris has a twin brother who he killed, and that's why he's in the prison. So why is Decay here? Like, he went across the entire world just to mock Agaris in prison, I guess, because Agaris and his twin brother are the ones who are supposed to reside over the Aether of Night world. So I respect it, but like, why? It feels like a bad tone setter because the book is about Aether warfare, so I would have rather had an Aether fight scene right off the bat, even though we do get that a bit down the line. Once the POV gets switched to Wraith and Darrow though and the book begins, that's when I think it gets interesting, because we get these epic fantasy world building details that you just appreciate as a Cosmere fan. Like in Mistborn when they say "Oh Harmony," or in Stormlight when they say "Storms." Here they say "By the twins," because Agaris and his brother are twins. I love the structure of the High Aedean Society too, where it is this high elf Norse type of warrior society, but ultra religious. Like, they're very traditional, but at the same time, very technologically utopian. The Corpit just feels like very familiar Cosmere tech, these giant robots that are kind of like Boston Dynamics dogs that run off human souls. It feels very similar to the machine from Yumi. The fact that whole families are willing to do that, though, like make Corpits, because their soul is trapped in there forever, That is nasty work, but speaking of families, I like the family structure in this book, where the Emperor's 3 sons have to be a leader, a soldier, and a poet, because the whole theme is subverted destiny, right? Wraith's right as the eldest son was to be the leader, right? But of course, nothing would ever go that way because there would be no book. So then the Emperor looked at him as a kid, right? And he was like, you have too little magic. I'm giving your position to your brother. And of course, Hearn, the guy who gets the position to be leader, just grows up to be misogynistic and weird. And since Wraith and Hearn are twins, it parallels the 2 shards, Agris and his twin brother. And then since Wraith bonds the Aether of Night, he and Agris are linked because the Aether of Night is Agris's investiture, if I'm correct. So then those 2 are bonded, the 2 twins with dead brothers. I also really like Emperor Vitane, I don't know how you say it, but the fact that he's a leader first and a father second, I really, really like. That is like clearly stated because he threw away Wraith's future, right? But he actually doesn't even regret it. He talks to Wraith and he's like, hey, I am really proud of you. I'm probably the most proud of you out of all my sons because I did what I had to do as a leader. This book is all about patriarchy, and this is a classic man moment, right? Where he's like, look, I treated you unfairly, straight up, and out of all 3 of my sons, you are the only one who has never complained. Like, I'm super proud of you because your 2 brothers could never put up with what you put up with, right? It's so masculine where Emperor Vitane never talks about his emotions, right? And then so now he's praising his son for doing the same. He's like, look, you put up with all that? Good. Don't show it. What makes Wraith an interesting character is the same as what makes Joel an interesting character in The Rhythmatist. And that's just that that he has the talent. He has the magic capacity. He has the talent to be good at magic, but he doesn't have the magic capacity. Like, his mana is low, but he knows how to utilize it well. If he had the same magic capacity as Hearn, he would be like the best in the business, but he doesn't, and so he has to resort to other means instead, and that's what makes it interesting. The initial Aether fight between all 3 brothers was really cool. I like how Aethers are really just armament hockey or Susanoo. It's very straightforward, like it's just mana. If you have mana, you can make a sword. So if you have less mana, you can make a small sword. If you have big mana, you can make a big sword. I also love the setup of Wraith being able to utilize the Aether of Night, where it attaches itself to Wraith at the beginning of the book, and then he finally pulls it out as like a second Aether that he can use. The realization that the High Aedin are actually useless without Aether is such a Sanderson twist. I feel like that same type of twist has been done in like Stormlight, if you take away Stormlight from people, or Shard Blades, or Elantris if you take away the Aeon Door. Another good twist was Wraith losing against the Forgotten and then losing the Senate vote to save lives. I like that one a lot. Just in general too, I like the idea that Wraith is capable but not responsible, that he has the capacity to be really talented and do good things, but he just never acts on it. Like, he never fully commits. I forgot who he was talking to in the book, but that scene where you realize that he could have climbed the ranks as a poet. Yeah, he was confined to being a poet, but if he actually applied himself, he could have climbed the ranks for sure. It's just that he would never focus on that because he wanted to be a leader or a soldier like his brothers. With Dinah, I don't know how to say her name because there's that weird apostrophe here, D''Naa'. I feel like I liked reading her in the book, but I feel like she is an accessory to Wraith. Their dynamic is very Rowden and Serene from Elantris, where Wraith basically just aura farms off her by pretending to be his dead brother. I also like that scene where they're talking, Wraith and Dinah, in one of their bedrooms, and then she's like really worried that Wraith will spill her secrets about the non-Aedin being able to bond Aethers, and then so she just tells him that for free, and then because he didn't know at all, but she was just really worried about it, so then she just tells him, and he's like, oh, I literally did not know that. With Darrow, I didn't think his arc would go the way it did because I was actually really invested in it. It's what does progression mean to him? He feels useless and tries to run away all the time, right? Even through death. He's like, I'm going to fight, but really he's fighting with the intention that he dies on the battlefield, which is another version of cowardice. So it's like, okay, he has nothing to live for, and then what is the first step of him trying to make a life for himself, right? And I do feel bad because it's like, he has nobody. He can't even cuff Shatine. Oh, I don't even think I mentioned the Guardian, like the group. How the Guardian come around for Wraith is so satisfying. How they're like, you know what? I know. Because they worked with Hearn before his death, right? So they're like, yo, I don't know who you are, but you're not Hearn, but I don't even care. We follow you. They're like, you're fraudulent, but you know what? You're better than Hearn, so you're my emperor. The Sanderlanche was so wild. Like, so many things happened. I think I have a rare criticism where actually for once too many people died in the Sanderlanche. It would have been cool if Tainon and Gaidon didn't die. I remember Kage not showing up until the end, but I kind of forget who Kage is because Kage means shadow in Japanese, but he doesn't show up until the end. But I know he's like an immortal entity. The ending was so crazy. I was like, okay, so there is the Aether of Night, an original dark night pool. So then if there's a black pool, it's assumed that there is a light pool, so there is a light pool. And the people who use the light pool, the Vori Aether, their ability is to teleport other people. So then Wraith, who is the user of the dark pool, his ability is that he can teleport himself. And I'm like, ooh, that's kind of cool. And of course, the buds came from the pools. The other pool is, of course, in Kavir, where Dinah's from. I don't even know what's going on at this point. It's like Adonasium's in the Verdant pool. The entire war was stopped because Wraith dodged into a pool. Look, reading this last really helps. You get to appreciate a lot of the Cosmere because you know how crazy it is that Wraith and Dinah get married and Adonasium is at the wedding? Like, that should tell you all you need to know. Number 19 is Firstborn. Yo, nah, this is unbelievable work. Nah, like, Dennison Crestmar, yo, he did his big one. Nah, this is unbelievable work. This is incredibly dastardly behavior. Like, Dennison Crestmar Yuta 1. This is a legendary tale that should be more relevant than ever because this is a story, a cautionary tale about the dangers of glazing and doing tricks on it. I love this story because it breaks down when somebody says, nah, you're him. Like, you're actually him. What do they mean by that? Let's break it down, okay? Varian is actually not the best commander in the galaxy. The story is about everybody in the galaxy saying that he's the best commander in the galaxy. They teaching about him in school, everybody fears him, and he's undefeated, right? Until he's defeated by the real GOAT, the king of absolute pettiness and hatred, Dennison Crestmar. What qualifies someone to be the best commander in the galaxy is the winner. It's the survivor. And that is Dennison Crestmar, and that's why he's the GOAT, okay? I mean, Varian used to be, but like, he's washed. Dennison's really out here on international TikTok doing hitting Fortnite emotes on this guy's body. Varian had infinite accolades. He had infinite resources to do whatever he wanted. He had the whole universe in the chokehold, right? But the thing is, he lacked aura. He lacked heart. And you know what? Now he even lacks a girlfriend. Yo, I love stories like this because you know what? People know that you can do anything you want in life as long as you put in that work, right? No, like for real, you can do anything you want in life if you put in that work. It's just that sometimes the amount of work is just so astronomically large. Like there's just so much work that there's no time in your life for other things, right? Other things that can make you happy. Dennison's character is all about the sentiment where he understands that, look, all he wants is to hate on Varian. If he devotes his entire life to hating on Varian, something will come of it and he's willing to take that risk. Literally all this man did his entire life was prey on this man's downfall, and he eventually got it. Like, I love the fact that Dennison just sacrificed the entire, he sacrificed everything he possibly could. He's like, yeah, Varian has a lot of troops, but I can kill his girlfriend. Facts, bro. Like, the fact that he studied Varian hard enough to find his secret girlfriend, sacrificed the entire army just to kill one person, just to, like, mess with him. And I can see people being like, why did Varian, like 2018 Logan Paul himself. But like, there's no way he's that dumb, right? But no. He's like actually that dumb. Bro had all that military might and he still got done in by AI art. Like that man's fall off needs to be studied. Number 18 is Legion. Lies of the Beholder. Oh, there we go. Who really deserves your time in the world and do you want to give it to them? I really like this ending because it tackles the idea of caring about other people and worrying about your loved ones. But really the answer given is that you have to take care of yourself first, Kaladin and Wind and Truth. Stephen Leeds has been chasing after this woman named Sandra for unknown reasons. We just know that she left him and he couldn't get over her. And so the big important question in his life is, why did this person who was important to me leave me? And I just want to know, right? And the thing is that became his main priority in life, this woman who left him so many years ago and how he still thinks about her. And obviously he still cares about his aspects and Wilson, right? But at the start of the books, Wilson's like, yo, Steven, I'm pushing 80, man. Like, I have a family. It's time for me to retire. They call me Unk. They call me Grunk. And it's not like Wilson or Steven dislike each other in any way. Wilson's been doing very one-sidedly whatever Steven wants for the last 3 books, and in return, he got a great salary. Plus, he's just his friend too, but Wilson and Steven are on 2 very different wavelengths. Steven is chasing after Sandra, and Wilson is really putting himself first, right? He's like, hey, I have a family. I want to take care of them. I want to spend time with them. Like, I think I'm done with this life, He for sure wants to be there for the end of Steven's journey, but he's like, you know what? I'm done helping Batman for now. Like, I just want to rest, and that is so valid. So Steven is now left, and he kind of knows that he's spiraling, but at the same time, his main priority is still just finding Sandra. And the crazy thing is, like, the entire series, you don't even know who this woman is. Like, you're like, who is this person? Because the entire time is in his life, Steven's been neglecting the other aspects of his life. While this man was so focused on the idea of this girl, he neglected literally everyone else in his life. And I mean, well, it's mainly just Wilson, to be honest, because I guess you can say the aspects too, but they're not like flesh and blood humans. But that moment when he finally meets Sandra was just so amazing for me because he went through all this work, all this trouble to meet up with this girl, and she's just This entire time, she's just been on that dock suffering. And it's so impactful because the entire time, he thought she was happy, right? Like, they have not been in contact with each other at all. He has no clue whatever has been going on in her life. But he was under the assumption that the entire time, she was out here living her life while he was out here suffering, but it's not the case. When he finally sees her, there's that realization and inner peace where he's like, oh, this entire time, she just had her own problems she was dealing with. He gave up so much just to see her and ask her these questions, like, why did you leave and all that. But really, she was out here dealing with her own problems that he was never a concern to her at all. And there's like this weird realization that he comes across. For one, the question of why she left is answered, and it had nothing to do with him. She had no ill will towards him at all. It's just that she's been fighting her own battles and she had her own problems that she was dealing with. And so she's just concerned about that, right? Like, that's her priority. And for Steven, I think seeing that and realizing that marks the end of his journey, where now the aspects are gone and he has this sort of satisfaction with all those unanswered questions. And now he can really shift his priority to finding a new journey. I really like the ending where he knocks on Wilson's door and he just welcomes him in. The one remaining aspect being alive and him starting to write and stuff, I really like too, because to me that symbolizes that, yeah, he went through this entire journey and that'll still be a part of him moving forward. But he's starting something new, and this is not the same Steven as in the First Legion. Yeah, he's moving forward, but experiences make you, and he's forever changed by that whole journey, and I think that one aspect still being around is a manifestation of that. Number 17 is Mistborn, The Well of Ascension. Well. You know, recently I've had a friend tell me how much they despise love triangles, and with this book, I'm like, you know what? You're on to something. Super action-packed, complex, and substantive Sanderson book. Even though Zane is a big minus, I think it's just such good military planning and strategy and warfare with even more world building. Like, Zane just comes off so poorly to both me and, you know, I'm gonna speak for the world, other people out there too, because I think he's just such a forced late addition. Like, why does book one focus so much on Vin and Ellen's relationship, and then this book, they just throw that man in there and they're like, you know what? They're gonna kiss. You know what? They're gonna kiss. I don't know about all that, but to have a character just going crazy by Ruin, and to have that reveal at the end where Zane was sane the entire time, that was pretty good though. It's just that Zane is so edgy, man. Like, the way he appears in the middle of the night and he challenges Vin to battle, and it's like, why are you even giving this guy like the time of day or night? But you know what? Sazed, again, just stole the show for me. His arc with Tyndwyl was amazing. Sazed being such a devout believer, and then him finally finding like that little spark of hope and happiness with Tyndwyl, but then they have to go to their two separate battlefields, and then she ends up dying, but then he fights to the death, but then ends up living, and it's like, no. He really gave his everything in that fight. I think if he passed away there, he wouldn't have minded at all, but like, the tragedy is that he lives, because you know that he lives now with a lot less to live for because Tyndwyl's gone. And that's such a big part of the book for me, because a big tension is the world slowly falling apart and people keep losing things, and they've already lost so much within those, like, these two books. So the fact that he has to lose Tyndwyl too, it's like that push over the edge. It's a reflection that on the level of shards, preservation is losing and ruin is winning. Other great moments, Tensoon being a traitor. I think that one moment is such an unpredictable one. Like, I don't know what kind of person you have to be to predict something like that. But there's Vin flying over the Koloss army to kill Strathventure. Yo, I love Strathventure, by the way. He's one of my favorite Sanderson villains. I love him as the villain, and I like his demise a lot too. It's like when people say in Disney and DreamWorks movies that we have to stop with the morally gray villains and bring back the stereotypical evil ones. Like, that's how I feel about him. What I appreciate now is that there were so many things I missed. Like that whole ending sequence, for example. Yo, that annoyed me when I first read this book, because I wanted resolution, and we don't get it. But that whole ending sequence of Vin taking up preservation's power, using it to free Ruin, and then using the power to save Elend. This is my second Sanderson book, and when you're 2 books in, you don't understand what's going on. Like, you don't really like get it. When you're just starting out with Cosmere books, you don't know anything about shards or Adalnasium or the physical, spiritual, cognitive world, perpendicularities, none of that, right? But there's also specific things to that scene, like the Mist Spirit being preservation, but also Kelsier, and then the fake one being Ruin. At the time, my interpretation was that this power was just sitting there, and then Vin was the only one who could use it, and then so she just took the power and then chose herself to free Ruin to save Elend. But then there was like a disconnect there. Like, why would that save Elend? And when Ruin is like, "Yay, I'm free, yay!" I was like, well, is that supposed to be good or bad? I don't even know. Like, is this a good or bad person? Like, it was a scam, but Vin also got the medicine to save Elend anyway, so it was a fair transaction in a way. I don't know. So confusing. Literally to this day, one of the more confusing scenes in the Cosmere for me. But love the book. The warfare is really good. Number 16 is Words of Radiance. I've actually never read that copy. It's pretty heavy.
Honor is dead, but I'll see what I can do.
I'll be honest, I remember nothing about this book except the scene. That's why my spoiler-free review of this book is 2 words, because of that. And the scene is obviously the Adolin and Kaladin arena fight scene. Just such a good read. Very nice, satisfying. You know, for Kaladin to be like, Amaram, get down here and fight me like a man. It's like, yeah, you get him, king. By that point in the book, Amaram is just so annoying. So you're like, yes, get that fraud. And of course, he doesn't do it. That really sucks. But Words of Radiance is what I think a majority of Sanderson fans would say is the best Stormlight book. I don't know if that's true. I don't think there's a study for that. But I think Sanderson... That's just what I assume. I think Sanderson said that once too. It's just a straight up improvement to its predecessor by every category and margin. I don't know if I should be saying this, but I saw on TikTok this guy complaining about The Way of Kings being one big prologue. Well, I guess this is the spoiler video, so it doesn't matter. But yes, this is just better. Shallan, who I really liked in The Way of Kings, it comes back with another amazing arc where she gets to meet the other characters. Her sad childhood backstory, and then that scene bonding with Kaladin in the chasm, which kind of feels a bit weird now to think about. Now that she's with Adolin, it does feel like I'm an accessory to infidelity, but anyway. For me, this is still peak Shallan before we go into the DID arc for the next 2 books, which I personally didn't care for. This is where the story feels like it's really starting, which is kind of crazy because of how long these books are. My one regret in my Sanderson reading order is choosing not to read Warbreaker before this. I willingly chose to hold out because I thought it would be a lot better than it was, but that scene where Seth is raised from the dead and he was given Nightblood, that would have hit if I knew what the sword was. I was like, why is there a talking sword? Same thing with Azure. I didn't understand that whole thing until I went back and I was like, oh, that's Vivina. Details wise, could not tell you much about this book. It's quite literally the calm before the storm, but as I said, many people would consider this to be Sanderson's best book, so there are many people out there who would happily glaze this book who aren't me. But great book though, you know, the words were radiant. All 400,000 of them. Number 15 is Towers of Midnight. Matt Cawthon is my favorite Wheel of Time character. The Prince of Ravens, founding father of the Band of the Red Hand, God's chosen emperor, the honored one, the lion's sin of pride. He has my favorite quote of all time from the series, which is, a good general wins with a good plan, but a great general wins when things go wrong, or even if things go wrong. I actually don't know the quote. I can't find it, but if you know it, please cite it for me because I've been trying to find it and I can't find it. But I think it's from one of the previous books. Just the fact that I'm willing to make a video like this should tell you that I am a big fan of Sanderson. I'm a big Fanderson, but yo, he massacred my boy. With the change in writing style from Robert Jordan's very whimsical prose to Sanderson's very straightforward prose, I experienced the change in the one power. You know, I felt the shift in Saidar and Saidin because characters I liked relatively less before, like Rand and Perrin. I ended up liking them a lot more. But then Matt, yo, he lost all his aura, man. He really did. I'm pretty sure Sanderson himself even said that his writing of Matt was never good as his Rand or his Perrin. Like, I'll try and find the clip, okay? In general, this is a great book, but come on, man. Like, The Gathering Storm and A Memory of Light are just such jaw-dropping, amazing reads for me. But we can go through the book. So, chapter 1, right, where Rand shows up at the orchard and he's at peace. I really like that, you know, playing off Gathering Storm's ending. We get the true reunion of Rand and his dad. And by that, I mean, I think they met before, but Rand is now in his right mind, and so he gets to introduce Min to his dad. Oh, actually, also in the prologue, Graendal is alive. As expected. You know, even though this is book 13, I feel like in my head, I could never really differentiate between the Forsaken that much, or it was very hard for me to differentiate them, but now I can see their personalities a lot clearer. Like, okay, this is Missana, this is Arangar, this is Graendal. We get to check in on Morgase, and she says that, like, in some ways, she's at her lowest point in her life because she no longer yearns for the throne, but then now she yearns for stability, and that is more precious than any amount of gold. Finally, we get that Morgase reveal, that she is who she is. Like, her Galad fail, like, all amazing. Even though I preferred Sanderson's writing of Perrin, I feel like I still wasn't invested in his character. So when that scene happened where Rand breaks through the storm, and then Perrin's there and with all the wolves, and they all declare the last hunt, I just wasn't invested. I hate saying that word in a Sanderson video because it implies something else, but this is not Cosmere. Matt using Elaine's Foxhead medallion to fight off the golem, that is so Sanderson coded. But the thing is, right, like, it's a cool thing, but it's actually not that cool because it's just a golem. Like, we're in book 13 and he's just fighting like some golem. The time continuity was a bit weird for me. And, you know, I like Iturralde, but it's the same thing with A Memory of Light where I don't know. I like him, but it just wasn't that interesting for me. But Rand coming in and annihilating the Trollocs was cool. The Perrin trial was okay. But the Perrin and Egwene meetup in Teleran Riod where he stops Mizana's balefire by erasing it. He's just like, no. That was awesome. That was really cool. For Perrin, him defeating Slayer and then destroying the shield Terangriel and then Hopper's death, it was okay. I mean, I've said this before, but I just don't like the fact that Slayer's still around. I feel like he's outlived his entertainment value expiration date. But, you know, the best scene in the book for me, I think, is that Perrin hammer forging scene where he's like, I am the wolf leader. Or I don't think he says that, but he declares himself as the wolf leader. This is called Towers of Midnight because we finally get to see Matt go into the tower to rescue Moraine, who's been gone for, I forget how many books. But my problem with this is that the whole Aelfin and Eilfin dimension and going into the tower and the Moraine rescue, it's been hyped up for so long, and it actually wasn't butchered. This is, I think, supposed to be Matt's big moment, definitely in the last 3 books, but I think series-wise as well, where we know he's super valuable in-world because of his general knowledge. That's a funny way to put it. But yeah, his knowledge of like hundreds of lives of past generals and his power to control fortune. He has all those powers, but he still takes a backseat, I think, in Gathering Storm and A Memory of Light. Rightfully so, though, as there are a million other characters that need their moments too. So much great stuff with this tower raid. It actually does remind me of these manhwa that I like reading, where people go into these dimensional towers like World After the Fall and Tower of God. It's like a surprisingly popular trope. It probably does come from classic fantasy like this, but to actually witness Matt navigate this place, this mystical dimension, right? And then to have that reveal that Noelle is actually Jane Farstrider. Yo, that was a crazy reveal. I did not see that coming at all. I knew something was up with that dude, but I didn't know he was going to be the Jane Farstrider, because that's been... I didn't think that was leading to anything, but I mean, I guess you should be assuming that. You get all this amazing stuff, the purpose of the Ashanda raid, but a couple of things. One is the fact that, or sorry, not fact. That fact would be a bit mean to say. No, there's this sense that you get that Robert Jordan could have written this specific scene a lot better. I know that Sanderson has that preamble at the beginning of Gathering Storm where he says, hey, look, guys, I know that Robert Jordan could write this better than anybody, but it's just, you know, unfortunately he's gone. I'm going to try and continue what he started. But this scene in particular, I feel like it's because Matt lost his aura. Let's be real. I was reading this and I was like, you know what? This is just not the Matt that I came to know and love. You know, I wasn't blown away here. And I feel like if Robert Jordan wrote this, that I would have been. And that is just a bit... Not a bit. It is just very unfortunate. Side note, though, I hate Matt and that Shan Chan princess. You know, I actually never really disliked them until Sanderson's books, too, which is another sign that I feel like Robert Jordan would have written their relationship so beautifully because they have like this... It would have been the most beautiful toxic relationship ever. It's so sad that he only got to write up to the point where they get together, because up to them, like, hinting towards her existence and then them getting together, I really liked all of that, but them as a couple, I don't know. That was also, someone needs to tell me the signs that pointed towards the Tom and Moraine getting together thing, because yo, when she asked him to marry her at the campfire, I was shocked. I was like, is this really what we're doing? Number 14 is Mistborn, the Bands of Mourning. In Era 2, this is the book where everyone really shines for me. Steris is just really witty, funny, and great. Same with Milan and Alik. I remember really liking Alik as a new addition to the cast. Him and the masked people of Scadrial have become really important in House of the Emberdark. Same with Milan, actually, because Milan obviously has her relationship with Wayne. This is kind of her last and only book with the cast, right? Because in Lost Metal, she breaks up with Wayne, and then she becomes a world hopper, and then she goes to Silverlight, right? So she becomes very far removed from the Era 2 cast. Those two are cool. Suit as a villain I've never really liked. There's not one aspect of him that sticks out. His character is just, he's a sub-villain. Like, that's why Tenzin as a main villain I really like, because at the very least, her betrayal was really good, right? The fact that she's set up to be like a good person and whatever, oh, Wax's sister, but no, she's the villain. But I have this book this far up because of that Sanderlanche where Marasi and Wax both really step up. Wayne, not so much. He does have one or two cool moments where he is a bit more serious, but his big moment is to come in the Lost Metal, right? So here is where Wax and Marasi just go outlandishly insane. I wasn't that particularly fond of Wax as the primary character either before this book. Like, my favorite moment is, as a CZ superfan, is of course that talk with the goat. I don't know where exactly they're talking. I just assume it's like the spiritual realm, whatever pocket dimension. I don't know. I love that scene because this man Wax has been slandering CZ for so long, saying, oh, Harmony, why'd you do this to me? Bro, you don't know what my man has been through? But when he finally accepts to be a fellow CZ soldier and accepts to be Harmony's sword, that was very good. I really like that ending a lot. But actually, I think it's Marasi who gets the best moment of the book, where she ascends with the bands and she becomes, like, All Might, Star and Stripe. Side note, I really like that in the Lost Metal she didn't join the Ghostbloods. I think that she's definitely a better fit for the Ghostbloods than Shallan, but I mean, what Shallan brings to the table is different though. Marasi is a Scadrian who wants to protect Scadrial, right? The whole point of the Ghostbloods is to protect Scadrial, but she wants to do it in the light rather than in the darkness. Shallan just doesn't even like the ethos of the organization. Like, she likes the whole assassin espionage. She likes the methods, right? That's her thing. So she's good at the work, but I don't think she likes the organization. She could not care less about Scadrial, right? Like, her heart is in Roshar. But yeah, Marasi becoming a superhero, flying around with the bands, wielding that otherworldly power, which is just the power of the first era Mistborn. That was all very cool. Like that a lot. I actually read this before Secret History, right? So when I saw that statue of Kelsier with the one eye, I was like, wow, who is this guy? Like, I guess they'll explain it. But I was like, wow, this guy really reminds me of Kelsier. Number 13. Wow, these books are heavy. Number 13 is Rhythm of War. When the Stormfather took mercy on Eshonai and started showing her the world like Aladdin and National Geographic, it was so beautiful that I almost forgot Venli was in the book. The thing about this book is that I like the ending a lot. It's second only to Oathbringer for me out of the 5 mainline Stormlight books that are out right now. But the science and Venli's POV were so hard to get through for me. Like, that was such a bad reading experience. Honestly, I don't even like the actual Dog and the Dragon story that much. It's just that when Hoyd like said those 5 words to Kaladin, that was peak. That combined with the Eshonai send-off and the Taravangian ending just made this book so good for me. Like, I look back at this book, and you know what, the more time goes on, the more I really like this book. The highs outshine the lows for me, right? Because when you have an epic fantasy book like this, the depth that I think that can be reached is just so far ahead of something like Alcatraz or Firstborn, even though I really like those two a lot. Because Firstborn is a short story, Alcatraz is a book for kids, and I am an adult reader, right? Like, these really deep cuts, I think, are why I read. I think that it would take a lot for a very surface level book, and also a shorter book, which Firstborn is both, to break in for me, like, to become one of my more favorite books, for me to like that book over others. Although a couple of those books are coming up. But yeah, this is where the Cosmere really ramps up for me. I actually didn't read Mistborn Era 2 before this. Like, I read this before Mistborn Era 2, so I didn't see that Ghostblood connection. But at the very least, this is where Taravangian steps up as the Cosmere's Thanos. Like, I was so scared for Wit at the end of this book. The way that was built up was so good. I think Taravangian's build up is just super, super subtle, where you know he's competent, right? So because he's competent, you don't want him to get any power. And so the more power he has, the scarier he is. And so that ending where he dies, like he dies, like he kills Wraith. Not Wraith. What's his name? Race. But no, that ending where Taravangian just wipes his memories, like Wit's memories, that was so scary. Because you know what? You just assume that Wit is never in danger. He's always just kind of, like whimsical and a bit overpowered and you know, just very likable. But the fact that he's like actually in serious danger, I was like, wow. What a good way to end a book. I'm pretty sure in Yumi and the Nightmare Painter that Wit said that, like, that's been patched, you know, it's been patched in the latest update, that people can never do that to him again because he's learned from that whole Taravangian thing. But also, is Taravangian still around in Yumi? I'm not sure how far ahead that is. You know who I forgot to mention? Adolin, bro. Him and Maya, that whole thing, I did not see that coming at all. I think I've seen online a lot of people were saying, oh, that's so predictable and whatever, but I'm usually blind to that sort of stuff. You know, now that I think about it, this book might be my favorite Adolin POV because I just wasn't expecting it. Like, I understand how much love Adolin gets now because of his arc in this book specifically. The hook for his plotline for me was that I just wanted him to revive the Deadeyes so bad, and it never happened. Even in Win and Truth, it didn't happen, but I really wanted it to happen so bad. I know Sanderson said that, like, oh, Adolin wasn't supposed to be in the Stormlight books, or he wasn't supposed to be that, like, big of a character, but he just developed so naturally and, like, really resonated with people that he eventually did, right? I'm so happy that we got this from that. I love that moment in the courtroom where everybody is just slandering Adolin, saying, oh, Maya thought this of you, oh, Maya doesn't want that, whatever, Maya this, Maya that, and then Maya's just like, who has never talked throughout the entire book, is just like, be quiet, you losers, I literally didn't say any of that, stop talking on my name, like, that was so good. I love that sentiment, too, behind her decision, where she doesn't talk anymore, and she is willingly like a Deadeye because that is a result of her oath. Like, she made a promise and then she broke that promise, and this is her repercussion, and this is her, like, kind of living up to that promise that she made. Oaths mean something, right? So even if things don't go your way, you made a promise, you made a commitment to yourself, and you have like a duty to uphold that. Also, I was debating whether or not to admit this, but look, I just be reading, okay? I just be reading, I just be enjoying, right? I didn't know that Kaladin was depressed until this book. I know, okay? I know it's very obvious. It's very obvious. I also didn't know ADN was, in Elantris. How I found out was that I was watching a Sanderson interview and he was like, oh yeah, because Kaladin has depression. I was like, what? Wait, really? I thought he was just sad because of like physical circumstances, right? His physical circumstances are also really bad. I thought it was so normal for him to be sad in his circumstance. Like, if I was in his position, I would be super sad. He was enslaved, his friends are dying, the world's ending. Like, even though I heard Sanderson say that, oh, in these happy moments, you may notice that Kaladin is sad. That is like a sign of depression. I was like, but if the world was ending and my friends were dying and I was like going through a lot, like I would also be sad, but I didn't think it was related specifically to. I think I'm just dumb because I actually thought that Kaladin would be like would turn evil in this book. That was my prediction. I was like, by Rhythm of War, Kaladin is gonna be so evil, and yeah, I'm just wrong. Number 12. Is Wind and Truth. I know, okay. Never let bro rank again. Who let bro cook? Bro might be Moash. I get it, okay? Yo, chill. Let me know. Hear me out, okay? Hear me out. Okay, look. I read this book and I loved it, okay? And then I went online and I saw all these negative reviews and I was like, wow, all this negativity towards this book is so valid and I agree with almost all of it. I say almost because I was gonna say a lot of people, but I'm gonna even say a grand majority of people do not like this book, okay? And I think it's because a lot of people really like Stormlight to be super deep, super serious, and super emotional, while this is just lame and trashy. That to me means that it doesn't make sense logically if you try to reason out why things are the way they are. Like, Sanderson books are usually like even more logical than a regular fantasy book. Like, he explains every little detail of why things the way they are the way they are. Take Adolin's arc in Rhythm of War and compare it to his one here. Like, why does he found the unoath? Like, that is, I'm skipping ahead because that is such foul, despicable business right there. Okay, look, I'm just gonna leave that for later. But this book ends in a despair ending, right? It ends in a where the heroes don't win, the villain takes over, and Brandon said in an interview that this book is supposed to be like a kick in the face, right? I think that nobody expected the book to be this way. Like, it's not satisfying because the villain wins, but then the actual character arcs aren't that good. It's like there's so much to talk about here. I don't know where to start, but I think my thesis is, look, good book, bad literature, right? What do I mean by that? This is a bad line of reasoning, but I'm still gonna say it anyway. If I were to take my personal experiences and preferences out of the equation and just grade this book, like if someone were to ask me what I would give this book from a scale of 1 to 10, I would say anywhere from a 2 to a 4. Even though I really like the book, I think it is just quite objectively, I don't want to say objectively. No, I think the book is lame, okay? I'm gonna be honest. It's a lame book. But the thing is, right, like, look, I have Calamity at 9 and Elantris at 3. Like, I'm not grading these books on how good I think the book is. I'm ranking them based on how much I like the book. Like, I like this book a lot. For me, getting back into reading novels and not just, I don't know, manga and comics and stuff, reading to me is a pastime, right? It's a hobby, right? Like, I unfortunately have a life and responsibilities. That's why it's been like a year since my last video, because I have to like live. So for me, when I pick up a book and read it, it's purely out of enjoyment, like during my free time. And with this book, it came out last December, right? And I didn't read it for a month because I was busy. But when I eventually got around to reading it, and it took me another month to read it, every time I picked up this book, I was happy. I'm gonna be real. Like, I was really happy whenever I read this book. I read this book really slowly over a month. Loved it every time I picked it up, and it was actually one of the best reading experiences I've ever had. I feel like this book is a rarity with Sanderson, where usually maybe you're not enjoying the book that much, but then he always sticks the landing. Here, I really enjoyed the book, and I like the ending a lot better than I thought I would like it. But I also had low expectations for the book, like even just going into it, even before the book was even released, I had low expectations. But I really enjoyed the book, and I felt like he didn't stick the landing. Adolin. Let's start there, okay? I think he had the best POV throughout the book, but I despise that ending. I really, really do not like where he ended up. His arc here where he's defending Azir is just so classic Sanderson, just straight up like Well of Ascension, military warfare, tower defense. I feel like his Colosseum defense warfare arc here was just so good because the stakes were so high. It was so anxiety inducing, which is what you want in that sort of like tower defense. A lot of great pressure building scenes too, where he talks with Emperor Yanagawan and all the officers, just continuously building up until the end where he fights that absolutely random dude who nobody cares about, but then the armor spread and go, yes, dad, and then he equips them and stuff. That was the most emotional ending, even though I didn't describe it that way, or not ending moment. But all this to say, I hate the unoath. I really do not like that concept of, oh, there's a promise is different from an oath. No, it's not. That is super lame. This whole thing is so lame. I do not like the fact that he made his own Knight's Order. He's like, you know, that ending where he's like, you see the dark clouds and they stop at Azir's border and the sunlight is shining down on Adel and he's looking up like that one dog meme and he's like, man, I did it. And then, you know what? No. This guy Adel ended up having his own grassroots Knight startup. Like, I can't believe like this is what his character has turned into. And Maya, I hate that, bro. I really wanted Adel to refound the dead Spren or whatever. I know it may not, it doesn't even make sense for him to do so, but I just think I really wanted that so bad. I think it would have been so cool, but just to have Maya like call up the Dead Eyes and then Adel be like, okay, I'll take all these orphans and we can fight together and I'll give some of you to like my 10 guys and like, oh. With Seth, best flashbacks in the entire series, actually. I really liked his flashbacks, and I think that means a lot coming from me because I really dislike the flashbacks in basically every other book except this one. The Way of Kings flashbacks specifically, I remember when I first came across them, it felt like when I was a kid and I had Crunchyroll on like our family's one iPad, and I would watch like anime on Crunchyroll on the iPad. But then we didn't have a subscription or anything, right? So then every like couple of minutes there would be an ad playing. And the ad was so long and I would still watch through, but then every time there would be an ad, it would take away from the show, right? It would take me out of the show. Like my immersion was lost. But these Seth flashbacks were wonderful. When he comes across those guys munching on his sheep, I was like, you know what? Valid crash out. I've heard people say that this arc is like a video game where he's just going around collecting swords. But you know what? I really like that, actually. The reveal that he was basically auditioning to be a herald is crazy. The fact that Nail was basically like made him do 10 rounds of interviews for his company is so insane. Also insane that he's cuffed now. Like Stormlight 6 better explain that in full detail, because how is this guy, a half-dead serial killer in a supernaturally autocratic planet in a fantasy world, and yet he has time to like go on dates and fall in love? Like, how is this? I can't even do that. I also feel like it's not a surprise that I like this arc because I really like Shallan's arc in Way of Kings, where she's off doing her own thing, and this is the same thing where him and Kaladin are very far off from the main plot. Shallan makes a return to form here. Her best scene is the invasion of the Ghostbloods hideout. That just showed how much like skills she has and her growth throughout the series and like how she takes charge and all these people follow her. But that fight scene with Mraize at the end just did not hit. Like, maybe it's because I just don't like, or I was never really interested in Mraize that much. Like, he was just this guy who's like veiled in mystery, but he was actually a lot better when he was veiled in mystery. Now he's just this regular villain who's like, oh, Shallan, this is your time has come, let's fight. And then they fight and it's like, I'm not that interested in this. There just wasn't any impact there. Like, what is that supposed to show, that Shallan's better than Mraize? Like, we knew that though. My favorite Shallan scene though was when she was watching Renarin and Relaine and she was just like jumping up and down, kicking her feet in the air. Was that really not obvious to people? Like, I feel like it was so obvious. I would have thought that Relaine would have no partner. Actually, that his arc would be more like Merassi's from Mistborn Era 2, where he becomes more of like a Parshendi spokesperson. But yeah, I've never really liked interspecies stuff in fiction. I get that they're supposed to be people. Like, since this is fiction, right? Like, Parshendi don't exist. It's supposed to be person to person. These people have two different appearances and cultures, and they're supposed to get along, and that's okay. If you want to talk about what I really hated in this book, though, my least favorite character is Jasna. I've never been a Jasna fan. My least favorite scene in this book is when Taravangian comes down from the heavens just to dog walk her. Like, I just skimmed through that entire sequence because I just wasn't interested. You know he's gonna win. Like, it's not even a question. He's like, Jasna, you're gonna give me your land because me and you are the exact same. And I'm like, you know what? He's 100% right. They are basically the exact same. That scene was so long too. I could not be bothered. But not gonna lie, Jasna has been on fraud watch since the start. Like, what has she even done besides like be the first Radiant or whatever to unlock her powers? Like, she didn't even do anything with that. Kaladin's really the one who popularized being a Radiant. He put people on. He's like making people like unlock their own potential. He's like working with everyone. He's like that guy. Like, once Kaladin became a Radiant, he brought back everyone. He brought back the Windrunners, and then all the other organizations started coming in. I swear Jasna never does anything. Like, she unlocked her Radiant powers, then went to Starbucks and called it a day. Her whole thing is that she's logical and pragmatic, right? But like in the exact same way that Taravangian is. So if Taravangian's here, like, Jasna, if I can prove to you that you are a logical and pragmatic person, then you give me all their land. It's like, obviously he's gonna win because he's just saying the truth. Like, what does she bring to the table, like, against Taravangian? Like, what gives her the edge? Like, nothing. Taravangian has all the cards, like, in his hand. I don't know. I was a bigger fan of Jasna in Way of Kings Prime, but that's also just a completely different character. There, her character is contrasted to Talon as this, like, logical person who doesn't believe in magic, and then Talon is like the being of magic, right? So it's like this nice contrast there. Here, where she's just a logical person, it's like, okay, like what else do you bring, you know? I'm sad Rock didn't come back. I'm gonna have to wait like 8 years to see this guy again, probably. Like, Moash is still here. Like, that guy, Moash loses aura the more time goes on. He didn't even do anything. He just killed another Bridgeman and then left. Like, he's basically a Rasharan Inquisitor now. He has the whole Spike thing. He's basically like the world's Marsh. A Marsh and Moash collab would be good, though. Navani got the Annie from Attack on Titan treatment. We're gonna see her again in like book 9 or something. Who knows when she's gonna be out of that crystal. Sigil dipped, and we knew it was gonna happen because of Sunlit Man. I do agree with the sentiment that Sunlit Man spoils this a lot, but I thought he would be I thought he would leave a lot later, like in the later books. Also, there were like 3 Spren that were released into the wild in this book. But after the first Spren release, it just did not hit. I'm sorry. Oh, and Seth's Spren 1201 or whatever, that little guy, I liked, oh my, yo, I wanted that guy to stick around, man. I really liked him a lot. It's like, you know what? I get it, because Seth, he caused Seth so much trouble, right? So it's like, you know what? People can change, people can do better, right? But at the same time, you deserve the choice to be able to cut people off who have done you wrong. Lift going to Vasha for a training arc is really cool. Lots of good setup there. Wit, I actually didn't like Wit in this book, actually, now I think about it. I feel like he was just a little too childishly wacky, and the things he would say, like his actual dialogue, I didn't really like. I think his best line was about the value of art just existing at the beginning of the book. That was fine. But actually no. His best moment is when he met Ryson. I actually don't understand what happened there at all, but their reactions were so funny. When Wit just like sees Ryson and his jaw drops, and then like I don't even know what happened there, but he starts ascending, and then he just says, "No." That was cool. All the stuff with Elle, I didn't really get either, but but that's actually like built in to be, I think, explained in the latter half of the books. It was funny though to see him desecrate Jezreel's soul again. Dalinar's spiritual journey, like, yeah, his spiritual realm journey was okay. Like, it was just really boring though. Like, I think it should have been more wacky and dangerous and random, and just, it should have been more dangerous than what it was, right? I feel like the spiritual realm was just like really chill. Not gonna lie, he kind of had it easy in there. Like, he basically just watched a movie and then came back. It's just that, you know, during the screening, an old man came and then took his kid and started doing dastardly things to him. But I personally did not like the decision that he was his own champion. It makes sense, but I did not like Gavinor. I didn't like that he was the other champion too. One of the dumbest things in this book is that cliffhanger where he looks up and he thinks Gavinor is Ellecaller, and he's like, Ellecaller? And as a reader, you're like, no way, they brought back Ellecaller. Like, and of course that whole AI Blackthorn thing, like that Taravangian downloaded, like that is so dumb. And it also ruins Dalinar's character to have like that like Blackthorn thing. I get that it is supposed to be a different character, okay? I've watched that Sanderson interview with the 17th Shard where he was like, nobody worry, okay? Nobody freak out. This is not Dalinar. This is legit a different character. So I'm sure it'll like develop its own personality and maybe take up a different name that's not Blackthorn or Dalinar related, maybe like Bob or something like in Thunderbolts. But I love Dalinar's ending. That guy, yo, he actually exposed T. Diddy, not gonna lie. He put out a notice to all 14 other shards or whatever. I think that's the wrong number. Or is it? I don't know. He put out a notice to all the other shards. He was like, yo, raid that man's house. That guy has like 300 bottles of baby oil investiture in the spiritual realm. Like, please help me. I think that's a good ending because, you know what? The contest was a sham. Like, there's just no way that Odium doesn't win. Like, the real win is not the contest. It's Odium's downfall. So Dalinar, like, starting that downfall is, I think, really nice. And when I read it, I really, really liked it. It's such a win on all levels, not even just morally or philosophically. It's like, he gave him like a tainted and incomplete shard of honor. Like, he gave him a Shard of Honor that is looking at him with mad sus. He's looking at him like, I don't even like you, bro. Dalinar told the Shard to say the most important words a Shard can say, bro. And this Shard is now with Taravangian, and he's like, yeah, I really don't even want to be associated with this guy. And even more than that, it's like, Taravangian now, like as of right now, has 14 divine ops ready to just like end his life, okay? Like, they're all coming for him now. And he can't even do anything about it because his planet is in a time dilation bubble. Like, what is he gonna do? I don't even... Taravangian is actually cooked, but... Kaladin. With Kaladin, I think my favorite Kaladin arc is still an Oathbringer, but just across the series, I think Kaladin has like my favorite arcs. Kaladin really like retired. He really like went to go play Animal Crossing with the Heralds. He's like, you know what? It's time for other people to carry the books. And I like that. You know, people love Kaladin, right? I think people really fell in love with Stormlight because of Kaladin and his moment specifically. But it's like, he's carried the books already. He's done that. He's saved the world. Like, he's been that guy. Like, so his arc now being like, yo, I'm gonna chill. It's time for other people to do some work. It's like, yeah, he's done more than enough, like, for the world, like, for the readers. Like, it's time for him to actually like rest. And he's still not even done. He's gonna go back for more. In this book, I really like that he fully committed to the therapist role. It's like, that's just Kaladin, right? It's the same way he learned to play the flute in 2 weeks or whatever. At the beginning of the book, he promised, like, this is the path I'm going to take for this book. I'm going to be, you know, in more of a therapist role. And he did that, and the payoff was great. He's a herald. You know, I've never even thought that Kaladin himself was that cool. Like, I've always thought in my eyes that anyone could be Kaladin with effort, like, be a person who does, like, good things. He's just a guy. Like, he might be the guy who brought knights back to Rashar, sure. But he's a knight among many, and a guy nonetheless. How I've always thought about it is book 1 is Kaladin becoming a hero. Book 2 is that he shows people that he's a hero. Book 3 is like you need help. Someone needs to save you. Book 4, it's look, I'm saving people, but I can't save everyone. And then book 5 is now Kaladin choosing to be a hero. Like, he is a hero. He's shown people that he's a hero. He's gotten time to like, he's allowed people to save him, and he's understood that he can't save everyone. Now it's like, I really like choose to do this. Like, it's not a product of circumstance. And it's like, look, world's doomed, but I'll see what I can do, okay? Like, I always come first. I will always, like, you know, I gotta take care of myself, but, you know, I want to try and help people. I really enjoy helping people. This is what I'm gonna do. It's not even like a morally righteous thing. It's just like, look, I really want to do that, and so I'm gonna do it. And with the heralds, right? I thought these heralds were like they used to be cool, but now they're not cool anymore. And I really like that Kaladin is like, no, like, these people have done literally so much, thousands of years, put in so much effort, and now they need help, and nobody's helping them. It's that same thing in book 3 where it's like, okay, they saved everybody, but who's gonna help them? Because of Kaladin, my opinions on the heralds have like done a complete, like, he made me see the light, and he made me like feel compassion towards these people. I think a big reason why I like this book too is that just every step of the way, I had a lot to think about, and then even after the book 2, I thought about it a lot of like what my opinion on things are, and I really thought deeply about all these different topics. I will say the learning to play the flute in 10 days is crazy, but when we eventually get that bridge for reunion, man, when we see Rock again, when Kaladin comes back, that return is gonna be so crazy, man. I'm gonna be like in my 30s. That's crazy. Not even the Adolin, Kaladin, Shallan reunion pact or whatever. I don't care about that. But the bridge for reunion, man, when all the Windrunners like see Kaladin again, oh, man, I'm excited. See, I hope for this book specifically, I could like convey my thoughts like without, because I feel like I have so many thoughts about this specific book, and I understand, right? It's not that great of a book, but again, I just really, really enjoyed it, and I really like thinking about the book, actually. Number 11 is Hope of Elantris. This is cheating because this is as high as it is because I love Elantris, and this is even more Elantris. This is the DLC. You get confirmation that Rauden and Serene are happy and they have a kid. You get more clarification regarding the invasion of the city and how a lot of the kids get away because of the heroic efforts of Matisse and Dash, right? I like that perspective of Matisse being this non-combatant unit and showing off her bravery. I personally didn't even realize that Ash was gone during the whole Elantris Sanderlanche, but you know, it's nice to know that both Matisse and Dash got their efforts rewarded by Rauden as he gave them Aeons as a sort of Medal of Honor sort of thing. Top 10. Number 10 is Tress of the Emerald Sea. I don't know if we'll ever get this sort of whimsical prose from Sanderson again, because it only makes sense here due to plot reasons, because this is Hoyd narrating. But I hope we do. I mean, from what I've seen, this went over really well with the whole Sanderson fan populace, and it even extended further towards the general population. Like, I've seen Quarter Jade give this book a try. It does feel like, since Brandon has always gotten a lot of criticism for his straightforward prose, that this is him, you know, flexing the depth of what he can do. But the sort of flowery prose here is why this book specifically is good. It actually kind of makes me reconsider how much I love Brandon's normal, straightforward style, because now I see like the benefit of a more flowery prose is that you can make mundane moments really like beautiful and good. But making the mundane beautiful is a big point of the book, right? Like Tress is this mundane girl living a very small island life, but that mundane life is very beautiful. The whole non-mundane journey of pirates, dragons, magic, all of that is really just to get back to that comfortable life with Charlie. Because her true happiness is that comfortable, cozy, humble lifestyle, right? There are 3 moments here which are my 3 favorite moments in the book, and they are not that exciting content-wise. They are these mundane moments, but it's the way that they're described by Brandon which makes them meaningful. The first is where Tress describes her love for Charlie as a glove. On its own, kind of cringe. I'll be honest, it's pretty cringe, but it's executed very well, which makes it not cringe. There was this running gag for like 3 chapters where one chapter just randomly ends talking about gloves just to like throw you off, but then the next chapter is Tress, and she's describing how her relationship with Charlie is like these pair of gloves, where at first it felt really new and foreign, but the more time they spend together, it's like going from these new pair of gloves to a pair of gloves that she's had for years, right? Like she's feeling more and more comfortable with him. But then Charlie's forced to leave in the next chapter, and as he's leaving, he's so embarrassed, and he's like, Tress, you're kind of like, this may sound dumb, man, but like, you kind of remind me of some gloves. And she's like, no, Charlie, I actually think the exact way. It is very cringe, but the point is that Tress just really understands him, and they both understand each other, and they are, you know, cringe together. I think that whole sequence would come off really poorly in any other Sanderson book, but here, because of like the way it's described and the theme, it just comes off as very cute. The second moment I really like is when Tress's dad helps her escape the island. This is, again, in any other Sanderson book, this would be the starting line, right? Where the focus would be on Tress and how she goes off to escape the island and goes on her own adventure. But here, I really like that the focus is on the dad. That is so cool because the narration just gives so much weight, like to the dad just asking for help. Like there's just such a implied level of weight to that scene where you understand that all these villagers don't like really want to help Tress. Like they would if it was, but they're putting themselves first, right? It's like, it's an inconvenience towards them. And so they kind of don't want to help her and put their own, you know, safety at risk. But then the fact that the dad has helped all of them, like for nothing in return, 4 years. When he asks them for something, and he doesn't even ask them actually, it's just this like real, like the smallest like implication of an ask. It's like, it's so powerful because he's always helped people and never asked anything in return. So then even just the fact that he implied like an ask for himself, it was just like everybody was just down instantly, and it was crazy. Like content-wise, there's not much to the scene. It's just Tress leaving the island, but it's the way that scene is described as him being the wealthiest man on the island, even though he has no cash. Like his entire life, he's been saving up this one favor from all the other villagers, right? He's never asked the villagers for anything, but he knows that if he did ask them for one thing, no matter what it is, they would all agree because all he's done is help these people. That scene is so awesome, again, because like he just doesn't explicitly say it. He just like implies it like a small amount, and then everybody's there for him. Again, Tress has my favorite beginning of any Sanderson book, I think, because of this and the glove thing too. The last moment I like is at the end of the book where Anne is shooting cannonballs. She's not even that bad at shooting cannonballs. It's just the fact that everybody has always told her that she's like not a good like marksman. And then the whole scene is Hoyd like describing it, right? He's like, look, this is a girl who has always missed their shot, not because she can't hit it, but because everybody tells her that she can't hit it. So then when everyone finally starts supporting her and she starts knocking down enemies, and then you have that description of Hoyd of her looking down on the mountain where it's like, this mountain has looked so like immensely impossible for her. Like it's been so hard for her to do this one simple task, and now that she's done it, it just looks so easy, and you kind of realize like how silly you are, even though it's not that silly. Like this metaphorical mental mountain was stopping her from achieving greatness, and now that she's gone past it, she looks back and she's like, wow, that was actually a bit easy. So yes, those mundane moments being amplified and giving meaning are why this book specifically is in my top 10. Stuff like Hoyd getting Elantrian powers or the Elantrian using an iPad, like that sort of reveal and greatness to the book is, it can be found in any other Sanderson book. But I feel like the amplification of these otherwise ordinary scenes are what makes Tress of the Emerald Sea such a unique like Sanderson entry. Probably the most unique Cosmere entry, actually. Number 9 is Calamity. This is a book so bad that it is beautiful. Like this is the most off the deep end levels of junk food literature I think Sanderson has ever written. The Reckoners is already such a silly, zany series, but this is like the most outlandish stuff. And that's because of the multiverse. I think people have learned from Marvel now that once you start adding a multiverse and dimensions and timelines and stuff, like it just becomes too convoluted. Nobody will ever understand this, but this is weirdly identical to Xenoblade Chronicles 2, where Obliteration is Malos, Proph is Jin, David is Rex, and Calamity is Klaus. And I guess that means that Pyra would be Megan, which is insulting, but it is a good comparison because they both have flame powers. In Xenoblade Chronicles 2, it follows the same formula as Children of the Nameless, where it spends most of its time on a small scale. You're running around, you're dealing with quests and monsters and stuff like that. But at the end of the book, it just explodes in scale to gods and divinity. Quite a common occurrence in Sanderson books, and it is the case here. For most of this book, the Reckoners are falling apart and they're doing like the most menial tasks. The book is primarily on how to get Prof back, but A, I don't even think that's a very good tension, and B, the process to get him back is so long. The thing is that Prof is just not a good villain. Like, he was David's teacher for the past 2 books, he's not very threatening. You never lose the sense that he's just out of control for the moment, but eventually he'll be back because he's a good guy and he belongs with the good guys. It really does feel like a run of side quests where we have to find him and then defeat him and then turn him back, and then at each stage of the process there's like other things you have to do, and it's just this slow descent into busybodiness. It's like, okay, we need resources, we need to raid Nighthawk, and then it takes a long time, and then they finally raid Nighthawk, and then Nighthawk's like, okay, there's this new technology that allows you to steal powers. Something that's that whole DNA thing is important in Lux, actually. And then Nighthawk himself has a cameo in Lux. But it's like, okay, we have to go steal Stormwind's powers because before we face Prof, we have to go deal with Stormwind. And then it's just a new string of meaningless tasks, like just keep spawning. So why is this ranked number 9 for me? Well, it's just off the wall crazy. I've heard Sanderson say this too, but people have gripes with Harry Potter because of, you know, time turners existing, right? Like, that is game breaking. Here it's the same, where in book 1 there were cold hard limits to things, where Steelheart is invincible, but he's super vulnerable to people who aren't scared of him, right? You can defeat an epic like him by outsmarting him, and he's the big bad epic of the book. The underlying notion was always that, okay, David doesn't have any powers, but he can always win against any epic as long as he outsmarts them. That's why the best fight in this book, I think, is David versus Loophole, and that is such a lame fight. Or not a lame fight. Loophole is such a lame villain. Like, he's basically Ant-Man. But that scene was just a very classic Reckoner scene where David is fighting against Loophole, and then he outsmarts her by, you know, when she shrinks down into a crack, he makes her sneeze, and then, you know, she explodes, and then, you know, she's dead. But although that is in this book, that is an exception. Like, the game is no longer outsmarting epics. It's about showcasing the craziest, most game-breaking powers imaginable. The power creep has gone too far, okay? The game is now who has the most broken power. Like, just the fact that you can take people's powers via their DNA is already just like, the game is completely changed now, because now anyone can have powers. Now like, the playing field is so equal. A man like Oblivion doesn't even need to showcase his power. Like, all he does is aura farm. He literally did nothing. Oblivion is my favorite villain of the series. Okay, I love Oblivion, but it's so, like, I can't believe we're never getting to see him fight seriously. Like, he really just like ends the book and then leaves and then goes to Toronto. So I guess I'll see him soon. I already thought from Firefight that Megan's power of being able to like go between realities was crazy, but now it's gone to a new level. Before, I swear Megan could just like blow fire and stuff, but now she can like she can do summons from other dimensions. She can grab people from other dimensions and then bring them here. They win against Prof because she goes into the alternate dimension and then she takes out his metaphorical daughter, which he could have had. And then when Prof saw his alternate dimension daughter, and that made him just like lock in and be like, wait, what am I doing? I lose. It's like, what? That is some Dennison Crestmar level strategy. With David, there's this weird thing where you know he's going to get powers, and that's kind of like teased. It's teased so heavily. I was eagerly reading with this to see him get Steelheart's powers, because I think it's just so obviously like implied to the reader, like, hey, you know, David has Steelheart's powers, and then he could be like, you know, he is Steel Slayer, but he could like actually have Steelheart's powers. Like, because if everyone gets powers of what they fear, what does David fear more than Steelheart? But the fact that he doesn't even get into like the epilogue though, like he doesn't even really like showcase them, is such a tease. That is actually so mean. Which gets me to that ending. I cannot even describe like the level of happiness I felt reading that ending, because it was just such an adrenaline rush. The biggest adrenaline rush ever, because it was so outrageous. When Oblivion teleports David to the International Space Center, and then there's that chair and then it swivels around and Larsener's just sitting there and he's like, hello, David. Bro, my jaw dropped. They said that Calamity was an epic multiple times, but I just like thought, there's no way, like, it's a star though. Like, it's an object in the sky. Like, it has to be like, I didn't even think it was just floating in space. Like, the fact that it was actually like a human epic, I thought maybe like there would be a guy on the ground and he's like projecting something, or it's some dude from another planet and he's kind of like, you know, summoning the star. Like, even if it said multiple times that Calamity is an epic, like, how though? But it's a star. It's a literal big red star. I would have never guessed that Calamity was Larsener. Like, that is actually like an unguessable ending. There's no way you could guess that. I'm sorry. Like, I already like Larsener a lot, because he was basically just introverted all for one, right? Like, he would just kind of like sit in the corner and then like steal people's powers, like that. Like, that's chill. But wow, that is like the most unpredictable twist ever. That Calamity is just Larsener because he glows red. Like he's just a dude sitting down glowing red. Every part of what Larsener says is beyond comprehension, where he's like, yeah, I'm part of this immortal, interdimensional god species whose entire goal is to just give people powers and prove that they'll misuse them, which is entrapment. But it's crazy that all this could have been avoided if Larsener just gave people their powers and dipped. But because he was like still there and just glowing in the sky, people started, you know, hearing the voice of Lewis there and then wandering Teleran Road. Like that's the thing. It's like it's not even that big of a problem. It's just that his presence there made people go crazy. Like he gave people these powers, and then like, you know, because he's there, like as long as he's gone, people can just have their powers in peace. Like that is an option, to just have powers and not be crazy. It was just the most mind-boggling ending because Larsener was like, oh, I'm just the problem, so okay. And then he just leaves, and that's the ending. When I read that, I was dying. I can't lie, I was laughing, bro. That was so funny. And then the real cherry on top was that epilogue where David finally like kind of acknowledges his Steelheart powers, but he's like, I need a teacher though. So I'm like, who's gonna be his teacher? Like Prof? And then he goes into Megan's alternate dimension and then talks to an alternate version of his dad. Bro, the fact that David's ending is him bonding with his alternate dimension dad, like that's not even like that's like the difference between like Dalinar and like the Blackthorn, you know? And the fact that like the dad was even like, you know what? I wouldn't mind having a son. It's like, whoa, like what? No, man, like this book is called Calamity, and it was properly named because this was just an absolute catastrophe, and it was beautiful. Number 8 is A Memory of Light. I remember this one comment on the last video that was like, oh, he's not a reader, but I mean, he's at least read like 83 books. But you know, it's actually more than that because I read the entire Wheel of Time series just for this video, man, just for these videos. It always feels like there's a million negative things that I could say about each book and the series as a whole. But you know what? Real Wheel of Timers don't care, man. We love it anyway. It's like, you know what? I compare this to One Piece a lot in my head, which I've actually been reading One Piece since I was in the 5th grade, you know? Like, but in a lot of ways, I feel like it's really similar where they say, oh, One Piece is so long, it has 1,000 episodes. You know, Wheel of Time is so long, there's like 14 like gajillion page books. And then content-wise, it's the same where people say, oh, in One Piece, so many episodes don't even matter to the main plot, right? All these episodes are useless. And then here it's like, some of these books, yeah, some of these books have like nothing. Crossroads. Another one is where people say, oh, if you get to Arlong Park and you don't like One Piece, you should drop it. Here it's like, oh, if you get to Shadow Rising and you don't like it, then it's just not for you. But one explanation I've seen for series like this where it's just so long is that, well, this is in relation to One Piece, but Giguk, he was actually releasing an anime. All the homies watching Bond, but no. He says that like with One Piece, the highs are untouchable. Yeah, there's a lot of like, you know, lows and lulls or whatever, but the highs are just so untouchable. And the Wheel of Time resonates with me in that way, where, you know, time actually like passes, like reading this book, because these books are so long, like in your real life, like time passes and like you develop as a person because these books like just take so long to finish. You know, when I finished this book, my life was like completely different than when I started the first book. And if we're talking in-world, those slow moments, like the bar scenes or the lengthy talks, you know, the twirling of the braid or the rolling of the dice or whatever, those moments that you complain about, you just really find attachment to because you just know so much about these characters. Because you go into those tiny details, you just know so much about like these people. Not just the people, but the world too. Getting to know all this information with all of these hundreds of thousands of words is part of the experience. You know, when people say like, oh, if you like the Wheel of Time, you're just a victim of like the sunk cost fallacy or whatever, that you've just poured so much time into this that at the end, like you just have to like it. It's like, I mean, yes. But at the same time, that experience of it being so long is just enjoyable for some people. Some crazy, like weird people. But let's get into it, okay? So I know I was talking about the pacing being slow, but for the last book, the pacing is actually both really fast and really slow in a way. What I mean by that is like, I guess what someone would consider pacing is that this book is paced slowly, I think. But it's just that the content is so different. In a normal Wheel of Time book, that isn't the very last Wheel of Time book. Like there would be so many of these moments just, you know, talking in a bar, lounging around in a room. Those moments are gone here. It's just all like straight warfare action scenes. Lots of fighting, lots of changing perspectives. And yet in true Wheel of Time fashion, it just feels really slow because the first half is just them losing. So even though all this stuff is going on, it does kind of feel the same because everybody's just equally losing. I would say that first half is not very entertaining or satisfying to me, which I mean, it's both, right? It's like the duality of life, the Sidar and the Siding, and it's like, yeah, it's not, but at the same time, it's the final Wheel of Time book. Like, how can I not be like excited? My favorite moment in the first half is, I don't know, maybe Andral doing a 1v10, finally unleashing his portal powers. But it's like that moment wasn't even hype. It's like, finally. It's like, finally you did that. Like that, his portal powers being hyped up. It's like, that was like many things in the Wheel of Time, it's just been hinted towards, right? And so we finally get it. And I do actually like Andrew's story, but it's like, what about all the books before this, you know? Like, is this really the time for that? There's so many other characters like I would rather see. He did kind of just come in and become a main character, but there's different problems for the actual main characters like Perrin. I really dislike Perrin, I really dislike Slayer as the opponent for Perrin, because I get it, okay? He was built up, but I think, as I said before, his time has passed. I think he's just too lowbrow for Perrin. I'm sorry, but Perrin has fought Slayer how many times now? Like, after book 4, he should have been out. Like, he should have been gone after book 4. I'm sorry, but it's like, you already lost against Perrin. It's book 14. You're basically just like one of the gray men at this point. Just move on, please. I don't know how Bro's still alive, but Matt. Let's move on to Matt. With Matt, he is my favorite Wheel of Time character still, but I was really disappointed with his reveal to Rand that he is as great as he is. It's like, again, I feel like just if Robert Jordan wrote this, it would have been such a hype moment. It's like, finally you get to see how great Matt really is, even though Rand, you know, that's his boy. Like, they're boys, right? It's like he already knows Matt's a great guy, but the reveal of his accomplishments and his powers, bro, Rand did not care. As a shameless Matt fanboy, I personally just really wanted that to be hype. But again, it just reminds me that like Sanderson's Matt is just not Robert Jordan's Matt. Like, a good Matt adjacent moment though is when Egwene is just mocking, just laughing at Fortuona for marrying Matt. That is a good moment that is Matt related. That was so hilarious though. She's like, yo, you married that loser? You were talking all that, but you married that loser? One thing I personally think is that I feel like Matt just became so predictable, like in his entirety, in his essence, right? Before Matt, he had such tact to his character. He used to be somebody who would surprise and subvert the expectations of the reader, but now his character just has like no tact, no finesse. I would even say he feels a bit dumbed down and predictable in his execution, where his climb up the social ladder, right? His feats that would just amaze people. His feats don't feel glorious anymore, and his character doesn't feel any more respected or stronger or earned. It makes me sad because Matt finally gets to do the things that were foreshadowed, like he gets to save Moraine, lead the final battle, lead the Shan-Chan, but it just feels a bit cheap and stale now because it's so expected. Like, for example, when Elaine confronts Matt at the beginning of the last battle and she can just see his thoughts, like he's trying to hide his thoughts for the battle, right? But she can read him perfectly. And all Matt can really do when confronted by Elaine is just kind of shy away in the corner and agree with her a bit. Like, I'm sorry, no aura. Like, absolutely zero aura. You know what I actually did enjoy though? You know, it's because my taste is trashy, okay? Look, I have Calamity in my top 10, okay? Like, you know, take everything I say with a grain of salt because I like stuff like this. But that stupid cursed village, bro. Yo, the fact that actually like came back, the fact that Matt went to this cursed village and it just felt like the biggest filler arc ever. Like, I heard that Naruto theme, like I'm like, why is this guy just randomly in a cursed village? I don't understand. And at the end of the book, when he enlists everybody from the cursed village as like an immortal army for the final battle, I was like, I enjoyed that. But that is a very trashy thing to do. Like, that belongs in like Alcatraz or Skyward and Reckoners as a twist, not Wheel of Time. That is unbelievable work. Like, that is on the level of tunnel effect, level of silliness, you know? But yeah, I think the main point of the first half is just to showcase Graendal's compulsion on the 4 captains. That is the big plot point, right? That, oh, you have these 4 armies led by these 4 captains, but all along it was Graendal like mind controlling them, you know, whatever you would call compulsion. She's using some sort of mind control on them. And you do have some cool moments in there, like Egwene handing Matt her armies or Lan stopping the dude from, you know, 2018 Logan Paul. It's just too unexciting and boring for me, to be real. Like, even though there are these like crazy fast viewpoint switches, it really wasn't that interesting just reading it. And it was halfway through this book I realized just how much there still was to wrap up, like Padan Fane, Mazrim Tain, all these like rhyming names of Rand, the Shan-Chan. But things really start to kick off with Gawain's death, because like, yo, I did not expect that at all. That was kind of crazy actually, now that I think about it, because he's just such a, I mean, I guess he isn't part of the main cast, like the 6 village kids, but I would think he's a pretty big main character. I didn't expect Siuan to die either, despite her red flag last words to Egwene being like, oh, I'm really proud of you. Man, we're gonna get through this. I'm gonna get married. Like, just so many like death flags there. I really like Siuan too. She's one of my favorite supporting characters. But man, she and Gareth, I love their relationship too. When they're like they don't want to be official in name, but she does want his support, and that is exactly like what he's giving her. If that makes sense. But they died pathetically in the streets. I'm sorry. They died so pathetically, just like in the middle of the Gawain though. I kind of liked it. I didn't understand it though. It's only at the end of the book where you understand like the meaning of his death, right? Like, or like not the meaning, but like plot-wise the meaning that he would lose to Demandred and then Galad would lose to Demandred and then Lan is the one who actually wins against Demandred. Galad dying to Demandred, which I don't think he died. I think he actually lived somehow. But when he lost to Demandred, I didn't get it. I did not like it at all. But then when the book was done, I was like, wait, that's kind of genius. Because again, they're both really just a setup for Lan. But before that, a lot of threads are wrapping up. Like a lot. Like Lenia and Elaine, Matt and his family, Ruark dying, Teslin reuniting with Matt, Uno and Julian coming back, and even, Harnan and Vanian steal the horn. But really they just wanted to like light up. But let's talk about Oliver, because man, I was waiting for this, because I knew he just can't be like that much of a useless character. I'm sorry, because he has too much screen time. He's just been hyped up to be someone of importance. There's just no way he isn't, right? So then when he's about to give Matt the horn, I was like, wait, this might be peak fiction, right? Because he's gonna be the guy to give Matt the horn. But then when he's the one to actually blow the horn and then it works, I was like, wow, that's a really good. And you know what else is good? The Sanderlanche. Bro, how is Sanderson's Egwene so good? I swear, like, she, in my opinion, has a better moment than even Lan at the end. Because that moment where she creates, like, the balefire, and then she blasts it through Tame's chest, and then, you know, it explodes, and then she self-destructs, but then it's like, I don't know, like a drain ability. Like, she self-destructs, but then she heals everybody, too. It's like, whoa. That moment of clarity for both her and Gawain, where they know they will be reborn again, and that, at least in this life, she is so content because she did everything she can for, like the good people, like the good guys. I think that was my favorite moment just of the book, but the Sanderlanche starts there, but then it moves into Lan. It feels like the book was built for that Lan moment, and in some ways it feels like the series was built for that Lan moment. It's just done so right. Like, he just rides into the Trollocs and with the mindset, right? Because of the, like, a format like this, when you have books, when you have the book format, right? You know every single thought of these characters. You're in their head. You understand that he has the mindset ready. He's going out there to kill him. Like, Gawain and Galad, they didn't have like that same like killer instinct mindset. Like, this is like UFC, like heavyweight title fight. It's like he bests him in combat, but he also bests him like mentally. It's so spectacular, but also just really fair. Like, he's just the best swordsman of all time, for real. I see these TikToks of like, oh, the best fantasy characters of all time, and actually number one is always Rand. I don't agree with that, but Lan is also always on there, and from this I can see why. Like, I see why Galad, Gawain, and Logain had to fight Demandred now and lose, because it's all for Lan to just no-diff this guy and drop the hardest line like of all time, man. Well, not of all time, but it's just a really good line. Just, death is lighter than a feather. Just like he like, that is what the ending of Defiant should have been. When Spencer just kills Braid off or whatever, everything goes back to the Cytovers, because that showcases that he does not care about death. He's winning the fight. He's coming with like a winning mentality. And of course, that was just the longest chapter ever. So that being the end, just death is lighter than a feather. Just, you know, that man is sending you to like oblivion. I'm sorry. I had to think about the whole letting go thing for Rand, where he has like the list of people and he's just so hung up on everybody who's dying and stuff. But it's like, everybody has their own fight here. Like, there isn't one specific fight. So Rand is personally just really caught up in mourning people. Like, he's caught up in the tragedy of it, but really what he should be focusing on is defeating the Dark One. Like, the whole list thing is just dumb, right? And it is kind of like these people, well, not everybody, but it's like, especially the people who willingly fight for him, it's like they made their decision to fight, and then this is the outcome. It's like they made their decision. Now it's time for Rand to make his decision on what to do. And as the Dark One is trying to break Rand, he makes his decision to stand up and fight again, you know, like Kaladin. But then the whole notion isn't really the standing up, it's that, well, it is, but it's like the Dark One can never win, right? The Dark One just wants to break Rand. He wants him to feel the tragedy, right? He wants him to be like stuck up, but he can never do it, right? No matter how many lifetimes Rand reincarnates into, every time he will win against the Dark One. Like, the Dark One thinks he's winning, but his winning isn't just like killing Rand. He wants to genuinely break him. But that's the thing, right? There's just some things that you can never take away, and some things that are bigger than life or death. And there was a lot of other stuff for the Sanderlanche too, but to be honest, I just Googled it, and like, because I didn't really understand like a lot of the fine details, like Padan Fain being Mistborn and stuff. Like, also, I swear Iturralde died though, but like, he's chilling, right? And then we get to the epilogue, and man, yo, I could cry, man. That was so beautiful. That epilogue, that Matt segment specifically, just gave me so much life. I was like, wow, that really made me like cemented on the fact that Sanderson's Matt is just so different than Robert Jordan's Matt, because that one segment of Matt, it was just like, it felt like he was back again. Like, that was the Matt I really, really liked. It was like one of those TikToks saying, you know, I almost forgot that this was the point, you know, like all that guy was doing was watching fireworks, but it was like, yo, he has aura again. Like, this aura did not exist in these 3 books. Of course, we get Loyal in the epilogue. I would be just sad if we didn't. Mohegdian lives and becomes a Damane. Rand is, I guess he gets like isekai'd with like the Sharingan, I don't know. It was just really perfect though. Rand going out to travel, Kadswane becoming the new Amaryllis, just watching him go. The epilogue is just so larger than life. Like, I'm telling you guys, I can critique this book a million times. It doesn't matter. It's perfect. It has like a million flaws and it's still perfect. Because the ending that people wanted to see was for Robert Jordan to finish the series, but for Brandon to finish the series and do it in a way that did the series, the fans, and Robert Jordan himself justice, I think is just, it's just something that I think should be celebrated. Number 7 is Mistborn Secret History. I really wish I had the little hardcover book so I could like hold it up and show you, but I just don't have it. I saw a good comment online saying that this is the book where the Cosmere really expands, where you actually understand just how interconnected everything is. So that was true for me because before this, I think that I only understood that Warbreaker and Stormlight were kind of connected with Azure and Vasher, but now I understand how Mistborn and Stormlight are connected. And I think once you understand that like Scadrial and Roshar connection, then you understand how every single Cosmere entry is connected to one another. But anyways, this is the greatest character revival of all time. Kelsier punching a god makes this one of the best Sanderson books. I don't care, it does. Like, and then he tries to recruit him too? That is peak. That is peak Kelsier right there. For me personally, the Kelsier we get here is just so much better than the original trilogy because, I mean, I guess it's not saying much coming from me because I didn't really like him that much in the original trilogy. Because you know that Kelsier is the type of guy to swindle no matter what. So to have a character swindle death itself, it's like, that has to be one of the best character revivals like in all of fiction. Again, I read this very late in my reading order. I read this after Bands of War and, did I say Bands of War? No, I read this right after Bands of Mourning, and I've also read it having read Rhythm of War as well. So to have that shock of Kelsier being alive, which also, another thing that impacts this is that I wasn't spoiled on Kelsier being alive. If I was, I actually probably wouldn't even have this in my top 10, but to go into this book not knowing that Kelsier is alive, and then to have the shock of him being alive, meeting the Elantrians, meeting Wit, how he becomes friends with the holder of preservation, the original one, I forgot his name, holding the shard and then giving it to Vin despite being a literal ghost of his former self. I feel like this is just such an underrated entry. But actually, I do get it though, right? Because people who are Sanderson fans know that this is a good entry. Like, but you can't really tell people that though. Like, you can say it's good, but you can't really explain why because it's a spoiler. But seriously, like how he guides Spook in Hero of Ages, and then how the symbol of the Ghost Bloods is really Mars Flower. All those intertwined connections to this day just still blows my mind. This made me like Kelsier. Final Empire, I think, makes him a hero, while Secret History, I think, leans him more into the direction of being relatively more villainous. Because Sanderson's explanation of Kelsier being the hero, even though in any other book he would be the villain, that if you made all the Sanderson characters fight, he would be the one who would win because he's willing to do whatever it takes to win. I think that like part of his character wasn't really showcased that well in Final Empire, but in this is like perfect for that. He really went from I am hope to I will do anything to survive, and I just really like that. I think Kelsier is at his best when he's self-centered and he engages in all that wonderful morally gray activity that you know we love him for. So number 6 is Mistborn, the Hero of Ages. Every dog has his day, and I'm not talking about Tensoon, man. This book, if I could only explain to you the happiness I felt when my boy Sazed became God. Oh my. I felt like I was the one taking up 2 shards. This is the best series ending I have ever read, okay? Even though the series continues on, you know what I mean? We'll start with Spook, because wow, just what a glow up, complete glaze, okay? Because there's no way you start reading the Final Empire and know that he becomes like this cool. There's no way that you start this book and think, oh yeah, Spook is gonna be really cool in this book. He might as well be just a completely different character. You know, the whole blind aura farming guy, it is just a tried and true classic method of aura farming. I always think of that one guy who does it in Star Wars. What is it? The guy from Ip Man in Rogue One. But Spook is a very great pillar of the book that leads into the Sanderlanche, I think. Besides him, Vin, Elend, and Tensoon, I think, are the other stars of the book, but there's actually not much to be done there because I feel like all their growth and they all had their moments already in the previous 2 books. Even though I really liked Elend here actually, because this is where he's like super like mature and stuff, right? Like completely different from that one kid in Final Empire who just go into the corner and read. I do think that him and Tensoon, their book was book 2. I do think a lot though about that one moment where his army is actually like that secret ATM army. I think about that a lot. And then when he's fighting alongside his ATM misting army, I kind of forget the details of that, to be honest. But when he finally, of course, passes away, RIP. And then that transition to Vin and what she's doing is so good. The swell of emotion in this book is so amazing, where we finally get to see that Vin and Ruin confrontation, something that we were deprived of in book 2. We finally get it here, and Vin actually doesn't do that well. You know, she kind of fumbles around a bit and showcases that it is actually hard to wield a shard. I didn't want it to rhyme because I feel like it took away the seriousness of the moment. But she showed off that like even the Lord Ruler, when he made the world, he really did like the best he could. Like it really is that hard to make up the world and stuff. So she fumbles around with the shard's power, but then to kill Ruin in the most Vin way possible, just very straightforward, very gritty. It is just like kind of a callback in a way to the orphan girl that she once was, and still that part of her remains, like that is so Vin. But I'm telling you guys, like what makes this book better than great is Seiset. Like he just has one of the greatest arcs in all of fiction. For me, I think, okay? You know what? No, I'm not even speaking for me. For everybody, he has one of the greatest arcs ever. Okay, book 1, he's just a cool, chill guy. He's helping the team, whatever. No, book 2 is where he explored faith and then it failed him, and then book 3 is now where he's on the path to being a non-believer. But then he finds that faith in itself is meaningful. That the logic isn't really the point of faith. In fact, it kind of contrasts in a bit. Like it's not supposed to make any sense. The point is that it's faith, not logic. And then at the end of the road, after his entire journey, just the 2 shards just fall into his lap, and he understands like the copper mines just on his wrist, giving him the knowledge to not fumble around like Vin did, but to really do this carefully and well. And just, I am unfortunately the hero of ages. I could cry, man. That was beautiful. That was so beautiful. Humanity's efforts on his wrists, bro. That was one of the hardest lines of all time. I am unfortunate. Bro, honestly, if that line, like if that moment doesn't hit for you, I feel like just Sanderson himself is just not for you. Like you please go read someone else. Like that has to be like some of the most immaculate build up and payoff like in existence. Especially since the trilogy was like my first entry into Sanderson, right? I didn't understand what was going on. I'm like, okay, what's with this like preamble at the beginning of every chapter? This is useless. Like Rashek's kind of a bum. Like Vin's just gonna get the power and defeat Ruin. Like, no, I was not prepared for the peak fiction I was about to consume. Number 5 is The Arithmetist. This is a sickeningly underrated book, okay? One of my greatest life's accomplishments so far, well, actually not even so far, probably ever, is that last video. Some dude from New Zealand just like came across it, and then from that video, it made him read The Arithmetist. And then he came back like a couple weeks later, like, yo, this book is peak. This book is peak. I was like, wow. I contributed so much to society, for real. I love this one all the way through, and it has an insane ending. The 3 characters of Joel, Melody, and Nalazar combined with this beautiful Sanderson magic system and this classic YA fantasy plotline is just so perfect in a very familiar way. You can isolate any of those variables and you've seen something like it before. Like for characters, Joel and Melody, I feel like you can contrast to Alcatraz and Bastille or David and Megan. The plot does remind me of the Sadius plotline in Way of Kings, which actually does live rent-free in my mind now that I think about it, where the Nalazar and Harding death. Harding's reveal to be a villain was amazing, but then Nalazar's reveal to be a villain was even better, because Nalazar from the beginning, he is introduced as like a villainous character, but then Joel's like, oh, actually, he's just a teacher. Like he's a good guy. But then there's another twist, and they're like, no, he is the real like series villain. Or maybe not series, but at least for the book. The magic system is like Pokemon though, but scientific. It's just that the mechanization of the whole system is just so unique and like robust. It's so explicit on how to attack, how to defend, what you can and what you cannot do, right? I don't know, but this is like prime Sanderson, like Mistborn levels magic system going on here. Like, so the magic system, the characters, like the plot, like everything is just so good. Everything combines together to form, I guess something just so awesome that once you read this, you understand why exactly it has such a big cult following within Sanderson fans. With Joel, look, I'm the first person to admit that Joel is kind of basic. Not kind of, he is, right? Like if this was Harry Potter, he's basically Harry Potter. Again, I'm using that same analogy again, but in Harry Potter, the Harry Potter is just you the reader, right? Joel is basically you as the reader, but he works really hard. And that's why his character works. It's like, even if he has no personality, which I think he has a personality. I'm a Joel defender, okay? Joel is a hard-working person who is not getting what he deserves, and so you as the reader want him to get what he deserves. That type of story is so ordinary and so overdone, and yet it still hits, especially when combined with all these other great things, right? I think that storyline is so timeless and captivating because it is just so relatable. No matter how many times I read stories like this, it still strikes home with me, because you know that if Joel even had like the tiniest magic capacity, he would be the best wizard in the world. Like he would. He has literally 0 magic capacity. It's not even fair. Which brings me to another part of the book. Another hook of Joel's character is that you are kind of waiting for him to get magic. It's the same hook as like Elantris, where it's like, okay, Joel has no magic. If he had magic, he would be great. there has to be a moment where he gets magic. One of the greatest moments that I still think about to this day in this book is when Joel takes the magic test again for the second time, which you're supposed to only take it once, but he takes it for the second time because, we find out that as a kid, he never actually took it. He skipped out on the test. So it's not actually proven whether or not he has magic. And then it's kind of hinted that in the test, that is where people are actually given the capacity to wield magic. Because throughout the book, nobody talks about how like people actually get this magic capacity, like the capacity to make these chalk drawings come to life and become a chalk wizard. Nobody talks about how these wizards come to be. For all we know, they got these powers through deplorable means, but either way, Joel finally, like near the end of the book, takes this test again, right? He's like, it's so hyped up where he walks into like this holy church and he's like brought into like the back room where it's like a confessional booth and it's just like very intimate and divine. You don't know what's going to go on. And then like the most holy of baptisms, like just a stick figure divine being, but it's like somehow really, really cool. Like a shard. Adonasium himself just comes down from the ceiling and he's just a stick figure that some dude drew. And all that for God to just not give him any powers, for the stick figure to be like, goodbye. Like, wow. Like, it's so good. I hope I'm explaining this well. You shouldn't need an explanation because this is the spoiler video. But that is the start of the Sanderlanche, where it then goes on to Harding becoming the villain. I think for Harding's reveal as the villain, the key characters were Finch and Megan, both who grew on me so much. Like, I didn't even like Finch's character that much. It's just that he did so much for Joel, and so then for him to watch Joel and Megan fight off these creatures, and for them to have this heroic moment, and for him to be in attendance with like, and then just watch them with pride in his eyes, and he's just like getting emotional. I was like, man, that's a good moment. As I said, the Harding reveal is really good, but the real glory of that scene is that it leads into the duel, and that duel scene is better than the iconic one from Words of Radiance. Okay, mark my words. I will die on this hill. That scene with Joel and Megan is way better than the Kaladin and Adolin one. I almost made them a ship name and said like Caitlin or something. Because at this point, really, when Harding is defeated, Nalzar is also a hero. Like, he's being hailed as a hero. This is all part of his plan. Yeah, Joel, Melody, and Finch are also heroes, but now it's kind of, even though we were hoping for that throughout the entire book, now that we finally got it, it's like, it's actually, the glory is taken away from that moment, but it's actually, we get a better moment, so I don't really care. Because it's at this point that Joel knows he's a Sanderson protagonist, okay? Because Melody is going to fight in the duel, and Joel knows that, look, because Joel's frankly, Joel's been through it, okay? But he makes the Sanderson protagonist choice, where he's like, okay, you know what? Harding's dead, but I'll see what I can do. Even though he's went through so much hardship and he can finally relax for once, he chooses not to, right? He chooses to go in and help people. Thus, as Kaladin joined Adolin in the duel, Joel goes to help Megan in the duel. And the way this plays out is just so beautiful. Sanderson books are always just filled with positivity, whether it be the growing relationship between Megan and Joel, where at the beginning she kind of didn't like him a lot, but then she now has like this growing respect for him. Same with Nalzar, who respects Joel a lot, where he's looking down at him, and even though he loses in the end, like by proxy, right, because Joel and Megan win the duel, he's looking at them like with admiration and respect in his eyes, like, yeah, you beat me, but I really respect that. Because rather than the fame, we've kind of wanted Joel to be this talented and amazing person, right? Like him being famous off defeating Harding just isn't really reflective of like what he can truly be. When Joel wins the duel with Megan, that's the real payoff to his character. That's the real satisfying moment where he gets to show that he is talented and amazing, and he also has this like emotional like growth where he's caring about the world, he's caring about his friends. It's like, okay, Joel didn't get magic, but it wasn't about the magic in the first place. It was about him getting the respect he deserved. For all the times he's worked really hard, for him to now get that awe and respect from everyone, including Nalzar, with Melody by his side. Wait. Her name was Melody, right? Wait, what was I calling her? Wait, did I call her Megan? Well, that sucks, but yeah, I've always thought that arena-style fight scenes make for the best endings because you have every single character in the book there, so you can have one moment of glory and have everybody react and join in on the fun. I'm so sad I messed up Melody's name. But yeah, no, this was a great book. I really like, because in that moment, right, you realize that Joel is this person with such a high fight IQ with no technical ability, while Megan is a person with so much technical ability but no fight IQ, so they just work perfect if they fight together. When they team up with Joel writing on the ground and then Melody just quickly tracing over whatever he writes, it's like just such a perfect conclusion. Genuinely such an underrated scene for such an underrated book. I will live however long it takes for that sequel. Number 4 is The Gathering Storm. I recently realized that this dot here means that this is overstock, but you know what? Look, $35 first print. Can't beat that. You just had to be there. We're skipping right to the end. When Rand climbed Dragonmount, right? He got to the top, and then he broke the Choden I cried. I'll be real. I did break. How can you blame me though? Okay, that is one of the most cathartic and impactful moments in all of fiction. There's so many levels to look at this. Where since book 2, Rand has been going on a more villainous path. You know, definitely a bit Kelsierish for sure. Where of course he's not a bad person, but he's just willing to do. Well, I don't, some people would say this is a bad person, but he's willing to do a lot more morally great things to get what he wants, right? He's willing to burn cities with balefire. He's engaging in behavior where he isolates himself, doesn't confide in people. And he's thinking that it's up to him to save the world, which in a lot of ways is true. But one thing's for sure, and that's that precious little farm boy from book 1 who's been... He's been missing. He's been missing for 11 to 12 books at this point. And I can't even say that Rand has been happy or satisfied during these books where he's always thinking about what's next. It's like, okay, I have to get the sword. I have to raise an army. I have to do this. I have to do that. He's always slowly spiraling into a person whose entire existence is to defeat the Dark One. Which, I mean, again, it's like a half-truth. It's like he has to defeat the Dark One, but is that not what the Dark One wants from you? Like, not the outcome, but he wants that mindset from you. Doesn't Rand becoming a more power-hungry, power-centric person mean that the Dark One, Lewis there and the voice in his head, they win? That's why when Rand breaks the Choden Call and he just breathes out for the first time, it is just... For the first time in 12 books, it's like, wow, he's back. Like, the real Rand is actually back. You know, it's one thing to achieve your goals, but then it's another thing to achieve your goals without losing the person that you once were. It's this absolutely glorious moment where this is the Rand that we, the readers, want, right? Like, his mind is finally clear. And the announcement that he's back, you know, the pulse from Dragonmount, where all the characters in the world know that, like, Rand himself, like, the real Rand that we want, like, is back. It's just the signal across the land. And, like, personally for me, oh, man, we're getting into this. This is what happens when you get to, like, the top 4. Now, personally for me, this is a big moment of catharsis, where it's like, you know, there were times in my life where I thought I was, you know, struggling and never thought it was going to end. And then when you have, like, that moment where you just, you know, breathe out even if it's just like a second where you're finally okay for like, I don't know, like 5 seconds or something, that's really all you could want. So that's what I thought the ethos of the scene was, that Rand has been suffering for like 12 books, but he finally breathes out and he finally, you know, calms down and he finally has like a clear mindset and he's like, okay, you know, just for this one moment, I am okay. Now, I feel like this is always a big theme in Sanderson books, is taking care of yourself first. But I think that there's a lot to be said that he did the climb of Dragonmount by himself, and then he came to that decision by himself at the top of Dragonmount. And then it's only, you know, in the epilogue, you see him laughing, smiling, interacting with people. You know, he's like running away on his horse or whatever while like the girls are chasing him. It's like that stuff comes after taking care of yourself first. In terms of other things I enjoyed, Egwene is probably, you know, she's arguably the star of the book, but then Rand is also arguably the star. For me, it's like, you know, I think actually Egwene has a better arc, but just for me, the Rand's moment at the top of Dragonmount just hits so hard. Again, going into this book, characters like Egwene and Rand, I didn't really care for. I liked them, of course, but I didn't really love them. And then Sanderson's Egwene and Rand just is so good. Yeah, no, I think just because of how much of the book focuses on Egwene, even though Rand has that great moment at the end, it is Egwene's book. Just the way she dismantled Elida so methodically and so slowly and like with such like with just unshakable will, like just with straight logic and facts. Like it was such a masterclass, because she really just did small win after small win after small win until Elida was just eventually defeated. And it's not just Elida's defeat, it's that at every step of the way she saw the bigger picture, right? She got everybody's true acceptance and respect as the Amerlin. I guess in the beginning, Elida doesn't even want to talk to Gwen. She just sends her off, right? But just to see her slowly climb up, like back up the ranks and see Elida's, you know, I guess subordinates, even though they don't really care for Elida, they care about the institution, right? So they are Elida's subordinates. Just them slowly change towards Egwene's side, and then it gets to the point where Egwene finally gets to stand like in front of Elida again. And then of course Elida's questioning her, but she has the best answers prepared. Like that sort of stuff was so good, because it gets to a point where Elida's talking at her, but at this point, like, she has no legs to stand on. Like her words have no weight to them anymore. And, you know, I really liked Varen a lot. So her death was really sad, because I don't know, out of all the Aes Sedai, I really liked Varen. So her death was really sad. Oh, but she did go out nice, though. I almost forgot. Where she does give, like, her life in exchange for helping out the good guys. So, you know, with all that information and stuff, like the double agent thing. So that was cool. But I'm just sad that she is gone. Even Avienda had a nice little arc where she's doing all these meaningless tasks for the wise ones, but then throughout the books, she's been doing whatever is whatever she's been told, right? Like that was part of her training. It's like, okay, you have to follow orders. But now the next step of that is these tasks are meaningless. Like you can choose to stop at any time, even though we tell you to do these things. You have the right to just not do them. Like you can think for yourself. I also just find it funny that Brandon gets the book called like The Gathering Storm. Like even the beginning of the book starts with like a very High Storm-esque storm. Like I think that, I don't know, storm. But no, it was really weird reading the book with Brandon's straightforward prose. But then the more I read, the more I really liked it. Because I never thought that I would get to a Wheel of Time book that was fully like comprehensible, that like I could comprehend like everything that was going on. And Brandon's prose allows that for me. So that's like just a big pro from him. I'm telling you, like this is the book where I was fully like, yeah, it was so worth it to read the Wheel of Time. It was one of those where you just, after you're done the book, you just have to sit there for a couple minutes. And by a couple, I mean like an hour. Like when I closed the book, I was suddenly okay with my life and ready for what's next, at least for a day. Number 3 is Elantris. I'm really about it, This was the copy I read. This is the mass market paperback edition. But since then, I've upgraded, okay? I have the leatherbound. This is the only leatherbound I own, and it is Elantris. Elantris 10th Anniversary Dragonsteel Leather Edition, Brandon Sanderson. Wait, let me get his signature. Look at this. Oh, the man himself signed that. Wow. So that's my family heirloom. But yes, this used to be number 2. It has since dropped to number 3, and I knew it would be. I knew that I made that video too early, that if I gave it at least like, a couple months or a couple years, or I just knew eventually that this would be number 3. And it's a spoiler video. Oathbringer's number 2. Okay, it's coming up. Enough time has passed. So yeah, obviously this is controversial as a pick because this is his first published book. Since then, he's improved greatly as an author. What else? Times have changed. It was a different time back then. Readers' preferences have changed. His skill as an author has greatly improved. I totally understand people who are like, this is Sanderson's worst book, this is mid. Even if they don't say it with any like malice or anything, like that's their genuine opinion, I totally get it. I recently got my friend into the Cosmere, and she likes Rowden and Serene, but she doesn't like Hrathen, and she thinks this is the worst book so far for Sanderson. I think when people look at the shortcomings of this book, they look at the 3 POV characters, the prose, and the plot. With Rowden, Serene, and Hrathen, yeah, Rowden and Serene are pretty basic. Rowden is just, the charismatic hero. Serene is just this competent princess, and Hrathen, there's a good argument for Hrathen to be like the most complex character, but then again, people just enjoy, like certain readers enjoy just the more basic, and by certain readers, I mean my friend. Yeah, she doesn't like Hrathen, but she really like Rowden Serene, so people just like, I guess, basic things. With the prose, Sanderson's straightforward prose is obviously not for everyone, and the plot is really just Rowden saving everyone. So I guess there's not anything that unique. Although I guess Hrathen is really the one who saves everyone in the end. I just talked about The Gathering Storm, and that to me is very much a larger than life book. Like that's what I thought about it when I read it. But there's also different types of enjoyment like I think people can get from books, and this is like low-key my comfort book. This is really where I became a Sanderson fan. Like here I really fell in love with like the world and the characters, and really started getting into the little details about the different factions and like where everything is. Like why is Ihi next to Aha, and getting into the specifics of like the Scions and the Aeon Door. It's like that kind of super nerdy pure joy about a book, series, author was what made me really like media and reading as a kid. And now that I get older, as I consume media, I feel like I'm a lot harder to impress. And I tell you, when I read this, I was obsessed and hooked in a way that I love Hero of Ages. I love Sazed. That's the GOAT, right? But I was hooked in a way that Mistborn could never. I'm sorry, but I was like straight up like addicted to this book. I don't care what anyone has to say. I think this book was executed beautifully, okay? Rowden and Serene, super basic, sure, but I think that always comes secondary to, do I like reading their POVs? I had so much fun just seeing Serene do her own little thing at the castle, train up her soldiers, do her own investigation. Rowden, I used to call him the GOAT before Sazed. Rowden is so cool. I think that's like his biggest, the biggest thing about his character for me. In my mind, Rowden is characterized as someone who is cool, first and foremost. Like everything he does is just related to like how can you not glaze him, man? I'm sorry, but like how he forms the gangs in Elantris, how he has that fall from grace and he has to work his way back up, how he goes undercover in the original city, and how, when he still talks to Serene, she like feels his aura like through the disguise. Hrathen is awesome too, but now I'm kind of starting to think that maybe I'm the only one who feels that way. But I really enjoyed Hrathen. But Hrathen to me was so enjoyable as the more complex character of the group, where he is this villainous guy at the beginning, but as the book goes on, you see that he's more morally gray too, where he starts to slowly doubt his organization and uncover his own organization's secrets, but he still has to kind of put up the facade that he is like truly one of them still. And then at the end of the book, where he switches sides and helps Rowden and Serene, and then he goes down as a hero. Super enjoyable to read. But Of course, the big hook to me, this kind of sounds dumb to say out loud, but the big hook of the book, to me, is just what happened to Elantris. Like, you just really want to know. Sanderson is known for his magic systems, but he says that he's known for his magic systems and world building for what he says are like marketing reasons. Like, it's just good to have like a title like that. But you know what? Out of all the magic system man's magic systems and world building, this is the best. This is my favorite. Sue me, okay? I love Cell, I love Aeons, I love Seons, okay? Sue me. It's like the more you read and the more you learn about the city, the more the mystery just balloons in size. You're like, how could this city ever fall? It's unfathomable. That and just how the magic system works. Like, when I was reading this, I had to know by any means how this was possible. Because you know, they're like, oh, back in the day, people just, you know, draw symbols in the air and then everybody's healed, you know, no disease, and they can fly and they can like have infinite power. It's like, then what happened then? What? This book teases you and hypes it up because it's like, okay, you're showing me all the great things that the city used to do and all the great things that people used to do. So then why is it not possible to do that now? I don't get it. I think this is obvious, but my favorite scene is, of course, when Rauden is like on his deathbed and then he draws Aeon Rao Redux version 2 on the ground and then the whole city revives. The fact that the symbol-based magic system, the drawing-based magic system was based on geography is genius. It's genius. It's that the symbols all reflect like the actual map of the land. Like, that is so good. You know, and not gonna lie, to see Rauden and Galladon just appear in full glory in their full Elantrian forms, it was like, I was jumping around the room, I was running around the room, I was like holding the book like this, like laughing and giggling. Like, side note, I love Galladon, I love that he's a world builder. I caught that man with Ishik in at the Pure Lake, and I caught him in Wind and Truth with the shoemaker's daughter, although I didn't really have to catch him. He just reveals himself as Galladon, I'm pretty sure, in that book. But yeah, love that for him. Love that he got a new job. He's killing it in his new role. And yeah, I just love this book dearly. So much so that I had to get the leather-bound edition signed, you know. I know that Elantris 2 and 3 are on the way. I think maybe 2028 or 29 or something like that. I am so excited. There's so much that needs to be delved into for the different... There's so many like different areas of the world still, the magic system. I still gotta know what like the other magic system of the world is where the guy was like dancing. Just in general too, I feel like Elantrians are pretty prevalent in the Cosmere with the Elantrian and Tress, the Elantrian faction that Kelsier comes across in Secret History. Shallan even gets a Seon too. Maybe Thydakar has infinite Seons, but yeah, love Elantris. Number 2 is Oathbringer. This book actually changed my life. I look at the world differently now because of this book. I'm nowhere near as big a Stormlight fan as I am an Oathbringer fan. Like, book drags, okay? Straight up. Like, the first 600 pages is just Dalinar yapping about oath gates and stuff. Like nobody cares. But that ending is the best ending I have ever consumed in fiction, just period, okay? Hero of Ages ending was amazing for a series ending, but this just as an ending of just a book. It's just one of the greatest endings I have ever consumed. This is Dalinar's book, right? And look, I'm not even a big Dalinar fan. Like, I like a lot of the other characters more, like Kaladin, Shallan, Seth, but the moments speak for themselves. Let's break it down, right? The entire book, you see Dalinar try and fail. You get a full timeline and understanding of how many mistakes he's made and will continue to make in his life, and just how much he has failed in his life. He killed his wife, he killed actually a lot of people, period. He has a lot of regrets, he's failing to negotiate with people, he's now failing to win against Odium. He keeps trying and his failures just keep piling up until, of course, that moment with Odium, just him and Odium looking down on him, being like, okay, Dalinar, it's time to chill, bro, okay? Like, you can relax now, let me just take your pain, all right? But then, at rock bottom, at true rock bottom, he says the thing. You will not have my pain. Peak fiction, oh my, yo, that's actually peak fiction, bro, that's... Do you guys even understand, like, at his wit's end, okay, no pun intended, but at his wit's end, he still takes responsibility, okay? That's why it's so powerful. Every single one of his numerous failures, he takes responsibility for. When Dalinar said that ideal, I said it with him, okay? Like, when Dalinar Colin said, you will not have my pain, I, from the depths of my soul, said that alongside him, okay? I cried, bro. On Odium, on Cultivation, on Honor's Life, I did, bro. That moment was one of the highlights of my life. Like, how can you read that and not cry and cheer and just, like, believe in yourself, like, after reading it? It's literally been so long since I read this. It's been, like, well, over a year for sure. And I still think about this so much to this day. Whenever things get tough, this is like the moment I think about. Actually, I don't even think about my own life experiences. Because I read that in this book, I found it within myself to keep going, which is crazy. I know I said this about Rand and Dragonmount, but I literally feel like I was the one who said that ideal and like opened the perpendicularity. Of course, after that, it ties up perfectly with Dalinar getting into reading, and then that quote at the end of the book where you realize that the name of the book, Oathbringer, is the title of the in-book in-world book, which Dalinar writes himself, and then you have that amazing quote at the end. So many beautiful quotes in the book. I put the book away. I'm gonna get not even just the beautiful quote at the end, but there are so many amazing quotes in this book about, learning from your mistakes, choosing to do better. I've spammed these quotes so much, like the hypocrite quote. A hypocrite is nothing more than a man in the process of changing. The next step, the most important step a man can take is the next one. I think in this book was also the accept the pain, but don't accept that you deserve it. I spam that one. But the best quote is the last one though. Just the most important words a man can say are "I will do better." Just oof. Like, I don't even want to say the full quote or else. Nah. Other than that, I mean, I think Ellecaar's death is just the best death in Stormlight. It even does more for Moash. I think just making Moash just even more of this hated character. Like Kaladin also has my favorite arc of his here, where I love that scene where he's like falling into the sea of beads, and Still's just like, yo, chill, Kaladin. Okay, you don't have to do an ideal this book. You can do an ideal later. Okay, I think those three things: Ellecaar's death, Kaladin's arc, and of course Dalinar and the Sanderlands, just all those amazing quotes just really make the book for me. So much so that this is my second favorite Sanderson book. Number 1 is Yuumi and the Nightmare Painter. The big update is that yes, I played Final Fantasy X just for this video, and it actually didn't alter my understanding or opinion of this book at all like I thought it would. I thought maybe it would like heighten my opinion of the book, but no, it was just a fun game. The only connection is that in this book, Yuumi and Painter work 2 different jobs, but it kind of works. Same thing there, where the main character, his name is Titus, he's like a fantasy soccer player, and then the main girl is named Yuna. I almost said Yuumi. And she's like a fantasy shrine maiden, and it just kind of works, even though they don't do similar things. I do like Yuumi and Painter's relationship a lot better, but I am just biased because this is my favorite book. What I love about this book is everything. Like, not a single thing I dislike at all. That's why it's number 1, because I like everything about it. 5 out of 5, 10 out of 10, better than perfect. If I were to give a 10 to Oathbringer, then I guess this would be like a 20 out of 10. I don't know. I do feel like it's better than perfect for me, but to narrow down my most favorite of favorite parts, maybe I really like the talk in Painter's room before the carnival, and then the scene at the end where Painter paints Yuumi on the wall. Between the two, I think the scene where he catches Yuumi in his room looking at his paintings, and then they have that talk is probably my favorite scene. It's kind of dumb to explain out loud because this is really just about Painter looking at a wall, but it starts out with Akane talking to Yuumi in the restaurant. Akane is absolutely ratting out Painter to Yuumi, talking about how he let everybody down and why there's no point in being his friends, and he hid information from all of them, and like just slandering this guy to the fullest extent. But it is true though. And then you have the reveal that Painter, this guy who only paints bamboo, is actually quite good at art. Like he can do really good paintings and drawings of things. There is an assumption going on that Painter is the way he is because he isn't good at art, but that's just not the case, right? So then Yuumi runs all the way back to his place, rips open the chest, and inside is just all of his like beautiful artwork, and the chest was foreshadowed to be something like kind of scary. And of course Painter just finds her there, and he's already given up. He's like, I'm a liar, I lied to you. And then they get into this heated exchange where Yumi's like, hey, I really want to know what happened. And then he starts to tell her like, hey, I just lied to my friends, and then I just sat down every day and looked at a wall. And Yumi's like, okay, time out, let's go to the carnival. And that's my favorite scene, and that's because I felt really validated reading that scene. I can't believe this is going online, but no, I felt like a very, very distant part of me was healed when I read that. Yeah, this is super personal, so it is crazy that I'm saying this publicly, but I think that in my life, I've never had someone treat me with the same level of understanding and like compassion that Yuumi treated Painter with. And I have always wondered what that would be like, so I guess this does answer my question. The first part of that sequence is where Akane is slandering Painter to Yuumi, rightfully so, right? And Yuumi is really, really fighting for him. The slander is justified, and it's actually in good faith, even though it doesn't come across like that to a lot of people, where it's like, hey, this guy did these things, and this is how we took it. And so I'm just here to warn you, right? Like, girl to girl, person to person, friend to friend, like, I think you should stay away from this person. And Yumi's like, what? No, like, Painter's a good guy, like, don't speak about him like that, right? And then moving on to Yuumi and Painter in his room, they start talking, right? And then Painter's like, yeah, I messed up. I really hurt people. And he just starts being really vulnerable, but at the same time, he's like really breaking down. But the thing is, right, that Painter is in the wrong. Like, he made his friends lie to their families. He got their hopes up. He jeopardized their careers. He did lie to Yuumi and make her life harder. So Yuumi, if this was real life, Yuumi would not do this, okay? But when Yuumi looks at Painter and she sees that he's struggling, she feels devastated, but not because he did anything wrong, but because like he's going through a tough time and she feels really bad for him. And that is a response that is very kind, but it is also just super unwarranted, you know, like she doesn't have to give, like she's going the extra mile to treat him like that. The instances where you mess up and people would feel that way about you, that would be truly sad that you messed up, I feel like are very, very small. Like Yumi's reaction is very, in my experience, is very unrealistic. Like it's something that hardly ever happens like in real life. Like if I were to mess up in some way, I feel like I would have to own it. And I don't know, like that sort of reaction, I just feel like it's not like something anybody's entitled to. And that's where she says like, hey, you're not in your right mind right now. You're going through a tough time. We can go to the festival and then we can talk this out later. That level of compassion and kindness is just, it's unheard of for me, to be honest. Like I cried multiple times because of this book, but that scene specifically, it's just, I don't think people understand just how like valuable and rare that level of like compassion and kindness is. Like I don't even think that exists in real life, to be honest. Like the way she understands what he needs at that moment and is like treating him in a very vulnerable state, and the way he's very responsive to her too, to her ask to go to like the amusement park and her inquiries about like everything that happened. They just have such good communication. They can really problem solve together in a way that's very unheard of to me, but also just very beautiful to read. And that's the beautiful thing about books, man, where I feel like people learn so much from books because the level of immersion is just so high. Like with shows and comics, you're being told the story, like you're watching the story, you're hearing the story. But with a book, you have to actually like, you are actually like there, you're in their shoes. You have to kind of imagine yourself as them. Their thoughts are in your head, and it's the super immersive VR experience in a way. So yeah, experiencing that level of compassion just broke me out of nowhere. But the second thing that broke me was the ending, where you have that crazy plot twists with Yumi and the machine, where it is that implied commentary on AI art, where AI can never do what Yumi does, even though she just stacks stones. Because the machine has programming, but Yumi has creativity. It can never be a human being creative, right? There is no creativity in that, especially because the value of the product is based on creativity too. It's like, if the machine can never do creativity, then the human will always create the better product in the end. There's so many good twists, like with Yumi's assistant being the monster, or with Painter really idolizing these Painter corps, but realizing that they're just like talentless Nepo babies. That one was actually really predictable, but I still really liked it. And of course, the Your Name influence, where Yumi's world is just Painter's world, but in the past. And that ending, yo, I was sobbing, man. When I guess another thing too is Painter defending everybody, where in that moment he's actually even being validated by his peers and stuff like that too. But of course, Yumi almost passing away. Painter wins the battle for everyone, but all he really cares about is Yumi. So you know, the sun is shining, the world is new, everybody's celebrating, but he doesn't really care. All he cares about is her, right? So then he goes to the wall and he paints like the most beautiful picture of her, hoping that she comes back. I think it's here. Yeah, look, like this, something like this. It is graffiti, but just like the detail that he's putting into the art, right? The effort, the emotion behind it. It's all trying to encapsulate just how much she means to him. And then she comes back, and let's be honest, okay, what was the explanation given? Like, she has so much connection with the spiritual realm and this realm, and she has like the greatest amount of spiritual power. It's like, she came back because Brandon wanted her back, right? Brandon said like, oh, it's because the book is supposed to be a gift to his wife, and she likes happy stuff, and he wants to make her happy or whatever. And like, he just wants to rebel against the notion that sadness is artistic, and so he wants to make an artistic book, but with like a happy ending and all that. But honestly, I think that it's just nice to see people happy. The more people who are happy, the better. It's like, he wanted to be happy, she wanted to be happy. They can be happy together. Why not they just be happy together? It took an impossible act of God to do so, but like who cares about that? Like, miracles happen in real life too. So yeah, love this book. A big part of this book is about reaching out to people, so maybe you should reach out to people, and maybe you'll be happy. I don't know, or I don't know. Maybe you'll regret it, and maybe you'll hate each other. But that's it. Goodbye.